Welcome to the Coffee Talk with P3 podcast, where we highlight local and regional nonprofits in the Southern California community. Let's listen in to today's guest on the Coffee Talk with P3 podcast.
Hi, my name is John Peterson. Welcome to Coffee Talk with P3. Today I'm here with a very special guest and friend as well. I've known for probably about 5 or 6 years. It's been some time. But I'm here with Stan DeWitt, who is the Executive Director and the Interim Artistic Director of the Long Beach Youth Chorus.
Hello.
Welcome, Stan. Good to have you here today.
Thank you for having me.
So this part of our series is talking about arts organizations, of which you are part of one. How did you become involved in the arts, just in general?
Well, I've been a musician my whole life, I suppose. Majored in music at Cal State Long Beach. I loved Long Beach and decided to stay. And so I've been part of the Long Beach music scene for going on 40 years now. And when 2003, I assumed the position of Minister of Music at Grace First Presbyterian Church, which is the church at the Point, Los Coyotes and Studebaker. Been there for 20 years plus, which blows my mind. And in 2017, we were losing our children's music director, and we're looking for somebody new. And I talked to the personnel team at the church about maybe it's time to think of doing something different. Instead of just doing the same thing and doing something just for the kids in this church, because there weren't that many kids. Why don't we do something for the community? And we ended up hiring a young man at the time who was coming to USC to work on a master's, who was a assistant director at Syracuse Children's Chorus. And when that became our obvious hire, I talked to them and I said, "That's it. Let's start a civic children's chorus." There's not one in Long Beach. Long Beach is like the 35th, 36th largest city in terms of population in the country. And it was the only one that I could find that did not have a significant children's chorus.
Wow.
I mean, obviously the school programs have choirs, but in terms of like civic for the city, there wasn't one. So we started it, and that was in 2017, and we've been going ever since, and we're entering our 8th season now. We had before the pandemic, we had around 30 kids. Mid-pandemic, we were at 10. But this last season, we've been back up and we're close to 50 now. So it's been last 2 years have been a wonderful season of growth and change for the organization.
That's great. How did you get through the pandemic? I mean, there were 10 kids that hung in there. Obviously everything was virtual that you did with that?
It was, yeah, for about a year. Better part, well, I think it was maybe, yeah, it was because we ended our 2019-2020 season, we ended prematurely. We made one video. Then at the start of the next season, which is when we had 10, we made 3 or 4 videos with them, and it was just really difficult work, as you know. I mean, it was, I kind of have termed it as soul-sucking in a way, because it felt like it was hard. But in 2021, then we moved our rehearsal location from Grace First to St. Matthew's, which is 7th and Temple, because they were allowing they had a tent set up for outside masses.
Okay.
And they said, you can rehearse here, and then they even had tape X's on the ground where the kids could sit, and so we did like 3 or 4 rehearsals that spring, and then finally started the next season getting back together, and it's been kind of like a steady growth ever since then.
That's great. We all know that the pandemic brought on a lot of social anxiety. So hearing that you've grown from 30 to 50 with that right in the middle is great, because the kids need that so much.
Yeah, and what was interesting is that in that first year and a half after when we started coming back together, the kids have been through so much, and they really, we sensed that they just were really struggling, like they wouldn't sing out. They were really mousy and quiet and not singing out. And then around the end of our 21-22 season, they started to come out of their shells again, and they started to kind of like be themselves, and they started singing out, and it was just really a beautiful thing to behold. So since then, we took our first tour last year, went down to San Diego for a long weekend, and they performed a couple times now with Long Beach Symphony, and we're performing this fall with Long Beach Chorale. So there's just a lot of energy and excitement now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's really great that they have the opportunity to perform with seasoned singers and musicians. And
well, and as you know too, I'm sure that the outpouring of support from the Long Beach nonprofit community, but specifically the Long Beach arts community, for us has been really powerful and heartwarming. I mean, we had the first concert we ever did in 2017 was with Long Beach Chorale, and then the next season we sang with the symphony, and then with Camarada singers. So the support we've gotten from the arts community in Long Beach has been really, and I think a lot of it is just that they understand this is something that has been needed for a long time.
Absolutely.
So they're really supportive of it.
Well, I know you guys were definitely busy before the pandemic, because I tried to get you guys involved in our production of Evita for children's chorus, but you guys were just busier than heck, and so that's great. You know, just the opportunities themselves out there are fantastic. So if I was a parent or a child that wanted to become involved in Long Beach Youth Chorus, what's the process, if you will, to connect with the chorus and then to get involved, and then what do they go through?
It's really simple. Our website has the registration stuff directly on it. Just go to longbeachyouthchorus.org, and you can sign up your child there. There's also a link where you can just send a form if you want more information. If you don't want to not ready to register yet, you want to maybe come to a rehearsal and watch and see how it goes, that's fine. We keep our tuition really low. Right now it's $150 for the year, which means we have to subsidize by doing other things throughout the year, like Long Beach Gives, to really make that work. But part of our mission is to make sure that we could give every child the opportunity to do this. And then there's no audition. There's a placement audition, which basically just helps us figure out whether the child is singing higher voices or low voices, alto, or soprano, baritone, etc. But there's no audition. Our 2 choruses currently are Young Musicians Program, which is grades 2 through 5, and then the older group is Master Singers, which is from grades 6 through 12. Of the Master Singers, we do have an audition group called Chamber Singers that's a smaller group of 10 to 12 singers in that group. But other than that, both choruses are non-auditioned, and everybody's welcome. We'd love to have you. We're also sponsoring a chorus at the Intellectual Virtues Academy in Bixby Knolls Middle School. Last spring was the first time we did that, and we're going to be doing that again this fall. So if you have a kid at IVA and Bixby Knolls, then you can sing with us as well.
That's great. So you don't need any experience in choral arts whatsoever to become a part?
No, as a matter of fact, we've started last season with what we call our music mastery program, which is 45 minutes before rehearsal starts. Rehearsal for the older kids is 3:30 to 5:30 on Sundays. For the younger kids, it's just 4:30 to 5:30. But for 45 minutes before, we open up and let the kids come and they get training on how to read music, on music theory, on oral skills, on hearing, ear training, and those types of things. So really, our goal is to train our kids into how to be musicians, and so by that metric, nobody has to know how to read music when they come in, because we're going to teach them.
Mm-hmm. And for those parents who say, well, that's not really an education, there's math involved in music, there's science involved in music, there's English language arts involved in music.
Yeah.
It could be other than English if you're singing in a foreign language. But so I've been championing to change STEM to STEAM to add the arts into that.
Exactly.
I know a lot of schools and whatnot have implemented that, but it's really, and they don't realize they're learning, which I think is the best part,
Right.
because then they won't really fight against it as much.
Yeah.
It's something that they're passionate
Well,
about.
and the benefits of singing have been proven now, psychologically, physically, socially, like the ways it helps people just be better human beings. it's not a guess anymore. We know that that's true. So, and we see that in our kids.
So you've described the programming at Long Beach Youth Chorus, which is wonderful. If you were to kind of summarize the mission, vision of the chorus, how would you, if you had just a few seconds to say to somebody before they ran off to the next table at an expo or something, how would you grab them in and say, this is what we do, this is what we're here for?
We believe firmly that choral singing can make a huge difference in the life of a child. So our mission and our vision really is centered around making that opportunity available for every child in the region. There are some kids who go to schools that don't have a choir. There's some kids that are homeschooled. There are kids that maybe have a show choir, but they don't want to dance, and so they want to sing. And so we just want to make sure that every child has the opportunity to sing in a choir, because we know from personal experience what a difference it made in our lives and in the staff of the youth chorus and the board and the people who were involved in the chorus. So we just want to make that available for everybody.
Wonderful, yeah. I got started late in life in the arts. I went to a performing arts high school, but I was a piano major there. And my senior year, I auditioned for the Madrigal Singers and then for their glee club, if you will. Got cast in both of those, and that really kind of shaped who I am today. I still am close friends with a lot of those people, and it's easier to develop a bond and develop your social skills through that. So it's really, really important.
And I think too, being in a group like the Long Beach Youth Chorus is unique from being in a school choir, because in a school choir you're with the kids you see every day, and it's that small. And that's good. We actually believe that our mission goes hand in hand with Long Beach Unified School Districts and their choirs. But there is something different about getting to be with other kids from other parts of the city and seeing that, what you're doing is making an impact for the community, not just for your school, for your parents, whatever, but for the community, and doing things like singing with symphony or singing with the Long Beach Chorale or Colorado Singers makes a big difference, because they get us feeling that they're part of something bigger than just whatever they're doing by themselves.
That's great. So we've talked a bit about the effects that being in a chorus can have on the youth and those involved. When your group goes out and performs in concerts for the community, and when you start to connect with the community, what do you expect and hope that the community will get from seeing your group perform for them?
A sense of joy, a sense of hope. I think, as we know, the world is not an easy place, and sometimes we stay involved in the arts because it just keeps us moving forward. It gives us a sense of hope. It gives us a sense of joy. Again, I keep using the same words, but I really feel like when people see our kids singing, when they come to P3 Theater Company's productions, when they do, Long Beach Symphony, whatever it is, that they're engaging with that sense of optimism and hope and joy. And I think that's why so many artists tend to be people that are, hopeful people. We're not a morose bunch. We tend to be pretty happy and joyful. And I think that audiences come for that reason. And I think seeing kids singing, doesn't get more joyful than that.
They don't hide anything. The kids are always truthful, and you can see that joy. I mean, you may keep repeating the word, but it's really the best word that there is.
Yeah.
You see that in them. They love it, and I have an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old niece that both just got solos with their school choir.
Nice.
So it was they asked me. They came to me for coaching, which is kind of fun. They actually sang "We Are the World." I was like, wow, it's okay. Don't hear that song very often anymore. So we've gone from talking about the kids getting involved to it to the community coming to see it. What if you say really enjoyed it? People may like to, I don't know, maybe support the Long Beach Youth Chorus.
Yes.
You mentioned that the tuitions are very low, which they are. When you said $150 for the year, I was shocked because that's ridiculously low.
Still too much of
but the production costs, as I also well know, can be very high. I mean, people don't realize you have to pay to rent venues. If there's any costuming involved, you have musicians, musical directors, producers, directors, all these people involved, and it doesn't come cheap. So, and ticket sales are a very minor percentage of revenue for arts organizations. What different avenues have you taken to help subsidize the?
Well, we're really working to build up our capacity to be able to provide more programming for our kids and our families, and it's hard. You're absolutely right. Our biggest cost is staff. Artistic director, a pianist, assistant director. We've been partnering with Bob Cole Conservatory, Cal State Long Beach, and hiring interns to work with our kids and they're music education interns, so they actually are gaining significant experience. But all that stuff adds up, and we charge $150 tuition, and we offer scholarships for kids whose family can't even afford that. But the truth is that the cost to run our programming is probably more like $500 or $600 per kid. So whatever support we can get from the community, Long Beach Gives has become one of our most significant days of the year. And beyond that, if you just go to our website, you can click on the donate button, you can make a donation one time, or you can sign up to be a monthly donor for, $5, $10, $20 a month, whatever support we can get that way is huge. And now's the time where we really are looking at, okay, this is going to be a long-term thing. You may be able to tell by my hair that I'm getting close to the age where I'm looking at, okay, what happens next? What's the long-term goal? And what is that transition going to look like for the organization? And really the answer is we need more support. We need more people that are willing to step up and make a difference for the Long Beach Youth Chorus.
And a little bit goes a long way.
It does. Absolutely.
It definitely goes a long way. And, if you think about it, how much does a cup of Starbucks cost? Anywhere from $6 to $10. And that amount of money, maybe two Starbucks cups a month, can really go a long way for organizations. And recurring donors is very, very helpful to organizations such as ours, because you get that little tiny bit of extra income each month that you can kind of start to count on and build into your budgeting. And if 100,000 people do it, it certainly adds up. So it's very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. So what would you say? Do you have like a set season of performances, like a certain time frame that it runs every year?
Do. So our programming runs basically in concert with the school year. So we start in September. We basically end in May or June. We do have some summer programming that we do, but our concerts, our own concerts, are in December and then May. And then we have a cabaret, which is just solo performances, which happens sometime in the spring, usually February or March. And then the other performances, as they pop up, just depend on who asks us to perform and what they are. And this year we have the family concert with the Long Beach Symphony will be in October, and we're going to be singing with them. And the Long Beach Chorale concert is going to be in December as well. We just got an email this week from Queen Mary. They were there to sing at their big December thing. So
Cool.
which should be really fun, I think. Yeah. So it's anywhere from 4 to 7 performances a year.
Okay.
And
And people can find out all that information from your website,
Yep.
correct?
Yep.
Great. And do you do season memberships or season tickets, or is it on an a la carte basis with each of
We
you?
actually, for the concerts we're just now, and it's funny you mentioned ticketing and tickets. We're just now starting to charge, to implement tickets for our concerts. So we're working all that stuff out. We've been doing just free will donation up to this point.
Oh, wow.
But we are going to actually have tickets starting now, and so I'll get back to you on that. I don't
Okay. One way or the other, you can get the information from
That's
this
right.
longbeachyouthchorus.org? Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. So that's great. So we'd like to thank Mr. Stan DeWitt of Long Beach Youth Chorus for joining us today.
I thank you very much for having me. It's been a pleasure.
It has been.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've seen you, so it's definitely good to see you face to face. And if you'd like to find out more about the Long Beach Youth Chorus, again, the website is longbeachyouthchorus.org. So thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next time on Coffee Talk with P3.
Welcome to the Coffee Talk with P3 podcast, where we highlight local and regional nonprofits in the Southern California community. Let's listen in to today's guest on the Coffee Talk with P3 podcast.
Hello, and welcome to another episode of Coffee Talk with P3. We are here today with Travis Wade, the founder and executive director of Act Out Theater Company. Welcome.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We are so excited to have you here today to find out more about you, about Act Out, and your involvement here in Long Beach area.
Yeah.
So, Travis, how did you even get started in the arts?
Oh my goodness. I'll try to make a really long story as short as I can. But I think the very first performance I ever did was in a show in Colorado when I was 7 years old. I was a pirate in Peter Pan. And from that moment on, you kind of just get hooked. And so I spent all of my young life performing with various youth arts theater programs across Colorado Springs, Colorado, and then even some touring companies that would come through town and stuff like that. And then I did the typical, junior high and high school musicals and plays and all that kind of stuff. And then as I got into my 20s, I started doing a little bit more directing and that sort of thing. As a side note, I am a huge Mel Brooks fan, and so as soon as I started really, probably in my junior high years, I was starting to watch a lot of the Mel Brooks movies and stuff like that, and that's what got me really interested in the idea of being a performer and a director, because Mel Brooks always cast himself in his own show. So I was like, ooh, if I'm a director, I can cast my own self in my shows and stuff like that. So I actually started to transition more into the movie side of things. Okay. And so even now today, 30 plus years later, I'm actually a documentary filmmaker. That's what I do in my real life, aside from the Act Out Theater Company. So, but I've been doing that for 30 years. But moving out to California about 15 years ago, my kids at that time were a really young age. They were in elementary school. They were just starting kindergarten, and they were even younger than that. Back in Colorado, from kindergarten all the way through high school, you have the opportunity to be in the fall play, the spring musical, and all that kind of stuff. That's just part of every single school's curriculum. And so moving out to California, I was quite shocked that there was no such thing as that in elementary school, junior high. You usually didn't get to participate in something like that until you got into the high school age. Right. And then I remember one of my kids brought home a flyer for like a local youth theater company, and I was like, oh, this is cool, okay. But it was like $400 or $500 to participate in that. I've got 4 kids. Oh man. So if I want my 4 kids to participate in a musical or a play, it's $1,600 plus there's charges for scripts and costuming and on all that kind of stuff.
So a second mortgage, essentially.
It's a second mortgage, yeah. just to do one show,
right?
Much less, multiple a year and that sort of thing. Also, at the same exact time as some of that was happening, we were doing a lot of stuff in North Long Beach with a local church, And I was seeing a lot of kids in North Long Beach particularly that were just really talented, really funny, really creative, but in a lot of ways they were under-resourced. There were a lot of like single parent families and a lot of families that were maybe just couldn't afford to do anything that had to do with the arts because it's just all of those programs cost so much money. This particular church happened to have a really large community center that was not being used for anything, or they tried a few things over and over again and just nothing was sticking. And I said, why don't we just do like a community arts outreach out of this thing? It didn't have to be, it wasn't religious or anything like that. It was just like an arts outreach. And so I started that program with the blessing of the church. They kind of gave us this 5,000 square foot building for free and let me do whatever I want with it. The condition was that I pay for it. So we raised a lot of money right away and built out the staging and the lighting and the sound and stuff like that. And I really wanted to just do like a tuition-free opportunity for, in particular, middle school kids to get a chance to like act and perform and have the same experience that I got to have when I was a kid. And then the selfish side of me was, again, my kids, I wanted my kids to have that same experience. And so early on, I was even able to get my own children involved in this. So what began as a pet project that was supposed to just be kind of a little side hobby, and it wasn't ever supposed to turn into something big. We had 11 kids in our first show back in 2012, and now we serve about 400 people a year. Wow. So I think I could venture to say we might be one of the largest youth arts organizations in the city of Long Beach at this point in time, and we're still a tuition-free program. So we're really addressing a need for like at-risk, under-resourced kids, especially to be able to participate in some really high-end, high-quality production. I think that's the other thing about Act Out is we don't skip, because I'm kind of a perfectionist and kind of a control freak, and so we've really invested a tremendous amount into making this theatrical. It's not a middle school theatrical experience. The other really super cool thing about it is, I keep saying kids, but it's not. That's not really accurate. We serve 6th grade through adult, and so the really cool thing is we've turned into this hybrid youth/community theater, because we've got middle school kids and high school kids and lots of 20-somethings. We've really grown in that area. Although I've got 60-year-olds and 50-year-olds all participating together in this really cool program, and so it's just become, I think, a really unique thing that I just haven't seen anywhere else, and it's still free.
That's amazing. That's having been in the arts myself since the mid '80s.
Yeah.
I've never heard of or seen anything like it.
No.
And I've lived in many places around the country: Florida, New York, Texas, Southern California. Pretty incredible. Yeah. One thing that just resonated with me was when you said you were starting with, would you say 11 kids it was?
Yeah, that was our first
middle
show.
School age?
Yeah, they were all middle school kids. I had 2 adults. Myself, I was one of them. Yeah, I ended up having to be in the show, so we just didn't have enough. Yeah.
That particular age is such a crucial age to introduce the arts.
Yep.
I think in my opinion anyway, if they're a little younger, they'll have fun and they'll get some general things out of it, social skills, confidence building.
Yep.
But those are kind of the formative years as you get into the middle school age. And it's for them to be able to have access to something like that, especially underprivileged, under-resourced, very, very quite a service that you were able to create for them.
Yeah.
And that was 2012?
That was 2012.
So you've been around about 12 years.
12 years, yeah. We're in our 12th season right now.
That's really awesome.
The thing I'll say about the middle school thing, that there's a real strategic reason behind that, in addition to some of the things that you're saying. What we really intentionally wanted to do was have kids grow up with us. And that's happened. So we have, like, just this summer, I had a huge amount of kids that are back from college, and they started with us in 6th grade. So they keep coming back. About 80% of our participants, so I'm talking 80% of the 400 people that we're serving every year, have been involved with us for multiple years. They started 6th grade, and even after 12th grade, they might leave for college, but then they come back. I've got kids now that started with us in 6th grade, and they're on my staff.
Wow.
My administrative assistant was 6th grade when she started with us, and she's 20 years old now. She's working for me. So
that really says something about the environment you're providing.
Yeah.
For people to continue to come back. It sounds like you're providing a safe zone for them.
Yep.
One where they receive lots of love,
Yes.
which there's always a lot of love in the arts anyway. But there's a lot of interesting companies out there that aren't always as joyous.
Yeah.
But so that really speaks very highly to Act Out.
The theater part of it is really just it's actually the love and the safety and the vulnerability and all of that comes first for us, and that just happens to all take place in the context of theater, right? So the theater is actually our secondary focus, and putting on a show and doing all that kind of stuff. The first focus for us really is we want to know you. We want to know you. We want to know your story. We want to know about your family. We want to know who you are, and we want to bring you all together in this space of friendship and love and that sort of thing. Then we'll do theater.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
It's kind of like how talking, when you get so excited when you're talking, it just turns into singing.
Yep. That's exactly
it's
right.
like we're gonna have so much fun as a group together.
Yeah.
And now we're gonna show everybody how much fun we're having by presenting this piece for you.
Yep.
That is amazing.
Thank you.
Wow, I wish I was like 8 years old right now.
No, you don't have to be 8. You're the right age for us. Come on by.
Oh my gosh, so fun. So you mentioned that it's tuition free.
Yes.
And I know firsthand that producing a show, or even getting workshops, classes together, any of that, there are so many hidden costs that the public don't see.
Yeah.
Production costs for shows, licensing, sets, costumes, props, staff, musical directors, choreographers, administrative staff, marketing team. Those all typically cost money, and especially if you're talking quality productions. You get what you pay for a lot of times. So how in the heck, I can also state statistically, ticket sales does not bring in a very large amount of revenue.
You're correct. Yeah.
So what hurdles do you have to jump through to bring in funding to be able to support your...
Our budget is still, even after 12 years, it's not... So for 10 years we had that free space that was given to us by the church. So we never had rent, we never had any kind of overhead, we never had any of that kind of stuff. And so for 10 years we were able to focus on the program.
That's huge.
Then we got asked to leave that space because the church wanted to repurpose it for something else. And so for the last 3 years we've really struggled as an organization to now we have to start focusing on actually running this thing like a business instead of just having fun. and so that's been the real hardship over the last couple of years. So our budget is still not nearly what it should be. All that to say, so I think we make of our current budget, about 30% of that is brought in from ticket sales, and then about 50% of that is brought in from grants from foundations and sponsorships from the Port of Long Beach and the Arts Council and all these various organizations that give us money. And then there's another 20% that comes in just from just families, people that give money, private donations, individual donations, stuff like that. So that's how we, but like all these nonprofits, I mean, it's all about getting the grants and grant writing and just trying to get the word out about what we're doing and trying to get people excited about what we're doing and that sort of thing. So,
And just to educate the public who may not be aware of this, we talk about grants, and which are crucial to nonprofit organizations. Grants don't just fall in your laps. Typically, you have to pay people to write these grants. They require some type of professional knowledge and how to get through all of the red tape that's involved in applying for these. So it's not something that just happens for you guys. It's something that you have to put energy and effort
a lot of work
and time, a lot of time into that.
And oftentimes it's a lot of work for very little.
True. So true. So true. So I was browsing your website the other day, and I saw also that you have opportunities for what are called sponsorships.
Yes. Yeah, just like any typical theater, we have season sponsorships where you can give a certain amount of money and receive a certain amount of benefits for that sort of thing. That's not usually, we pushed that a lot kind of early on, but we didn't really generate a lot from that. We just don't get a ton of that kind of thing. I think one of the things that we've also really been focusing on lately is for for 12 years or maybe 10 or 11 years, we've been a kind of a friends and family theater, right? So it's most of our audience and that sort of thing is friends and family of the performers and the participants and stuff like that. So we've been trying to figure out how do we generate more of a theater going base, more of a foundation of just theater going people. Even though we're a theater that's focused on the youth, what I still am trying to really disseminate is this is not your typical youth theater. When you go to one of our shows, you are not seeing a middle school or even a high school quality type of a show. You're getting a real community theater experience. And so I'm really trying to push that because we want more people that they don't care who's in the show. They just like to see good shows.
For sure.
And so sponsorships, they're certainly available. And I see that those being much more effective with that kind of a foundation. But that's something that we're still trying to work towards. Yeah, that doesn't generate a lot for us. We kind of spend our focus and time on some of the other stuff that
particularly individual. I want to say individual and those who may have families or be connected to people that would want to give to support what their family members are doing.
And you're right, especially family. I think that's the thing about us is we're a family friendly theater company, and so maybe some of the shows that you would go and see, we're not generating risque content and studio theater type of content and that sort of thing, or black box content. It's just much more of a family friendly. So we want families to come and hang out with us and see our shows and that sort of thing.
That's great.
Yeah.
And where is your theater located?
Now that we don't have that building anymore? Oh man. So for 3 years, we've been bouncing around a little bit, but we've kind of stabilized. And so the Salvation Army over there on Long Beach and Spring has been a fantastic partner for us. So they basically rent to us all of our rehearsal space. So we've got a couple of large rehearsal spaces there. My office is over there. Okay. And so that's where we do all of our workshops, all of our rehearsals, all of our we just finished summer camp 20 minutes ago for the summer. So all of that happens on the campus of the Salvation Army, and again, they've been a wonderful partner. I hope you're listening to this.
Isn't that a fairly new facility?
Yeah, well, they've just done a lot of renovations over there.
So
it's beautiful, and it's worked out really, really well for us, both financially and just space-wise and everything like that. And it's also super convenient. Again, a lot of our participants come from North Long Beach, Lakewood, that sort of thing, so it's still really easy for them to get to.
Sure.
And then we were really kind of testing the waters with different venue spaces for our shows, and we were trying a couple of LBUSD middle schools and that sort of thing. We finally landed at Hamilton Middle School. They've got a very large stage, a 400-seat auditorium, air conditioning. They've got a lot of what we need, and they really like having us there. It's just been a really great relationship with their staff and that sort of thing. And so our big musicals take place there. And then we just started a new relationship with Compton College. They've got a great small theater, like a 200-seat space with a much smaller stage. And that works really well for our summer production. So we just finished a summer production at the Little Theater on their campus in Compton College. And then we're launching a new program. For years, I've had parents, when are you going to do something for elementary kids? When are you going to do something? So we've got a brand new program, 3rd to 6th grade. Same exact model, same exact thing that we basically do for our bigger shows. And that'll be launching in September, and the venue for that will also be at Compton College.
Great.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
And where can people go to find out information on your upcoming events and workshops? And
actoutlb.com. And also our Instagram is very robust. I've got a small team of kids, and I can talk more about this if you're interested, but this is one of the other really unique things about what we do. But I've got a small team of high school kids that manage all of our social media. So I don't take care of any of that, but our Instagram is always, and that's ActOutLB as well. But Instagram, we've got a huge TikTok following, which is strange, but I don't get any of the content that I don't either. Why do we have 5 million views on this? I have no idea. It doesn't make any sense to me. But yeah, so TikTok is the same, ActOutLB. Instagram, that all has information about when we have auditions coming up, or when we have workshops coming up, when tickets go on sale for anything, all of that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Great. So do you guys operate on, as far as your stage productions, on any type of season where it's like, sometimes they do May to December?
Yeah,
January
our season, we've just tried to keep it simple, and it's just the year. So it's just January to December.
That makes it so much easier.
Yep. Yeah.
So much easier.
Yeah. So we're
you're
about to
halfway.
finish up. Yeah, we just finished our summer production. We've got auditions for Matilda coming up in September. That'll be in December. And then we'll announce next year, probably in November.
Great.
Yeah.
Very exciting.
Yeah.
Cool. And then as far as like the workshops and different classes, are those also year round? Or do you just tend to do more of like a summer, you have after school programs?
Yeah, we're still trying to figure that out. Because we don't have our own space, because we have to rent space from the Salvation Army and that sort of thing, it's a little bit difficult and challenging to do year-round programs. So what we've really been focusing on is a couple of different areas. We do a summer camp of our own, and that's on the campus of the Salvation Army. So that runs for 8 weeks over the summertime. And then the other thing that we do is we've connected with LBUSD, and we're doing a few on-site after-school workshops. But that's just a resource issue for me, right? It's just if I have the instructors and that sort of thing. But that brings in money. It brings in good money. So we're trying to continue to see if that's a little niche that we want to be a part of. So that'll probably continue this school year. I've already had a few phone calls and conversations, and so it's just like at Hamilton, I think we do an after-school program. We've actually got a school district way out in Anaheim that hired us last year and wants to bring us back next year. So we're testing the waters of that just a little bit. I think if we ever get back into our own space, then we would definitely start focusing more on the after school stuff where kids just come to us, and that makes it a heck of a lot easier.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's great that you're having the opportunity to get around to different schools, because you build your exposure, not only amongst the teachers and the faculty and staff adults, but you can start getting the interest of the kids that are coming to the age that you suit.
Yeah, we started early on, I think right away, right when we started, we went intentionally into a middle school to do auditions, and then we had public auditions. And we still do that. So we've got 4 schools right now that we partner with, and we actually go into we give them flyers, and the kids come, we go to the school and we do auditions there, and that's what gets them excited. But then we also offer all of those same schools field trips to come out and see our shows. So each school brings 75 kids, and they're out in the audience seeing their friends up on the stage. So it's boom, easy recruitment tool right
Absolutely.
there.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So that's how we continue to just get so many kids interested in what we're doing.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. Yeah. And we need much more of that, because the arts make the world a much better place.
Yep.
It's so great to have as an outlet. To get out emotional needs, again, build team building, confidence building, social skills, all of that. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
So I know you've pretty much covered while describing everything about the amazing organization. If you had to kind of summarize your mission statement or vision, to kind of express the main impact that you have, or what your vision is, how would you summarize that? I know it's a lot.
Yeah, because I don't want to just quote the mission statement. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think what it is, it's about giving people an opportunity to be expressive, to be themselves, to be safe, to be vulnerable, to be loved, in a place where they get to do something that they really love to do. Right? And I talk about, serving because of the tuition-free model, obviously we're providing equal access to a lot of people who would otherwise not have that. But this is for everyone. I don't care who comes to us. We've got rich kids and poor kids and everyone in between, coming to act out. And so that's just, I don't even know if that's not even something we really focus in on. It's just about providing a really safe, fun place for kids to come together and build friendships and do all the things you just said. I'm not sure I'm really summing it up. You
No,
wanted
no,
one sentence, and I'm kind of blabbering.
No, it's perfect. No, you're summing it up perfectly.
Yeah. I just want kids to have a good time, right? I had such a fun time doing theater when I was a kid, and I still have a fun time doing theater. A lot of the times I perform with these guys, and sometimes I feel like I'm taking a part away from somebody, but then I have people come to me and say, it's so wonderful that you get on the stage with these kids and they have that experience of performing with you. Because I've been doing this for 41 years performing.
Yeah.
And so I still love it. I still love performing with them. I still love it's so much fun, and I just want them to have that same experience that I did, and to have those friendships and to have those connections and have those relationships in a space where they feel safe and happy.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
And so anything else you might like to add that we didn't get to touch on or ask you about?
I would love to talk about one more thing that I think is for some strange reason, it took me forever to discover this, but it's this one thing that seems to get us a lot of grants. So I wanted to talk about the youth just a little bit. I said a minute ago that we have 80% of our kids join us in 6th grade, and they end up growing up with us. And maybe about, I think 6 years ago, 2019, I think it was, I started getting some of those 6th graders that were in high school, and they kept asking me, Mr. Travis, will you write us a letter of recommendation for our college applications and stuff like that? And I was like, okay, sure. And I'd type out this letter of recommendation, but then I got to thinking, I'm giving them this wonderful gift to be able to have this experience and have this letter of recommendation and I felt like I was missing an opportunity to pour even more into them, especially since they'd spent so much time at Act Out. And so what I did was I created this program called the Junior Board of Directors. Oh. And our Junior Board of Directors was a program specifically for 11th and 12th grade kids who had invested significant amounts of time and resources into Act Out. So they were our Act Out leaders. These were people that we'd identified who have been really active, really supportive, really gung-ho about connecting with people and building relationships and wanting to learn more about the organization itself and really supporting our mission. And so we would send out a personal invitation. We want you to be on the Junior Board of Directors. It's a 1-year commitment. You're gonna fulfill a lot of your community service hours. You're gonna bolster your college scholarship opportunities. But what these kids do is they participate in our board meetings. They get to sit in on our board meetings. They get to see what it looks like for us to create a budget. They get to decide on our programming. So in next week, actually on Sunday, I'm meeting with the junior board, and they're all going to bring to me their ideas for what shows we should do next season. And we're going to sit there and have a discussion about that, which is going to be strategic. Mm-hmm. Is this show going to bring in a big audience? Is this show a large cast so that we can support as many people as we can? We're going to talk through all of these things. They're learning. They sit in on board retreat. They come to board retreats with us, and they get to learn the backside of how this business is run, how the nonprofit is run. But they're also, like I said, they're in charge of all of our social media. I haven't touched social media in years.
Oh, aren't you the lucky one?
They're the ones that take care of all of that. But then they're also tasked with, you guys go out and you make sure that you're not that there's no cliques forming. You're not a clique. You go out and you hang out with that kid that's sitting by himself over in the corner, and you get to know that kid. You bring these people together. We read a book every year, and we like a business book or an arts book or something like that, and we figure out how to build a strategy specific to Act Out based on what we're learning from reading this book together. So there's a lot of intense mentorship and leadership that goes into the Junior Board of Directors, but it's amazing because these kids, and most of them don't just serve 1 year. So excuse me, they get asked to serve one. You have to commit to a year, but then they're usually on it for 2 or 3 years. I've even had kids that have gone into college. They stay local, but they're in college now, and they're still part of the junior board. So that's been one of the most significant and kind of transformative parts about our program. It's the whole thing too, why I just don't feel like people come to Act Out they don't feel like it's just going to rehearsal and doing this and then coming home.
Right.
They feel like they're coming home. Right?
I love that. I love that.
Yeah. And so that's unique and different, and I think that's what makes us really, really special. So
Absolutely.
I just wanted to touch on that.
Well, and I would think too, a lot of the demographic that you serve, being in the underprivileged arena, that's something that you're filling in their lives that they may not otherwise have access to.
We're family. Yeah.
That's really, really amazing.
Yeah.
So I'm so just moved by that.
Yeah.
Really, truly.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
And on the other side of that, it's so smart as someone who runs a business, when you've got your employees, if you will, your family, but they're performing for you.
Yeah,
so they're
my child labor.
I was
trying to avoid that.
But we're volunteer. Remember, it's all volunteer. But so they're growing up with your organization.
Yeah.
They're largely committed. Because they return year after year, and then they're getting at that age where they're being able to really develop those critical thinking skills and take charge in things, and they've grown up in your family setting.
Yeah.
So who would know better about the company than them?
Yep.
Because they've been immersed in it for so many years.
Yeah.
And then to give them the opportunity to help be a part of the growth and structure of that, it gives them a whole different level of investment in it, and a sense of responsibility and dedication, commitment. So I think that again, just setting them up for success in the world.
That's your goal.
I think that's fantastic.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for spending time with
You
us
bet, you
and
bet.
talking about Act Out Theater Company.
It was fun.
If you would like more information about Act Out Theater Company, it is actoutlb.com.
Yep.
.com. So thank you all for tuning in, and we will catch you on the next episode of Coffee Talk with P3.
Welcome to the Coffee Talk with P3 podcast, where we highlight local and regional nonprofits in the Southern California community. Let's listen in to today's guest on the Coffee Talk with P3 podcast.
Hello everybody, I am John Peterson with P3 Theater Company. Welcome to another episode of Coffee Talk with P3. I'm here today with the wonderful Madison Mooney of Long Beach Playhouse. Say hello.
Hello, everyone.
And we're here to talk a little bit about you and your organization.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, so how, Madison, did you get involved in theater?
Well, I got involved in theater probably like a lot of people as a kid, doing shows in school, elementary school and middle school, that everyone in the class was assigned a role to a thing. And then in high school, took some classes and then was on stage crew for a couple of shows and then was able to perform in a couple of shows and then came down here to Cal State Long Beach, go Beach, and I got my degree there in theater for both performing, stage managing, theater management, a lot of, it's a well-rounded degree.
It is. I'm familiar with the master's that they have there. That's like an MBA in conjunction with, which is, and they're also Cal State Long Beach is a very reputable school for the arts.
Yes.
As well. So.
Yeah. The theater department undergrad is still, it's very, you're expected to kind of, take all these different classes and kind of just have a really well-rounded understanding of all the aspects of theater.
Mm-hmm. So do you have a preference of being on stage, backstage, managing?
I do enjoy performing, but everything kind of backstage, stage management was where I kind of found my passion in college, because kind of like stage managers get to know everything and they get to, help make sure everything's running smoothly, and that kind of just worked for me a lot. And then found theater management kind of after college, but I kind of like, I like both performing and backstage.
Cool. Have you performed recently?
I get to kind of do, as my role as the executive director at the Playhouse, it's difficult for me to do full productions that we do or other theaters put on. So I get to be a part of kind of smaller, shorter projects. I've worked with the Historical Society of Long Beach many times for their cemetery tour that they do every October. So that's kind of a couple of rehearsals, and it's a long day event that I get to perform. And then we do an annual fundraiser in February, coming up February 2025, the Staff and Friends Cabaret. And so I MC that along with a few other friends of the Playhouse. And so it's kind of it's a 2-night event, so I get to perform a little and MC a bit. So I get to stretch my performing wings, in smaller doses.
Gets to dabble a little
Yeah.
bit. Nice. Cool. We got to keep that, it's because
Yeah.
we're always acting in real life, so we've got to stay fresh.
Oh yeah, that customer service phase. We've all
Oh,
got it.
yes. And the improv,
Yes.
especially when you're troubleshooting, putting out fires.
Yeah, figuring out a problem.
Yep, daily occurrence there. So how did you stumble across Long Beach Playhouse?
So while I was at Cal State Long Beach, I was looking for something to work on over the summer, and then reached out to the Long Beach Playhouse, like, hey, do you need stage manager? Do you need ushers, or whatever? How can I be involved? And so then I was connected with Andrew Vonderschmidt, who was at the time, technical and artistic director, and then he became the executive director, and now he's gone, unfortunately. Now I am the executive director. But I started stage managing with the Playhouse, and then got involved as an usher, a bartender, performer occasionally, and then was hired on in 2012 as the business and operations manager.
Okay.
So a lot of the non-artistic side of the how to run a theater with things like grants, budgets, all the money stuff, and managing the front of house employees and things like that. So then I got hired on in March of 2012, and so now it's been about 12 and a half, almost 12 and a half years as business operations manager, and then now as executive director.
Excellent. It's funny. I've talked to some different theater companies or arts organizations, and a lot of them, there's a lot of longevity with the organization they're with, which I always say it speaks to the organization. If you're staying with them for that long.
I think with arts organization, and I'm sure it's true for a lot of nonprofits, but I know just my experience with all the people I know in different arts nonprofits, it's like, yeah, you understand the building, you understand the organization, so it's kind of like, yeah, you're best suited, if you kind of stick with it and you make it, just better every year.
Yeah.
And the same with when you're trying to find people for a new position, or when someone is leaving and you're trying to fill a staff role, you look at all the people that are volunteering for you. Like, again, they know the organization, they care, and and those are the kind of the best people to kind of bring into the fold to be involved.
That's fantastic. How long has the Long Beach Playhouse been around?
So we are celebrating we're 95 and a half. It's our 96th main stage season coming up in September. We were founded in February of 1929.
Wow.
And while COVID kind of caused us all to have an asterisk in our season numbers and things, we still, we're 1929, so we turned 95 this year in February, with our kind of main stage season kind of being a constant throughout since 1929.
That is fantastic. All in the same building by chance? Or?
No. 1929 to 1951, we were in a couple of different locations, at a converted train depot for a handful of years. So it was
wow.
The Depot Playhouse was the name for that. And then we've been on our place on Anaheim Street, across the street from Recreation Golf course, and then kind of near the traffic circle. We've been there since 1951. So we've been there for a bit, but not the whole 95 years.
Since longer than you and I have been here.
Yes, yeah. It's basically the same. I think it was the building's a couple months older than my dad. So it's just kind of like, oh, perfect.
That's a good reference.
Similar birthdays.
Wow, that's crazy. For any business in this country anyway to last that long, it says a lot for that business. But for a theater company, because there are just so many more challenges, less funding opportunities. The arts is always one of those, disposable income situations where if there's less money, the first thing to go is the arts, the spending in the arts. So for you guys to be around that long is really a testament to what the Long Beach Playhouse is.
Yeah, we're a community theater, for the community, and we're by the community. Or, everyone involved with us are, they care about Long Beach and, the surrounding areas. So it's a lot of love, that's kept us going.
Mm-hmm. So are you able to, in a few sentences, viewers, there's no limitation, but kind of what is the mission and vision of Long Beach Playhouse?
So the mission of Long Beach Playhouse is to...
And you don't have to do it verbatim.
No, it's going to take, because I know it. It's one of those things that I know. To celebrate the human experience while we're celebrating the human experience, that's for sure. And then the second part of the mission is about welcoming the participation of artist and audience alike. The wording is slightly off, but it's something like that. And basically how we take the meaning of our mission is to have a wide variety of types of programming. We are fortunate to have 2 stages, so we get to kind of curate different types of theater in those two spaces to kind of hit different audiences and different people in the community. And then the participation of audience and artists alike, we're community theater, it's volunteers, it's amateur actors that are, getting to do their passion, working on stage. And then for artistic, having the wide variety of types of shows and types of people that we get to work with, our goal is so that, everyone in the area would want to come, to one of our shows. Not every show is for everybody, but that's that's not the point. We want to make sure that everybody, feels welcome and feels seen, by seeing our productions throughout the year.
Excellent. I do want to clarify for the general public who may not be familiar. You mentioned that you have amateur actors that work based on a volunteer basis. What that means, amateur does not mean untalented.
Oh, yes.
Amateur
I just mean not unprofessional, or they're not being paid.
They don't do it for a living, basically.
Everybody's day jobs or their students, so they have if they work at a bank. And then in the evenings, we have these rehearsals, and on the weekends, performances. It's a passion project. Like if you're in a rec league basketball league, you're not being expected to be paid like you're in the NBA. Right. You are doing this as as a hobby, as a passion.
Yeah, I've had the luxury of seeing several. What are they called? Performances, productions. That word. At Long Beach Playhouse, and you guys put on top-notch theater, and
that's our goal. That's what we're always trying to do. I appreciate you saying that. Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. We're community theater, and we are, we try to stick to professional standards whenever we can. With our limitations with budgets and building, and the limitations that we do have that. But we try as our best to have the highest production value for our price point.
And it's great to have that in the community, because even, and we'll get into the cost of production and how we fund those coming up. But with the lower, not having all those extra expenses such as cast salaries and that type of thing, you're able to keep the pricing of tickets at a reasonable rate that makes it more accessible to the community as well.
Yes, that is our goal to stay accessible. Everything costs more now. Unfortunately, everything costs more now. So, our ticket prices are a few dollars higher than, pre-COVID. But we do try to stay as affordable as we can, along with, figuring out discounts that we can offer and pay what you can, preview nights and things like that to stay accessible for everybody in the community.
Yeah, that's fantastic. In addition to bringing quality theater of your own to Long Beach Playhouse, one of the things we've been able to experience with our theater company is your studio collaborative.
Yes.
And I love that, because there's not a lot of theater organizations out there that even necessarily have an opportunity to do something like that you guys do with that. And that is, I'll let you talk more about it, but we have the benefit of being able to go into Long Beach Playhouse in their studio theater, which is a great space, by the way, I love it, and bring a production of our own to them. But I know that you guys bring in not just other theater companies, but individual producers, that type of thing. So would you like to talk about the studio collaborative?
Yeah, the collaborative is wonderful. We started that, I think it was either 2012 or 2013. I can't remember now, but basically it was kind of like, we do our own, productions, but we would always get people asking like, oh, I'd like to put on this dance troupe. I want to put together, this festival, or we have like an improv comedy group that would want to do shows with us. And we were very limited we have our own shows going on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and we have rehearsals going on during the week. So the former artistic director, Andrew Vonderschmidt, who I mentioned earlier, he came up with this idea to kind of shorten our studio season in the upstairs space, and then those other months of the year open it up for other groups like P3, or if it's individual artists, or an improv troupe or a dance company to put on their work in our space. And one, it gives the smaller organization that not necessarily has their own space, it gives them, hey, this institution has been here for a while, you can use this, it's a theater, you're not going to rent a dining room and make it into a theater for a night, type of thing. And then two, our audiences then get exposed to these different groups that they may not necessarily have sought out or even known about, and so we get to put on shows, partner with groups to put on shows in the studio collaborative that we necessarily wouldn't be producing ourselves. So it's a different type of either theater, or if it's a different type of art with dance or comedy or musical reviews, things like that. So yeah, it's been great, especially coming back after COVID. So many places had to kind of shut down. Rent kept being due, and in certain theater companies, unfortunately, had to close their spaces. So especially post-COVID, it's been very important to kind of just make sure, like, okay, like, we have a space, and we have this program, like, let's have this production company that used to, have a black box, in Orange County, let's have them put on a show here. So it's a great way to, like, as with our mission states, of the participation of artists and audiences. It's different artists that we get to work with that we might not necessarily be working with, on our regular shows, and then expanding our audiences for both them and ourselves. But yeah, it's a really cool program that we get to kind of work with, and each year it's a little bit different. We've got some returning folks that we work with often, but then every year it's kind of like this brand new thing, brand new company that we've never worked with, and the show's fantastic. So yeah, it's a really cool program, and it's a really great way to kind of add variety to what we present to our audiences.
For sure. And one of the things behind the scenes with that is that you guys make it very affordable to those.
Yeah, and that's also the goal.
Because one of the highest expenses, if you don't have your own space, even if you do have your own space, it could be the rent, but the renting of a space to do your productions, and the availability of actual theatrical venues is slim.
Yeah, and that can be when there are places you find it's very expensive, and it's an upfront cost that, depending on your organization, you're relying on the ticket sales to kind of back pay some of the expenses of the production. So with our collaborative, there's no upfront costs, and we kind of figure out a ticket sales split, and that kind of covers, like what we need. Like we have our box office staff and our house managers and our electricity and insurance and all that fun stuff. And that ticket split helps with our expenses, along then with the other organization not having to worry about as many. There's always costs, but other than the event rental space, that can kind of ease their budgets before the show goes on and ticket sales come in.
Yeah, and I also like that there's a vetting process. You guys don't just take in any old act off the street. From what I've experienced, you take our information about the productions or things that are going in to make sure that it holds up to the standard that Long Beach Playhouse has set.
Yeah, we have kind of an application process, and also because it's fortunate for us, we get more than more people apply than we have slots. So we get 20 groups, and we only have 13 available weekends. Then we have to whittle it down with making sure we have variety in the season, that we don't just have 6 different improv groups in 6 weekends in a row. That wouldn't exactly diminishing returns on that. So yeah, we have a kind of a application and vetting process just to make sure that everyone can be successful together in the process.
Fantastic. And I'm assuming you guys operate on a season type schedule. Is it a calendar year? What are the month ranges?
So we have kind of a unique, with our 2 spaces, we're kind of all over the place. So we have our main stage season, and that kind of runs like a school year. We start in mid-September and then go into the very beginning of August with our 8-show season. And then our upstairs space in the studio, we have 5 shows, and they run from end of April, very beginning of May, until about mid-November. And so then it's, most of the time it's January through March for our collaborative. Occasionally we'll have some collaboratives in December if they've got holiday stuff, but most of the time the January through March is the collaborative season.
That's a lot of productions to undertake.
Yeah, we got a lot. We always have something going on.
And it's all great. And like you said, there's so much diversity in the material you bring to the stage, which is very exciting. Outside of the productions, do you guys have any other type of programming or anything at the Playhouse?
We occasionally will have, one-night fundraising events, kind of shows. We have our annual New Works Festival that ends up being a part of our collaborative series. We have a New Works committee. We receive new plays from people each year from, I think it's like mid-May to July 1st. So we recently kind of ended our application process. So right now we have a committee reading like 100 plays to then narrow it down to 2 winners. And then they receive a staged reading, an honorarium for the winners, the writers, and then a critique from a professional theater critic to kind of improve their writings and to find out, how to make this better, to have it go on to the next step with a workshop production somewhere. So we have our New Works Festival, and then the last handful of years, we've partnered with Jewel Box Children's Theater, which is a great, fantastic group. They started in Signal Hill, now they're in West Long Beach. We've partnered with them for a summer camp for the last couple of years. We used to run our own summer camp pre-COVID, and then kind of coming out of COVID reopening, it was kind of like, okay, we've got a lot going on. We got to hire summer camp counselors and do all this. It's like, let's partner with a great children's theater company that already knows what they're doing. So we've partnered now with Jewel Box for the last handful of years, and they put on their summer camp, an all-day camp. We have a half-day camp for about a month throughout July and the beginning of August. And so then we also will partner with Jewel Box for some of their classes at the Playhouse. So while we're not putting on our own youth education classes, we're able to partner with a children's theater company to still have that be a part of our organization.
That's great. That's great. Getting the next generation involved is such an important thing to do.
Yeah.
As well as the importance of bringing new works out to the forefront, because we can only watch so many Tennessee Williams plays, and only so much Shakespeare can be done. We gotta get
the new stuff out there, so that becomes new classics. And
absolutely, and then we'll be considered the classics, our era. Well, it makes me feel old. So when it comes to being able to actually produce all of these shows and have all these different programs and things going on, it's no secret that ticket sales and subscription sales don't foot the bill. Do not, probably in most cases, from what I've read and what I've experienced, about 30% or so ish. How does Long Beach Playhouse continue? How can you go beyond that?
Ticket sales, subscriptions is the bulk of our budget and our income and what we expect to bring in, and then we have fantastic donors, that support us, our patrons that will donate above and beyond their ticket prices. We also we have a number of grants it's me. I do get some help, with some proofreading sometimes, but applying for grants, through the city or county or private foundations. The Port of Long Beach has a fantastic sponsorship program that they like to support lots of different types of nonprofits throughout the city. So we've been fortunate to receive some sponsorships from the Port, which we are very grateful for. And then it's fundraising events. We have an annual radio show that we do down at Keystone and Logan that we partner with Harry Saltzgaber to write a radio play to kind of poke fun a little bit at the city of Long Beach, and that's a lot of fun. And then it's things like Long Beach Gives that we have kind of these fundraising events to bring in a few extra donor dollars to help the bottom line.
So all of that is the work that goes on behind the scenes and off the stage. It's not just a bunch of talented people throwing something up on the stage. There's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears that goes into it, for sure.
Oh, for sure.
And you guys, with kind of getting back to your season a little bit in the programming, because that is the most important part of a theater company. Do you have subscription tickets available if people want to subscribe?
Yes. Subscriptions are available for the main stage season. Basically, the subscription, it's a discount, and you get tickets for the whole season at a discount, and you get your assigned seats, and you're always in the seat you want, as opposed to if you're buying a la carte and it's coming up to, we're going to be doing Fiddler on the Roof next summer, and if there's a seat that you like sitting in, in our theater, Fiddler's going to sell out. So you want to get your tickets early, make sure you get the right, you want the seat you want, because we have a lot of patrons that are very particular about what seat they want to sit in.
Oh, yes.
On the main stage. Subscriptions are available for the main stage season from now until the middle of end of September. And then we actually also have this thing we call the Passport, which is kind of a flexible subscription. Mm-hmm. So you can buy chunks of tickets at a discount, and then you get to pick, I want to see Passion of Dracula on Saturday, and I want to sit in section C, and then I want to see Christmas Carol, and I'm going to use 2 of my tickets from the Passport to see that. So it's kind of, you get to pick and choose which shows that you're going to see.
Oh, that's great.
So it's a bit, if there's 8 shows in our season, and if you're like, I've already seen Fiddler a lot, I don't need to see Fiddler again, then you can get a Passport, still get a discount, and then see the show you want.
Yeah, that's great, because like you said, not every show is for every person. So
exactly.
Having that ability to say, okay, I don't want to go see this, I don't like dramas, I only like comedies, or I don't like plays, I only like musicals. You can
still kind of pick and choose and get a little bit of a discount, which we're trying to make sure that people can afford to go out.
Absolutely. I still say broaden your horizons, though. I've never really liked play, or I should say I've never enjoyed plays very much because I'm just musically oriented. But I had the luxury of being able to be one of the judges for the Hollywood Fringe Festival for a couple of their awards
fun.
last year.
Yeah.
So I saw a plethora of plays, and I went, these aren't so bad.
You just gotta find the ones that work for
Find
you.
the ones that, with the topics or the themes. Lots of great theater is out there, and Long Beach Playhouse is definitely on the top in the city of Long Beach. So
Thank you, appreciate that.
really excited to have you guys here today and as a part of this. So if anybody wanted to get subscription to your season, individual tickets, if they wanted to support Long Beach Playhouse, how can they do that?
lbplayhouse.org. That's our website. Phone number is 562-494-1014 if you want to call us.
There are those people who still do that.
Oh yeah, we get plenty of calls from the box office, And then if you you can buy your tickets via our website, or you can call the box office over the phone, or stop by in person. And donations are available to give on our website, and all the information on the upcoming shows, auditions. If you're a performer and looking to tread the boards with us, all of the audition information is on our website. But yeah, lbplayhouse.org has everything you'll need, and then stop on by on Anaheim Street.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Madison.
Thank you, John, for having me.
Ladies and gentlemen, that has been another interview with the lovely Madison Mooney of Long Beach Playhouse. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we will catch you next time on Coffee Chat with P3.
Welcome to the Coffee Talk with P3 podcast, where we highlight local and regional nonprofits in the Southern California community. Let's listen in to today's guest on the Coffee Talk with P3 podcast.
Hello, everybody. My name is John Peterson. Welcome to another episode of Coffee Talk with P3. And today I am here with Mr. Kirk Jordan of the Art Theater in Long Beach. Welcome, Kirk.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here.
Yeah. So the Art Theater, anybody who's a Long Beach local or lives in Long Beach has probably seen the iconic marquee and storefront of that. But it's kind of just tucked away in this little... It's almost like a really long strip mall on 4th.
It is, yeah.
And I'm sure a lot of people just walk by and go, oh, it's another theater. But the Art Theater is not just another theater.
It is not. It is the last remaining single-screen independent theater in Long Beach. It's 100 years old this year.
That's amazing.
In 2024. So we're having kind of a centennial celebration over the year. We do a lot of stuff at the local schools to mention people pass by. We have kids all the time pass by on 4th Fridays or something, they have the thing, and they go, what is this, Well, come on inside and look, and they're like, wow, this is amazing, so you're right, people know it's there, but they don't really know what it is and what it does.
That's crazy. Well, we are about to inform them, aren't we?
Right, absolutely.
So before we get into the meat and bones of the Art Theater, what is your position at the Art Theater?
So I am one of the board of directors. I was
Okay.
asked to be on the board of directors several years ago, and I'm also the treasurer in charge of the books, the money, and
Oh, that's always the fun
and,
part.
and
numbers.
being a nonprofit, it's a little bit different than being a for-profit. So
Absolutely.
and I'm also involved in the day-to-day operations. We have weekly operational meetings that I attend and put my 2 cents in. So.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, that's great. So before you came upon the Art Theater and were asked to be part of their board, what's your background? Where do you come from?
I've worn several hats in my life. So I grew up in South Dakota, of all places. I came here years ago to play music, which I did semi-successfully. And then I sort of, by accident, fell into teaching music in elementary schools in Los Angeles, which turned into a full-time teaching job back 30 years ago. And I just fell in love with 3rd graders and 4th graders and teaching them music and arts, and that became my career up until I just retired a few years ago.
Wow.
And I had also played music around Long Beach. I played at 4th Street Vine. I had a weekly show there on 4th Street right down from the theater. So I made lots of friends in that neighborhood. And at one point, the theater people approached me and asked me to help them on the board. So I was glad to do it.
That's great. So the arts are in your blood.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's
Absolutely.
great. We've talked to a lot of people with other arts organizations throughout Long Beach, and a lot of people have a very similar background.
Yeah.
They've gotten to start in music or on stage and then find their way up to being part of the decision-making team.
Yeah.
So,
I feel, I feel very strongly that the arts have disappeared from kids' lives, unfortunately.
Yeah.
We all know the stories of cutbacks. When I was a teacher, we would have music 5 days a week for the kids when I first started. Then it was 4, then it was 3, and then the theater arts kind of disappeared. And I just believe that it was such a wrong-headed direction for education to take. So I'm trying to get back. We do a lot of stuff with the local elementary schools in our neighborhood on 4th Street, field trips, and we support them and things. So trying to get that back into the school systems too.
that's great. And the Art Theater is a nonprofit 501c3, correct?
Yes, it is. It is. About 15 years ago, the theater was restored and back to its kind of original blueprints from the 30s. It was lost during the big earthquake of 1933.
Okay.
Long Beach had a lot of buildings destroyed. But then it was rebuilt in early 2000s
wow.
to those blueprints, and that's when it reopened as a nonprofit. So.
Oh, that's great. Excellent. So if someone were to walk into the art theater, what would they see? What would they experience?
Well, they'll see a beautiful old building, obviously. We've kept a lot of the glass block that was put in. If you look inside, there's a lot of Art Deco elements on the inside of the theater. There's a big kiosk in the old days where they actually used to sell the tickets right there in the lobby, or in the foyer, I guess you'd call it. And you just see people that really care about cinema, for one thing. We have a great staff, and they all love movies. So we're trying to get people out of their Netflix chairs and get back into the movie theaters, right?
Yes.
So a lot of movie theaters, not just us, are facing that challenge of, how do you get people out to do what I did when I was a kid, which is I went to movies every week,
Absolutely.
right? Or more than one
There's
usually.
the free Saturday morning cartoons, and
we clearly had no Netflix back then. So that's what we're working on, is trying to kind of relearn, so to speak, how to go to the movies again.
And one wouldn't necessarily expect to see like Deadpool and Wolverine there.
No. We tried to show a lot of documentaries. We try to show so-called art films, festival films, because there's really no source. A lot of those films don't get distribution out of festivals, and we try to show as many of those as we can. We have shown, we did do the Barbieheimer thing a couple of years ago,
Yeah.
which was successful for us, even though we were competing with the big multiplexes. So we'll occasionally show first-run films. But we like to keep it more educational and more interesting, classic cinema, so to speak.
That's great.
Yeah.
So for the people out there that may not know what an independent theater is, could you explain the difference between, say, if someone were to go to AMC or Regal Cinemas as opposed to an independent theater?
Yeah, well, the big difference is a lot of those chains are owned by the theaters or the studios themselves. So there's kind of a top-down distribution system, which we don't have, obviously. We deal with independent brokers on which films to get. We do deal with the studios too, like Paramount, Warner Brothers, and so to speak. But one of the difficulties we have is they require showing, say, a first-run film for 3 weeks, something like that. So that's difficult for us as a single-screen theater.
Sure.
So the first week will be great, and then the second week, whereas a multiplex, they can do that because they have other screens that are opening other things, and they're constantly bringing more people in. So being a single screen theater is our biggest challenge, probably, to doing that.
I can imagine, though, with that business model, if you will, it is really. It's a great opportunity for independent filmmakers and people who don't have the budgets of those big studios to come to a theater like yours and have a potential opportunity to have their film premiered and seen, outside of a festival, like you said.
Right. We do host several festivals. We host the Cambodia Town Festival every year, which is in Long Beach. Long Beach Group, the Q Film Festival, We've had several filmmakers come. We have one right now that's going to show their a short film, to be in the Oscar, to be nominated for an Oscar. You have to show it at a certain place.
Okay.
So we get a lot of requests like that from local filmmakers, to come in and, hey, can I screen my film? I want to qualify for an Oscar, or even if they don't, it's a good place to bring people in. We have a good relationship with Cal State Long Beach, their film department. So we're trying to get more of that this year, having their students come in and maybe even have classes in the theater or screen old films in the theaters. We're really proud of our educational output too, or outreach, that we not only show films, but we try to, as I said before, try to be more educational in our scope. Both little kids and university students.
Sure. So you mentioned that you do work with some of the local elementary schools. What type of work do you do with them as kind of your give back to the community?
Yeah. So the usual thing is just a general field trip. So we have one school that's literally two buildings down from us, right on the corner there. So they'll have a group of kids come in. I believe it's in their 4th grade year. It's kind of a California history, social studies curriculum. So we've tried to be part of that and let the kids know this is what theaters used to be like. This is what your grandparents, went to every week. We show them pictures of, there was a big organ in there, and have to explain to them there was no sound in the movies when this place opened 100 years ago.
Right.
So things like that. So it's the 20th century art form. So the 21st century kids now are not aware of what a movie theater even is. So we try to help them understand that.
That's great.
Yeah.
Wow. So I can only imagine that similar to like live theater with stages, our ticket prices don't cover the cost of operations, as I would suppose that a movie theater, it would be a similar situation, especially an independent theater. So how, outside of ticket sales, how do you guys operate?
Well, we have a big fundraiser every spring coinciding with the Oscars.
Oh, wow.
So we have our own red carpet party where we live stream the Oscars on the big screen in real time. And everybody wears their tuxes and, has food and drink. We have our own red carpet and photo booth. And so that's a membership drive. So we have a big core of members that's been with us, many of them for many, many years. So we have yearly memberships, and those are our biggest financial supporters, is our members. And then we have contributions at our fundraiser for the Oscars too.
That's great. Yeah. And it's important to note as well that any donations to a 501c3 are tax deductible to the extent of the law.
Absolutely.
And so that's wonderful. People can get a kickback on that as individuals.
So myself and the other board members work for no money. We're just volunteers. We do have a core staff of great workers that just keep the doors open, make the popcorn, run the films. So that's basically our overhead cost. So we're trying to support them.
Well, that's great.
Yeah.
Do you guys also rely on, aside from the board, do you have like a group of volunteers?
We do. We have a handful of people that come in for our big events, like the Oscars thing. We have a big event coming up where we're doing silent films, and we have live musical scores that go along with the silent film. We're doing Nosferatu for Halloween, which we do every year.
I saw that. Yeah. That's really cool.
Which is an amazing experience when you see that film and you see there's a dozen musicians there playing a live score. We have The Passion of Joan of Arc, which is one of the great silent films of all time from 1925. And we also have a live score with a chorus that's going to sing to this beautiful silent movie. So
wow.
Yeah, so we do use volunteers for special events like that, for crowd control and to sign up memberships and things like that.
Sure. Yeah. Wow. That's for those of you who have never seen a silent film with a live orchestra, or even when you've got they do it at the Hollywood Bowl all the time on a much grander scale, which is just a nightmare to even get there. But where they'll have a live orchestra playing along with the film. But these are silent films, and
yeah.
and to have that experience, there's nothing like live musicians or live
Absolutely.
singers to be there. You can hear it through whatever speakers you want, but you're not going to get that energy and that vibe. So it's definitely something worth checking out.
Yeah, definitely. We do probably 4 to 5 of those a year, where we'll space them out maybe every 2 to 3 months, something like that. So they're always very popular.
Sure,
Yeah.
and not a lot of places do that.
No, I'm sure we're the only one in Long Beach.
I think,
that does that.
for sure. I've noticed, well, I actually was one of those that popped into the theater one day, which is actually how I found out about you guys, right after we had started our theater company in Long Beach, and I was just looking around and looking for venues and places to potentially rent out as theatrical space. So when I did walk into the art theater and kind of poked my head in and walked in the actual theater section, I noticed there was a little stage there.
Yes.
And I also noticed on your website this past week that you guys also do Rocky Horror Picture Show.
We do. Once a month on a Saturday night, we have a live cast that participates, and it's huge. So we have 200 plus people in there that sing along and dance along and everything. It's fantastic. Yeah.
That's so cool. Well, I am embarrassed to say that I have never seen Rocky Horror Picture Show. They tried to get me to go in college 30 plus years ago, and I don't even remember what happened. I remember we were all dressed and ready to go to a showing of it. Didn't happen. And then about 3 years ago, a friend of mine was working as a volunteer for our theater company, and she started a Facebook page to get everyone to get me to go see the Rocky Horror Picture Show. So I think now that I'm sitting here talking with you, if I don't go there in within a couple of months and see the show, somebody's there's gonna get some bad karma out there.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna give you a phone call, because I think it's once a month, so I'll give you the calendar and you can check it out.
That's great. So much fun. I've heard just so much fun things about that, and the cult following that it has.
It's unbelievable.
Is it the same troupe of actors?
We have our own troupe. We had one troupe several years ago, and they kind of dropped out. So now we have a whole new group of people. They call themselves Bit of Mustard, which is the inside joke with Frank Enfurter, right? So Bit of Mustard is the group. So it's huge fun. So
does everybody dress up?
Not everybody, but a good portion. The shadow cast, they call it, which kind of reenacts with the film, all dress up, obviously. And we have lots of people that come in every month. They've come every month for years.
That's great.
Yeah, amazing.
I will make it a point.
Yeah.
I give you my word on
Okay,
that.
thank you. I'm gonna hold you to that.
So you guys have independent films, you show films with live musicians, you host film festivals, you go out to the local elementary schools and work educating people in film history and art history. And it's a beautiful space. What do you guys rent it out as well as like an event space?
We do. We have a lot of people that will come in to host a private party, for example. We've had people do marriage proposals there.
Oh wow!
We had one gentleman who rented the theater, and he told his fiance they were going to show. I believe it was. I don't remember the film. I want to say When Harry Met Sally, but that might have been wrong, because it was their favorite film together. And so he told her that they were going to go to the movie that we were showing it. Well, it was all a story because no one was there. He'd rented the theater alone. He walks in with his fiance, and there's no one else there. And they sit down, he proposes marriage to her, and then they watch the film together.
Oh my God, I just got goosebumps.
I know, it was amazing.
Wow, what a romantic story.
I'm trying to think of the film, because When Harry Met Sally would have been too long ago, but that was their film, and when he decided to pop the question, he did it in style. So
wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and we do have lots of small. We have rented out the space to theater groups. We have rented it out to businesses that want to hold a retreat or a staff meeting there. So it's a lot of fun to host different kinds of people.
Yeah. I bet you guys stay busy. That's
We
just
do.
a lot going on in one little space.
We do stay pretty busy for sure. Yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. So, are there any other programs or showcases or anything else that we haven't touched on that you might like to talk about the theater?
Well, as I mentioned, we are celebrating our 100th anniversary this year. So the theater was built in 1924, as the Carter Theater, it was called back then. And it opened on January 22nd, 2025, or 1925, excuse me. So what we're doing is we're building up a few events, like we're showing Purple Rain by Prince, et cetera, et cetera. So on January 22nd of 2025, which is exactly 100 years to the date after the theater opened, we're going to be showing the same exact silent film that showed there in 1925.
Wow.
Yeah. So it was hard to find a print of it, but that's going to be our kind of our centennial celebration. So
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That is so exciting. Wow. Wow. So if people wanted to see what movies are playing, what film festivals are going on, what events are happening, if they wanted to donate to the art theater or check out the membership opportunities, where would they go to do that?
So our website is arttheaterlongbeach.org, and theater is spelled the artistic way, which is R-E at the end instead of E-R, arttheaterlongbeach.org. And you can find all kinds of membership information there. Our calendar is there. We also have a beautiful printed calendar that you can, in the old days we used to magnetize them to our refrigerators so we knew what was playing. And people love that too. It's a big long calendar that lists all 30 days of what's in the month. So yeah, and memberships again are something that keeps us going. So we have hundreds and hundreds of members, but are always looking for more people that want to support the memberships. We have everything from a $75 a year membership for seniors or for students to a platinum membership, which is $500, but that gives you access to any movie, any day, anytime.
That's so inexpensive.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
that's
very inexpensive.
Literally less than $10 a month. I
Yeah.
mean, for the cost of a cup of Starbucks.
Yeah, exactly. So we have a membership drive again with the Oscars every year, but we're always trying to solicit more members on the fourth Fridays in Retro Row that they have. We usually have a membership table where people will come and sign up and support.
great.
So yeah, trying to get the word out. As you mentioned earlier, people see that beautiful facade and the beautiful sign, but they don't really understand what's inside, so to speak.
Right.
So we're trying to get that out there.
That's great. Well, hopefully this interview will educate and enlighten some people as,
Yes,
to, as to
indeed.
what that is.
Thank
Well, Kirk, thank you again for
welcome.
joining us today and sharing information about yourself and the Art Theater of Long Beach. And I look forward to seeing Rocky Horror Picture Show and that the fundraiser that you have for the Oscars sounds really intriguing to me. That sounds like a fun event.
It's the biggest party of the year, if I may say so. So
That's
very
awesome.
fun.
Well, I'll be checking that out
Yeah,
as well.
great.
Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you so
Thanks
much.
so much.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to this episode of Coffee Talk with P3, and we look forward to seeing you next time. Ciao for now.
Welcome to the Coffee Talk with P3 podcast, where we highlight local and regional nonprofits in the Southern California community. Let's listen in to today's guest on the Coffee Talk with P3 podcast.
Hello, everybody. I am John Peterson. Welcome to another episode of Coffee Talk with P3. I am here today with a very lovely woman, Karen Desai, who happens to be the artistic director, producer, and managing director at International City Theater right here in Long Beach. Welcome.
Thank you. How kind of you to do this.
Oh, well, how exciting to have you here today. ICT is one of the top regional theaters in not just Long Beach, but in the area. It's the production values and the works they do there, absolutely fantastic. So you guys are going to learn a little bit about them today, what they give back to the community, and how you can help support ICT. So, let's talk about you for a minute here.
Okay.
Before you became connected with ICT,
Right.
what was your connection to the arts? How did you become involved in the arts? And
Well, I mean, I grew up back east,
Mhm.
you know, and in you know, low income. I was a minority, you know, and a big family, so they were watching a TV show. I was the kid in the corner drawing, writing a poem, doing something. But what I had was arts in the schools. And that's what, you know, saved me. That's what motivates me now for all the programs we do. And so, you know, I sang in the church choir from the time I was little, and I went to found free lessons in Philadelphia for art classes, and And when I got to high school, I said, I need to make myself do speech and drama because I know I'm too shy. So I made myself do that, and who knew, right? That would be the field that I would hook onto.
Mm-hmm. So created a monster. A good monster. A good one. An outspoken one. But yeah, it's so true with the arts. And we'll get into arts education here in a little bit, but introducing people to the arts at a young age, that what they can benefit from the arts as far as confidence, social skills, being able to interact.
Empathy, creative thinking, critical thinking, yes, and skills that employers want, or if you want to be a researcher or an entrepreneur or whatever.
Yes, it's
There's so much research that shows the importance and value of arts training for children.
So you got involved in the arts. Let's fast forward a few years. So you moved out to California, obviously at some point, because here you are. And did you become involved with ICT right away? Or how did you connect with that?
ICT wasn't even around when I moved to California.
Okay.
So, but moved here with my children and started finally my college education because I didn't have the opportunity. That was a big heartbreak for me. But I didn't give up, and I went to City College, and that's where I really met Shasheen. And then I went to London, really, to study at Royal Academy, and then I went to Cal State Long Beach, and then UCI for my MFA. And I just kept going, and and then had the opportunity to teach. And at City College and several others, but also because I know how hard it is to go to school with children, especially a theater major with classes and then rehearsals the cool thing about teaching at that level is you have all different ages. You have people that you're training in acting that have master's degrees in other fields or whatever, or you have single parents like me that are trying to get their education. And I said, no matter what, don't stop. That's an investment in you. If you can only do one class a semester, you'll get there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just keep going. Yeah.
And how impressive! You went to a great list of education. Where'd you go?
I'm a big believer in education.
Yeah, I mean UC Irvine. I got my undergrad there, and it's a fantastic school. Cal State Long Beach has forever been known for its very good arts program, theater programs. Exciting. And then how did International City Theater get started and come to fruition?
Well, my husband, who was not my husband at the time, Shasheen Desai, was the head of theater, film, and dance at Long Beach City College and wanted to start a professional theater on campus with the union's 99-seat plan that they had at the time. And the president of the college at the time, Beverly O'Neill, understood and valued the arts and also thought it would be a good opportunity for kids to start networking and working behind the scenes and getting their feet wet in the professional world, and supported it. So, and then in '96 when she became mayor, she said, we belong downtown, and we've been there ever since, and we celebrate our 40th anniversary in 2025.
Congratulations. That's, in this day and age, it's rare for a theater to be able to say that, and especially with what we've just gone through with the pandemic. So many of our fellow theater companies have had to shut down and haven't been able to wave the storm.
One of the things that came out of COVID that I participate in are producer meetings on Zoom every other week, nationally.
Oh, wow.
So about the same budget size, not commercial theater, nonprofit also.
Sure.
But also how people are trying to weather the storm and still, continue, because all of us, I know you do too, value and understand what it does for society and what an important role theater has always played in society, in not just entertaining but educating.
And bringing communities together.
Absolutely, and
building
we need
awareness.
that more than ever. Human connection.
Yes, the social aspect of it, and
Well, and also the importance that it plays in when one of the things we've always done are stories that are diverse, because we live in a diverse community. Well, we're in a very diverse world. And bringing those stories to life lets us better understand our shared humanity. Maybe we can open hearts and open minds, and how important that is, and bringing people together to share that moment. We laugh together, cry together, and learn and grow together.
Yeah. We build community.
Yes.
That's exactly what it is. So let's talk a little bit about your theatrical programming, your stage programming. Do you guys run on like a season basis?
Yes.
Is that January to December? How do you guys
Yes,
operate
we
your
work on
season?
a calendar year.
Okay.
Unlike most theaters.
Yeah,
Don't
yeah.
ask me why it started that way, but it did. So that means like right now we are selling next season so that we can be competing with all the theaters that work on the normal fiscal year starting in the fall, right?
Right.
And this is the first time ever, breaking news,
Yes.
first time ever, our 40th season's we always do 5 productions. Well, we used to do 6 with the holiday show, but since the recession, we haven't gotten back to that. But all 5 shows are premieres.
Love world premieres? Or a
3
premiere
LA
type?
premieres, 1 American premiere, and 1 world premiere.
Fantastic.
And why is that important? Because they're stories that are relevant, and also it's our obligation to create our legacy for the future. Because if you look at the plays from the past, you understand the issues and concerns of society at any given time. So we would be negligent not to be supporting those voices that need to be heard. And so future generations can understand the world in which we now live.
Absolutely. I can completely relate to that. We produced a couple of world premieres ourselves over this last year that were received very, very well. And it was a brand new playwright out of the South. We actually partnered with the Del Shores Foundation.
Oh, okay.
And their big mission is to support the voices of Southern LGBT writers, playwrights, screenwriters. And we were fortunate enough to do 2 premieres by the same playwright. And it is exactly what you said. It's telling the story of today. And it just so happens both of the stories were semi-autobiographical. So carrying on that playwright's legacy as well.
Yes.
So it is so important. And to keep introducing those new works, that's how we keep moving forward and stay relevant and bring everybody into the world that we're in. Absolutely.
But also when we're doing that kind of work, you have to understand also that the kind of people that subscribe they're walking into shows they never heard of or writers they never heard of. They're more adventurous, they're more educated usually, they're more daring. And God bless them, because without them, we couldn't continue to invest in those important works.
Absolutely, it's a huge risk to do what you do, and it's paid off. Because, like you said, if there are those people out there that I want to go see Fiddler, I want to go see something by Tennessee Williams, something things that we've heard of. Hamilton, let's all go see Hamilton. But being able to introduce a new work and keep that relevancy and to be able to gain the audience that you need, that's what they want to see. It can be very risky. People could just not go because they don't know. I don't know what I'm seeing. So that's applause to you and to ICT for
applause to the community.
And the community, absolutely.
Yes, that takes that risk.
Long Beach is really a great theater town. It's so diverse culturally, socially, socioeconomically. So ICT has 5 amazing premieres coming up in the next season. Are you allowed to tell us what they are?
I will share with you.
Awesome. Yes.
We're going to open with the LA premiere of a musical, Desperate Measures. So it's a really fun comedy.
Okay.
All right. Then we have an American premiere of The Violin Maker, which is based on the stories from the Violins of Hope. It's very uplifting and heartwarming, important play. So blessed to have the American premiere. Then we have the LA premiere by Paul Slade Smith, and it's called The Angel Next Door. Now we just did in the LA premiere this 2024 season of The Outsider, which was hysterical. So I hope audiences will remember that because it's very funny. And then we have the world premiere of Wendy Graff's new play, Masala Daba, which is an Indian spice box.
Oh, wow.
That's so, and so it has Asian community and the African community. It's interesting, very interesting piece. Then we're going to end the season with Ms. Holmes and Ms. Watson, Apartment Too Big. To be or not to be. But also play on Sherlock Holmes if there's two women. And that's going to be an LA premiere also.
Wow, that's amazing. That's such a wide range of topics. And
Yes, some more entertaining, some more thought-provoking, and that's kind of the work we try to do and bring in a season.
that's great. Yeah, a little something for everybody.
We hope so.
Yeah, excellent. Well, thanks for sharing that with us. And
You're welcome.
you heard it here first. You've got all this incredible theatrical programming, and from what I hear, word on the street is you guys also have an excellent education program.
Thank you, word on the street. Yes, we do 6 programs. Most are for youth, 5 of them. And we do something for everyone from 4 to 104. So our biggest one is our 3rd grade program in school, sequential learning, once a week for 3 weeks. They write plays, they perform them, and we do about 480 classroom visits a year.
Wow.
We do a lot.
Did you say they write plays?
They write.
In the 3rd grade?
Yes.
That's amazing.
Yes.
Wow.
And they also, we have a summer conservatory training youth singing, dancing, acting, and playwriting because they write the play they perform. And we're trying to support that next generation.
Yeah.
Students to Stage brings kids to the theater to introduce them to live professional theater. We have an internship program. We have a free Saturday program that's geared to elementary and middle school, just to introduce them to live performance. And then on the other end of the spectrum, we have one for low-income seniors. That's often the generation that grew up with theater before television, and they just don't have access anymore. And that's one thing that we really do try to provide is access.
That's amazing. Yeah, I've always had a soft spot for the senior theater goers because they paid my bills for many years as an actor in South Florida.
Yeah.
They're a large part of the community, and I'm just so grateful. And they're kind of that first generation of the theater goers. A lot of them didn't have TVs or back in the day, so that was their introduction to the arts.
Yes, and that's why we have to make such an effort with young people too, because there's so many distractions, and it's all on the screen, and it's not human connection, and they don't know what they're missing. And I get such wonderful quotes from kids that come and like one, wow, this is better than the movies. I hope I see more plays. And like our 3rd grade program, this is one of the funniest quotes. A little boy named Miguel wrote in his letter to ICT, thanking us for the program. Now that I know how to act, he's had 3 classes. Now that I know how to act, I'm teaching my family how to act, and they love it. And I'm laughing. I'm like, God, I spent so many years in education, and 3 classes, and this kid's teaching already.
I have an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old niece, and I'm just picturing them being involved in a program like this, and because they're so honest and so imaginative, and real. It kind of makes me wonder, where did we lose all that? Through our lives. But being able to experience and be a part of something where you're going to those pure hearts and minds, and giving them the opportunity and teaching them how to create and put
to write
themselves.
stories that are relevant to their lives.
Yeah.
Not Superman, not something somebody else wrote. No, we're going to. So just the basic understanding of conflict resolution, problem solving. That makes a story.
What an amazing experience to be able to have at that age.
It's important.
It's absolutely.
And I know you understand.
Completely understand. Absolutely. So you've got theatrical programming, you have educational programming. It doesn't come free to you guys to be able to do those things. You have to pay staff, licensing, rent, costumes, props, designers, teaching artists for the education, people to come up with the programming that you have, people to run the facilities. And I hope the public doesn't think that theater tickets and subscriptions will cover all those costs, because
Never.
they're pretty high.
Never.
So what other ways does ICT use, or what other avenues do you take to help be able to support all this wonderful programming?
Well, our main stage, even ticket sales won't pay for that. What's required to create a show, and the union wages, etc. So we all depend on donations. Whether we write a lot of grants, to help pay for education. So whether it's foundational, government, corporate, but in giving, it's the individuals that make the biggest difference. So
It really is.
Yeah.
It really is.
so God bless those people that understand and value what we do.
Yes, absolutely. And as almost as much as individual giving is people being able to share their experiences with ICT, be it a parent of students who have benefited from the programming,
yes.
and the more people that know about them and see the difference they're making in the community, both on stage and off, sharing that word can help get others interested in wanting to support an organization such as yours. So if you don't have the money, even if you do have the money, spread the word about this, because it really is making a big difference, keeping the arts in the community, building arts education, and bringing new works to the stage. I've always loved that, because there's always a new story to be told. For sure. So if people want to find out how to go see a show at ICT, or figure out how they can get their child, be it a 5-year-old child or a 105-year-old child.
Go to our website.
And the website is?
www, of course, ICT for International City Theater, ictlongbeach.org.
Great. ictlongbeach.org. You can find out how to go to any of their shows. You can find out all about their programming. Find out you can donate through their website as well. Definitely want to check that out. Is there anything I haven't asked about ICT that you think the public would really need to know?
Only that we promise you quality, and we are an award-winning company, and we have lots of professional awards.
And they've had a wonderful reputation for many years. I am ashamed to say I've not seen a show there yet, but I have many talented friends who have worked for ICT, and I can vouch for the quality of theater that they're able to produce with the actors, and the love and care and the nurture that they've gotten from you over the years, and the public support. So check it out. All right. Well, thank you so much for coming in and spending your morning with me today. We would like to invite you to stay tuned for our next episode of Coffee Talk with P3. We'll see you then.
Welcome to the Coffee Talk with P3 podcast, where we highlight local and regional nonprofits in the Southern California community. Let's listen in to today's guest on the Coffee Talk with P3 podcast.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Coffee Talk with P3. I'm John Peterson with P3 Theater Company, and I am here today with the lovely and talented Marcy Sudak of Musique sur la Mer.
That's correct.
That's about as close as I can get to French.
That was very good. Well, it was as close as I got.
And I'm assuming because it's la mer, that means the sea, and musique sur la mer, so music by the sea?
Well, that was our intention.
Oh.
And I have been corrected many times. Musique sur la mer actually means music underwater, which is perfect for a nonprofit.
Or if you're Ariel.
That's true. However, I've only been corrected in the U.S. When we were in France, it was, musique sur la mer transcends all continents, connected by the oceans. I go, that's exactly what we meant.
There you go.
Yeah, perfect.
Wow. So it's a multi-purpose name, if
Exactly.
you will. Very cool. Well, we are here to talk about you and your amazing organization, and to make the community aware of what's going on that they may not know about.
Okay.
So let me think. So we have Musique sur la Mer, we have Marcy Sudak. You existed before the company.
I did.
So how did you get involved in the arts?
Oh my gosh, it started Long Beach schools. Long Beach schools used to have a pull-out program during the day, and everybody was either in choir, in band, or in orchestra starting in the 4th grade.
Oh, wow.
And we were pulled out 3 times a week from our class to go be in choir, band, or orchestra and learn. A neighbor had a violin, so I was going to learn how to play the violin. I sounded terrible, and I knew the difference between good and terrible. I remember my teacher very, very well in that class. She would cringe. And at one point in the 4th grade, I stomped my foot in my bedroom while practicing and said, I quit. And my mom said, you could quit anytime you want. And then quietly outside my door, I heard her say, I didn't know I raised a quitter. Oh, those are fighting words.
Oh.
I yelled out there going, I am not a quitter. And my mom said, so what do you want to do? She knew me well. I said, I'm going to practice a lot. And I'm going to practice till I get so good that I am stopping because I've accomplished it. She said, okay. Well, eventually Mary Had a Little Lamb actually sounded like that, and the stars did twinkle and twinkle, 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 little star. And by middle school, they had multi-levels of orchestra. There was beginning, intermediate, and advanced. And my competitive spirit said, well, we're going to be in advanced. So I practiced even harder, became concertmaster, and then moved on to high school, and then got into all district orchestra and all Southern and all California. And at the same time, I was the reluctant musician. And going to college, I said, I'm going into medicine. But I kept taking more and more music classes. And the next thing you know, I am a performance major. I started at Long Beach City College, on to Cal State Long Beach. I'm a Long Beach girl. And I became a musician, and I love it. I'm a violinist, and I also teach violin, and I also coach violin in the schools. And then Musique sur la Mer became an opportunity 25 years ago. I'll tell you.
25 years, you guys.
And this is our 25th anniversary.
Wow,
Yeah.
wow. Before we get into that, so they don't have programming like that anymore.
No.
What you became involved in and what kind of developed as your livelihood, your passion. And that's such a shame that they don't have those arts programs.
Well, they do have the arts programs, but they are not what they were.
Mm-hmm.
And when I started this 25 years ago, it was because I saw the dwindling in the programs. So to become a member of this fledgling group, you either had to be in a school music program, or if your school didn't have it, parents had to become advocates for music in the schools and for all the arts programs. And consequently, now every school in Long Beach and every school in Orange County has a music program.
Wow.
And they are thriving now.
That's great.
It's very exciting.
So it's making a comeback.
It is not only making a comeback, but it's flourishing.
That's great. I love that.
And we still require all of our students to be in their school music program.
I love it. I love it. Incidentally, like you started college saying you were going into medicine, I was going to be in the FBI.
Oh, good.
So I started as a criminology major and ended up a music major.
What's your instrument? Or voice?
Well, voice.
Voice.
Yeah, I went to a performing arts high school and was in because our church organist taught me organ. And then I switched to the piano, and then I got into a performing arts high school through piano. And it wasn't until my senior year that I started singing.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, so I was a late bloomer. So if I had those opportunities in my youth, it would have made a huge difference.
Well, Long Beach has always been noted for their intense commitment to the arts.
Mm-hmm.
And about 25, almost 30 years ago, things changed. And that was because of funding and making sure that everybody can have an equal shot.
Yeah.
And so things modified. But with Musique sur la Mer, our emphasis is on high quality music education and excellence. Striving for excellence and finding that spark inside each individual that will enable them to find their path.
Wow. So how did you come from being, and it is maestro, correct?
Uh-huh.
I think I read on when I was doing some research, which I love. It's better than doctor.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'll go for it. I'll go with "Hey You." I'm fine with that.
I've been called worse. So where did the concept for an organization like Musique sur la Mer come from?
Oh, this was interesting. This was not something I had intended. But let's see, now it was 28 years ago. I was in a tragic bowling accident.
Bowling.
Actually, non-bowling accident. I had just performed, it was an Easter morning, and I had performed Vaughan Williams' piece that was very difficult. And every time I perform, I always beat myself up. You know, I should have done this, I could have done this better, next time I'll do this. But I walked out of there going, that was not only fun, but that's the best I ever played. Oh, never again. We're never going to do that again. So it was my children, who were little at the time, said, we want to go bowling. I'm going, okay, well, I had just signed some major contracts, so I'm not bowling. Instead, I will keep score. Well, if I'm not bowling, guess what I'm not wearing on my feet?
Shoes.
Bowling shoes. And my then 4-year-old had the ball, and she rolled it down, I guess they call it an alley, and it got stuck about 3 feet above. And I went into mommy mode. And I went running out there, I'm gonna get that ball, not thinking, A, I'm not wearing shoes, bowling shoes, and B, nobody steps on the alley, it's oiled.
Right.
And I did a 360 and landed on my arm.
Oh.
And as it would happen, in the lane next to us, the young man who was bowling, who was a child, threw his ball and it jumped over the lane and smashed into my arm.
Oh my gosh.
It was apparently very funny because everybody was and laughing. I'm holding my arm, realizing I'm holding my arm but my hand's down here.
Ooh.
And fortunately the people we were with, he was a chief of staff at a major hospital, and I said, I think my arm is broken. He said, get in the car. We get there, they took an x-ray of my arm, and I said, just tell me it's a clean break, and in 8 weeks, everything's fine. He said, oh, no, why? What do you do? I go, I'm a concert violinist. When your x-ray technician starts to cry, you know you're in trouble. The next day I was in surgery, and I had pins in my arms to put the many thousands of little pieces that were there and the severed tendon pulled back into place. And I saw my career flash in front of me and thought, well, I've got a brilliant career as a rotisserie. Slap a chicken on either side of this arm and just kind of go like that. But I was determined to get back. So I worked my bow arm every day. I was going to be the queen of bowing technique. After a year of physical therapy for my arm, the therapist looks at me, she goes, congratulations, Mrs. Sudak. You can type. Guess what I said? Funny, I couldn't type before. And my daughter is a professional dancer and Pilates instructor, and I thought she can contort her body into positions that are not human. So I would heat up my arm, took a TheraBand, used my body and the door as a fulcrum until I could get my arm to turn into position again. After 2 years, I was back to playing.
Wow.
Well, at that 2-year point, I get a call from a colleague saying they're looking for a youth orchestra to perform in France. Do I have a youth orchestra? I said, yes. And invited all of my students and their parents and other friends' students to the house for coffee and cake and said, in 9 weeks, we're going to France. Who's in? And I looked around going, none of these kids had played for maybe more than a year.
Oh my gosh.
But they were adorable.
Uh-huh.
And they worked really hard, and we had our concerts in France, including the first concert of the millennium at the Royal Cathedral in Monaco.
Oh, wow.
And something magical happened. They went from being cute, adorable kids with instruments to musicians. committed, realizing that they had the potential for excellence, realizing that they can have an impact. Well, one thing led to another, and we became a nonprofit through another nonprofit because we couldn't afford to become our own.
Sure.
And after about 10 years under the auspices of another nonprofit, we mutually agreed it was time to move on because ours had grown so much. It was overshadowing other programs, and it was time to part ways. We became our own nonprofit, and it has grown ever since. And it has gone from being one orchestra to 5 levels of orchestra. From being something that was specifically to enrich the lives of children and to increase enrollment in the music programs in schools, to being something that has become a charitable organization in and of itself, where all of our concerts benefit somebody else.
Oh my gosh.
So we have raised over 10,000 pounds of food for local food banks because we'll have a concert where we're collecting food. We have thousands of coats for the homeless because we had a concert that it'll cost you a coat to come in. A gently used coat. We raised thousands of pairs of socks for the homeless. We have sponsored sea animals in the Southern California Mammal Center that will sponsor, because we did one for that, and we did a concert to save the oceans and beach cleanup. We have, when we travel, because we travel biannually, we do the same thing for the world, and the impression that they have on Americans is that we are giving, we are generous, we are caring, and that music has no borders. It's an international language. So we did a reforestation project in Central America where we had planted over 200 trees for a reforestation project through our concerts. We have sponsored schools for the deaf in both Australia and in the US and in Costa Rica, where we played concerts for children who were profoundly deaf, no hearing, but they hung on to the instruments and felt music by vibration. And the joy, both for the receiver and for the giver, was palpable. We have given instruments to impoverished areas, economically disadvantaged areas, I should say, where kids couldn't afford to be in music. And we've given lessons to kids who can't afford to take lessons, but deserve the same chance to excel and to experience this joy. We have sponsored kids with multiple varying abilities. I know they call them disabilities, but it's varying abilities.
I like that.
And sponsored them to go to camp through a concert. When we were in London for the wedding of Prince William and Catherine Middleton, we were the American concert in tribute to for that wedding.
Oh my gosh.
It was amazing. We played at the Royal College of Music in London, and we raised funds for the Soup Kitchen of London, raising enough funds. We don't collect the money. The other entities collect the money. We handle none of the money to feed the homeless in London for a year. Then we were invited back for the Queen's Diamond Jubilee for Queen Elizabeth II, where we raised funds through her charitable trust, through our concert, that sponsored children worldwide for medical assistance. We were just in London for the coronation of King Charles and Queen Camilla. And with that concert, one of King Charles's favorite charities is called Future Talent, that does what we do, but in London.
Oh wow.
And so they were the beneficiaries of enough funds to sponsor their children for music education, scholastic education, and instruments. And that's the purpose of Musique sur la Mer. So consequently, our students, they benefit with the music education, but they also realize the power and that they have to utilize the arts to the benefit of humanity.
Absolutely.
Because I look at this and I think, we may be remembered for our technological advances, but we're going to be treasured by what we have contributed to humanity through the arts.
Mm-hmm.
And the result is leadership, impact on the community for both the giver and the recipient, the listener and the performer. And it's been a complete joy.
Wow. It's a hard thing to do, but you've left me pretty speechless. Aside from all of the obvious benefits that happen because of Musique sur la Mer, it's pretty clear what each of the organizations you do concerts to benefit for, what they get. But let's go back to the power that these musicians feel, what they're able to bring, and what are the age ranges of the
Our
musicians?
youngest thus far has been 7.
Mm-hmm.
And we say 7 to 18, but we have taken students as old as 24 if they're in college, and they need that extra support in there. And once they graduate high school, they become a life member.
Oh, wow.
So long as they're still playing, they're welcome to come back. And of course, they have to go through all the fingerprinting and everything as soon as they're 18. Protects us, protects them. And we also have a community string orchestra for adults who want a place to express all of that music as well. So, and we're going to be starting an early childhood education program to get young children involved. But where that impact increases is a lot of those students are coming back over these past 25 years to play in our season finale to celebrate our 25th anniversary. But one of our students who wanted to start playing violin but started with another organization and they wouldn't let him in because he signed up late. I said, no, I'm going to give you some private lessons so you can catch up. He now has his doctorate in violin and teaches at the university level. Another student who came to me in the 4th grade who played beautifully but could not read music at all. I looked at her and I said, you have the most beautiful bow arm. Let me teach you how to read so that you can do this, that you can be a literate violinist as well. She is now a pediatric neurosurgeon and a world-class violinist, multi-Grammy Award winner.
Wow.
One of our students who started off with us in our initial year, she was 6 and could play only open strings. So we wrote a part for her that was open strings so that she could be in the orchestra.
Oh my gosh.
She has soloed with the LA Phil and is a world-class violinist. So, but expanding beyond that, we have students who have become, one who became a doctor, who works with AIDS patients in Africa, and she plays the cello when she's on the ward.
Oh my gosh.
So it becomes a life skill and a lifestyle.
Absolutely.
Regardless of what career path they take.
Absolutely. And getting to experience a program like this, an environment like this, really, at that age, where that's when you can mold them and make them who they will ultimately become as adults. And to have the opportunity to go to different cultures, different countries, witness challenges of different parts of the world, and know that they're making a difference for that, that is setting them up not only to be an amazing human being, but for success on so many levels.
Well, the greatest education anyone can have is travel.
Absolutely.
You find that we are more similar than dissimilar. Everybody wants a roof over their head, food in their belly, their child safe, and to have that security. And they all want to express in some way their creativity. So to that end, we have performed at the Sydney Opera House 3 times. We are regular in Australia, New Zealand, where we are. Musique sur la Mer is now a member of a Maori tribe because we helped fund a Maori tribe through our concert.
Oh my gosh.
And that was so much fun. Just a little side note on that. The marae is the meeting house for the Maoris. And it tells the history of the Great Canoe, of when they came to New Zealand. And it's sung. And they sing the history to you. Well, we were to sing all of a sudden they want us to sing our history. Well, these are instrumentalists, and they're teenagers for the most part when we travel. So we sang some patriotic songs, but I got them going. And then they wanted our leader to, they said, our chief, to tell the history of the U.S. And so I went to the leader had to be male. So I had my husband do it. And one of the kids go, wow, she's going to let him be the leader this time, right? I said, take your moment, darling. But it was incredibly powerful, and their student body from the Smarai did the haka, which is the greeting, and it used to be the war chant, but it was also a welcome and a celebratory. It was incredible. Wow. We have performed in Germany, Austria, Czech Republic, Costa Rica, France, England, Wales, and I'm probably forgetting, and all over the U.S. But most of our concerts are right here in Long Beach.
And all because of a trip to Paris.
And
who knew?
Who knew? Who knew? It's been quite a journey. And it wasn't something that was intended to be more than a stopgap measure to get music back into the schools. And here we are 25 years later celebrating incredible success and an amazing impact.
Amazing impact. I literally am still mostly speechless. I'm like, good, keep talking, because I've got...
And one of the benefits, we help here in Long Beach specifically with the one warm coat, for the socks, for the food, but also for Miller Children's Hospital. We have performed concerts for the children who are in the hospital and their families. And one of the letters that we received from a parent was their child was long-term in the hospital. She said, this is the first normal day I have felt the whole time. My child was normal. My child was included. Her child actually held my hand the whole time I conducted, wanted to be by my side. We've also helped raise funds for Bucket List. You know what? Everybody knows about Make-A-Wish, where there are adults who are helping children have their wishes because they have a terminal illness.
Right.
Well, what about adults who are facing the end of life? Bucket List through Long Beach Memorial Hospital has this thing called Bucket List for people who are at the end of their life to meet their wishes. Maybe it's seeing the relatives that are on the East Coast who need to be flown out but they can't. Or maybe it's having a party or having their hair done or whatever it is. And Music Silomare donates their time to perform for Bucket List so that they've raised over $80,000. And it was an honor to be a part of that as well. So Long Beach is our home.
Absolutely.
But so is the world.
And you're making a difference all over it, which is incredible.
We try. And I love seeing these kids grow up realizing community service is not something you do, it's something you are. And it becomes part of their life. As a matter of fact, my CPA was a violinist in our orchestra.
I love it.
And still plays. One of our students who was a percussionist went ahead and is living in Central California and has sustainable farms that are specifically for feeding people who are food deprived.
Wow.
Yeah.
This education, if you will, this experience they're getting to have, it's how they're living their lives now, which it truly is the definition of a nonprofit.
Without question. It's creating not only a culture of art, creating a culture of music, but it's creating a culture of giving. That it's not something that you do for yourself for reward. You do it because it's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
It's just part of what we do.
Wow. So you mentioned to me before we were on the air that maybe you mentioned on here too, but your concerts are all free, except with the exception of the season finale.
Correct.
So you've got all these trips that you're taking all over the world. You've got operations costs.
Oh,
You've
boy.
got insurance you have to have. You have the list just goes on and on. I'm sure that you don't want me to continue because
And more than 80% of our kids who are in the orchestra are on scholarship. At some point of scholarship, we have never turned a qualified student away for lack of funds.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
How do you? Where does
Well,
it
I've
come
always
from?
relied on the kindness of strangers.
The kindness of strangers.
Thank you, Tennessee Williams. But actually, it's community support, grant funding, fundraising, but we do our fundraising differently, and I'll tell you about that. Long Beach Gives. Huge impact, and every dollar counts. We do not put a whole lot into staffing. Most of our staff are volunteers. We put it all into the kids. We put it all into the kids and all into the community. How can we be of service? But that's how we do it. For those who become members of Musique sur la Mer as a part of our guild, they become members of our guild. And it's cumulative. So you might start off in the guild as a music lover for $25. But over the years, the giving continues, and we make that cumulative so that we can get people all up to that emerald and the sapphire and the ruby and the diamond level where they appear as big donors, because they are. Because life is cumulative. Learning is cumulative, and so is giving.
That's an amazing outlook, and it's true. It's something that, as you said, I think, well, of course, but it never crossed my mind to think of it that way.
Yeah. And what we're looking at right now is we need to expand on our corporate giving. We want people who are looking to make not just a momentary impact, but a lifelong impact. Their gift, no matter how small or how large, has legs. It's a ripple effect. It's that little pebble in the pond that ripples and ripples and ripples out. Every student that we have is a pebble in the pond that ripples forward. We are now at the point where we have children of former members who are in I don't feel old at all. And then remember when my hair was dark. I'm embracing this. But it's the kindness, the generosity of the community that makes the impact. And it encourages us to go forward.
Yes. 100%. My goodness. And sorry, the sirens distracted me. So I went, oh no, should we stop?
No, that's the universal sign for an outdoor concert to start.
Oh, there we go.
If the wind blows, a siren goes on, a baby cries. Must be time to start the concert.
Yes, so true. Oh, it makes me think of when I'm at the theater, and it's, like the theaters in Hollywood or even in New York.
Yep.
And all of a sudden,
Always. Always.
It's like, oh yeah, we're in the middle of On My Own and Les Miserables.
Exactly. Well, you're not on your own.
Quietest moment in the show, of course.
Always.
Oh, wow. But that doesn't mean you have to wait to donate to Musique sur la Mer until that date. If you are so inclined today, because this amazing story right here that she's given today is that if it's moved you to jump and get your wallet out and grab that credit card, how do they find out where to donate to you, or even find out more about your programs, and maybe even if they want to become involved or they've got children that want to participate?
They can go to our website, www, of course, M as in Mary, S as in Sam, L as in Larry, M as in music, orchestra. I have to take a second. mslmorchestra.org. And on there you'll learn about our various programs, including our Musique sur la Mer Youth Symphony Orchestra, the Honors Chamber Orchestra, La Petite Musique Training Orchestra, the Offshore Winds, which I just love that, for our Winds program, and our newest program, the Long Beach Youth Mariachis, also known as Música de la Playa, which is so much fun, and our community string orchestra. All of that's on our website, as well as a place to give. That we have a place where you can give through PayPal, use a credit card, and become a member of Musique sur la Mer as a community sponsor.
And you don't even have to spell French to get to your website.
That's why we went
I
with
love that.
I know.
That was the first thing I thought. Oh, thank goodness I don't have to learn how to spell French.
Oh, please. We still laugh. We had just gotten so branded by the name. We didn't dare change it.
MSLMorchestra.org.
Correct.
Is how you can get to the website there. Marcy, this has been an amazing interview. So wonderful to talk with you. You and your organization are both inspirations.
Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, of course, of course. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in, and we will catch you next time on Coffee Talk with P3. Ciao for now.
Welcome to the Coffee Talk with P3 podcast, where we highlight local and regional nonprofits in the Southern California community. Let's listen in to today's guest on the Coffee Talk with P3 podcast.
Hello, and welcome to another episode of Coffee Talk with P3. I'm John Peterson, Executive Director of P3 Theater Company, and I am here with the fantastic Sean McMullen of Children's Theater of Long Beach. Hey, Sean, how you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing it. Hello, everybody. Hello. I'm doing great.
I have known Sean for about 6 years now.
Oh, yeah.
And I've worked for Sean. I've worked with CTLB, so I'm really excited to have this interview.
Yes.
Because I love the organization. I love what you guys do, and I think more people need to know about it so they can support, come see shows.
Yes.
And all that kind of fun stuff.
Yes.
So think back a few years before CTLB, Children's Theater of Long Beach.
Yeah.
How in the heck did you get involved in the arts?
Oh, that far back. Okay, that's we were headed to what we were right before CTLB. Okay, so because that's a story too. But how I got involved in the arts is I had a very artistic family. I grew up surrounded by the arts, and my dad, I think, wanted to be a concert pianist, and but wound up being an elementary school teacher. And I grew up with him playing piano at home, and then I would go to work with him where he would either play piano or my grandmother would play piano because they taught together at the same school. But I always was taken into the auditorium where there was a stage and there were seats, and I didn't see the rest of the school. There was a parking lot right next to the auditorium, and it said Walters Theater on the auditorium. And so I thought my dad worked in the theater until I went to elementary school and found out he was a 6th grade teacher. But from 3, 4, 5, I thought I was coming to see he'd do 2 shows a year. One of them he would license, one of them he would write. And
wow.
Yeah, and my grandma would write the music. And so that's where I came to all of this, because I thought, I just want to do what my dad does. Mm-hmm. And then I was like, no, maybe I don't. He's an elementary school teacher. I don't know if I want to do that. So from there, I just continued to pursue the arts. I did children's theater in Fresno. I'm from the Central Valley, and I went to Performing Arts High School there that was originally called Roosevelt Performing Arts Magnet. It was back when all of the schools were doing magnet schools to kind of, as they were ending busing. Mm-hmm. Incredible school, has produced so many incredible people. And then worked at my local dinner theater, which is not laughable at all. Everybody goes, oh, the dinner theater, but Roger Rocca's Music Hall and Good Company Players is, again, also there. They have produced so many Broadway stars, the least of which is Audra McDonald.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's right, she is from Fresno.
She's from Fresno.
Wow.
Yeah,
so
and
cool.
the list goes on.
Mm-hmm.
So it was weirdly, I remember an art teacher saying, what does Fresno and dairy products have in common? And the punchline was, well, there's more culture in a cup of yogurt than in Fresno. and that wasn't really true. It wasn't true at all. So that's where, weirdly, Fresno had a great art scene. and a lot of really interesting theater going on, and here I am.
Well, that's great.
Yeah.
So you got started young and you made your way up. You went to performing arts school. You're an adult. You're married. Child. Just one child?
Just one child.
Just one child. One beautiful child.
Yes, just got married. Very proud.
Yay. And then all of a sudden this concept for starting your own children's theater comes along? Or you said there's a story leading into that.
Back that up. So
Yeah.
just the one child, so kindergarten for me was when it was revealed that my dad was not a theater guy. But was my entry point back in. So I had graduated with my master's degree a few years before, when Hannah was 3 years old, my daughter. And I was working as a freelance designer. I also found a job full-time at a place called George and Goldberg Design Associates here in Long Beach, wonderful people. And it was time for her to go to kindergarten. And so I'm sitting in their little auditorium, very much like the one that I was in through, and a clipboard comes by and it has all the different after-school programs and like sign-ups for it. And pretty much every line was filled in. There was like, chess club had a spot, and there were 2 spots nobody had signed up for, drama. So my wife and I look at each other and go, well, we're both theater people, let's do that. So we sign up, and the president of the PTA walks over afterwards. She's greeting everybody, and she shakes our hands and says, thank you so much for pioneering our drama club. Oh,
That's what you're signing up for.
We're gonna build one that hasn't happened. Oh, got it. Okay, so we developed a curriculum and started with a thing called the World of Theater, which was kind of a children's version of theater history. And it went from there. We did that for about 10 years or so.
Oh, wow.
And I volunteered all the way through Hannah's elementary school journey. And then when she went to junior high, they asked me to stay on. We formed one company, which was not Children's Theater of Long Beach. And we did that for a little while. And then I realized this is bigger than I can do anymore. So a friend at the school, a parent, said, why don't you make it a nonprofit and become something that you can offer to other schools too? Because everybody kept asking us, how do we have this at our school? How do we do something like this at our school? And so that's when I looked around, and people that I've been working with for years said, yes, they would be my first board. And many of those board members are still here to this day.
Wow. And that was, what year was
2013 was when we had our first meeting, but we were finally incorporated and officially a nonprofit by 2014. So this is our 10th year.
Happy 10 years.
Thank you.
Not an easy feat in this day and age.
No.
For a nonprofit company, a nonprofit theater company, and then with a pandemic in the middle of it all.
Yes. That was the big scare for all of us, I think.
Sure. Absolutely was. Wow. So, gosh, I've known you since it was 2018 when we met.
Yes.
During Pirates of Penzance that year, that I had to leave and go to Taiwan to teach kids myself.
Yeah.
But that was an experience of itself. That's a whole different episode. So that was you were 4 years in.
Yes.
So tell me about kind of the progression of when you started Children's Theater Long Beach. Like, what did it look like at that time compared to where you've gone in this last 10 years?
Sure. So when we formed it, we had this idea that it would be sort of 3-pronged, and we made it happen, which is really amazing. But we would have after-school programs that would rehearse and at that point perform at their elementary schools. Then we would have weekend all-school performances. So if the kids wanted to continue on after their school show was done, we would have 2 more programs throughout the year that would rehearse on the weekends that everybody could come to and be part of. And that we would have then family stage things, and that's where you came in with Pirates. And we partnered with another nonprofit at the time to make those happen, because we didn't have the ability to do it all ourselves.
It's a lot.
It was a lot. As a young organization,
Absolutely.
The partnerships that we had back then were crucial to us still being here today. So, but it was a lot, but we started slow, and little by little, we started the main stage program with the partnership. We had our one elementary school. That principal from that elementary school was going to a new elementary school the next year and said, come over here and start your next after school program. So we were invited there, and so we had a program at Fremont and at Bryant, and so just little by little we've added. We've had people who wanted us to really, put the gas on and speed into things, and I've been blessed with a board that knows how to pump the brakes. Sometimes it feels like, I think when you're starting, especially a nonprofit, but any business, that you want to get to your end goals. You want to get to those 5-year goals by year 2. You're like, I want to move faster. But you have to take a deep breath and look at your plan, and we did that. We stuck to our guns and just moved forward slowly. And so here we are, 10 years later, 8 elementary school after-school programs. We have the 2 weekend programs, and we have 2 family stage programs, and they're all sustainable.
That's amazing. Sustainability really is the key word in everything you just said.
Yes.
Because if you can't continue it, and if growth is in your vision, and if you can't do that, then you might as well just pack it up.
Right. Right. A lot of folks, I think, get very excited about looking like they're a 25-year, 35-year. The Playhouse is 90 years old now.
Yeah.
Long Beach Playhouse.
Yeah.
And their productions just look like $1 million. And it's like, you can't year 1 look like the Playhouse, or God, you can't look like Musical Theater West year 1. It's
Boy,
like,
do I know that. I found that out the hard way.
if there are a few companies in Southern California who managed to do it, but they did it because they either lucked into a huge pot of cash or just had a lot of investors right behind them to write a check and make it look that way. Yeah. We didn't. We scraped together our money, and I think we basically started with $5,000 or $6,000 in our bank account. That was it.
Wow.
And I didn't mention it, but I went to Cal Arts. That was the place that I graduated from with my master's degree, and I was taught there that if you have ingenuity and anything around you at all, as long as you're not in a completely empty room, and even then, you can make theater. You have to look at what it is you're attempting to deliver, and that's how we've done it. The longevity, when people have come alongside of us to help lift us up and give us influxes of cash, we've always said, okay, where do we want to put this? Do we want to put this in a long-term investment, or do we want to go ahead this time and flash and dazzle it? And it's been, the board goes long-term. What's the thing we need for 4, 5, 6 years down the road? So there we are. And here we are.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. So this is one of the easier interviews for me because I know you personally. I've worked for you.
It's fun. We're just having coffee.
Yeah, exactly.
And water.
I'm sure that's not vodka.
Well,
it's noon somewhere.
yeah.
But there are 2 highlights for your specific organization that I would like to speak to, having experienced or witnessed both of them.
Yeah.
One is so your after school program, which the arts in the lives of youth is an amazing thing. It's tremendously beneficial. Can you remind me the school that I worked for you?
You were at Whittier. Whittier.
And that was the first year that school had this program. Is that
had, to my knowledge, ever had a program.
Ever
I believe there wasn't a long memory there. I don't think they had teachers going back a long time, but I believe that the principal said in anyone's memory who was currently working in the school, there hadn't been a theater program there. And I believe that was also true for Barton, which was our other school, and the funding from those came from the Munzer Foundation. We wouldn't have been able to do
I
that.
remember that because I had the opportunity to meet them during that process. Well, so being a teaching artist and a director and a theater producer myself, this was the first time I had really, other than when I was in Taiwan teaching, this was the first time I had ever done anything like this with children of the 3rd, 4th, 5th grade ages who had never really been exposed to the arts. And my personal journey and what I was able to witness with Betsy, who was my co-teaching artist, she was the choreographer, I did musical director and direction. to see these kids from day one, and there were a lot of them, and they were enthusiastic, but they didn't really know what they were getting into.
Right, always.
And they were unruly, they were unfocused, somewhat argumentative with each other, somewhat argumentative with us. But to take them through the several weeks, and it was about 3 month to 4 month process.
3 month process.
Through that whole process, seeing each of them come into their own.
Yeah.
Through the discipline that you bring into the programs, through the opportunity for them
Yes.
all to shine, because that was really what we were trying to do. Even if they weren't Willy Wonka, we wanted to make sure everybody felt special and that they were a part of this, and that we couldn't do this production without each and every one of them. And then fast forward to the end of that process, and the show was great. The kids were fantastic. The parents were thrilled.
Yeah.
And it was like a team, a family. And to see that process through the arts with these children, that's an amazing thing that you bring to these children in these schools.
Thank you. That is exactly why, it's very well said, it's exactly why we do what we do. We put our names down on that clipboard back at Fremont because we had watched our little child try all sorts of different things, on the playground playing with kids, and the thing that she kept gravitating to, because of course mom and dad were in theater, was theatrical things. So we knew our child needed a space, and we would be very happy to be involved in providing that space for our child. And as we worked on and developed that initial program as volunteers, we saw what it did for all the other kids. And self-esteem was the buzzword years back. And I feel like people still don't give it as much weight as it needs. Because I feel like people are like, oh, self-esteem, you're just talking about everybody gets a prize and everybody feels good, and isn't that? And no, everybody in theater works for the good feeling that they have. It isn't about just rewarding people and making them feel good about just walking into the room. Every single kid there works really hard to put that show on together as an ensemble, and that's our focus. That's the key, is that we are together in this and we're building the show together, and everybody's part is important. We often do things like pick shows where we can break the lead parts apart and cast multiple people in those lead parts. I don't think you got to be one of those shows, but we're coming up next year on, we're going to be doing Frog and Toad, A Year with Frog and Toad.
Nice.
And we use puppets in that, so that for every scene that Frog and Toad are in, it's going to be a separate set of kids.
Ooh, nice.
So that way I can cast, I think it's like something like 20 frogs and toads.
That's so cool.
Right? And so they are an ensemble of leads. So there's no one child who feels like, well, it's really my show and you're just all supporting me.
Right.
Which is really never the case, even in theater at all. Right?
So true.
Yeah.
So true.
At any level, yes, there is the lead and sometimes they're the draw, but the show isn't going to go on without the chorus line.
There is a lot happening that makes that show happen, both on stage and off.
Yes.
So that is just, it's such a fantastic thing. I was in tears at the end of that performance. It was just, talk about rewarding.
Thank you.
It was very, very rewarding experience, and I think the kids felt the same. They got their reward with a standing ovation, and a lot of people proud of them.
100%. We are, just to dovetail into that, something you may not know, we have added another component besides just what theater itself does. And theater teaches, we were always teaching, adding to those things where, like, especially for the leads, in acting, what is your goal? What is your tactic, right? How are you getting to where you're getting? What is your character doing, right? And you can reverse apply those same things to your own life. But now we have, oh boy, I'm gonna miss the count here. Becky, Colin, Mary, Jackie. I hope I'm not missing anybody. We have 4 therapists on our board. And they have upped the ante by adding social emotional learning components to our curriculum. So we begin all of our rehearsals not only with vocal warm-ups and physical warm-ups, but with emotional warm-ups.
Wow.
Right, so we're very actively talking about the emotions that you're going to feel at this rehearsal, and the tension that you feel when maybe you're not as prepared as you thought you were, or you're not getting that step, or how to handle those emotions so the meltdowns that we often experience in theater don't happen, because kids have tools now.
Wow, that's tremendous.
Yeah.
And a lot of people out there, the general public, if you will, who are not in the arts, who enjoy the arts, but they don't necessarily grasp the process we as actors go through.
That's
And,
true.
and when you've got youth that are at a very formative age that are coming upon all of these new emotions and all of these new things in both life and on stage,
Yes.
to have that type of support is really amazing, and
Yes.
it can really help them, like you said, cope and get through that process to where you can do it.
Yeah, we do a little breathing thing. One of the first things we teach is to, do this with your finger and breathe in as you go up and breathe out as you go down. And that, if you are having strong emotions, you can do that to calm down. And the first time I saw a kindergartner select themselves out of rehearsal, sit down and start doing this completely unprompted, I was like, it's working. This is the thing. It's doing. And she was just breathing, and there were tears welling up in her eyes. And then she calmed down. I said, what happened? Are you okay? And she goes, I just felt like I couldn't do it, but I think I can do it. And then she got back up on stage and went right back to rehearsal. But she was having those feelings like,
That's huge.
I don't think I can do the dance. And yeah. So it's an amazing process to watch the kids not just get through the whole process, but those little wins at all of the rehearsals.
Wow. So exciting. I did not know that you guys had kind of up to that.
It's pretty new. It's pretty new. It's been there under, the surface, because there is social emotional learning that just comes along with producing theater. We all have those techniques that we use to manage our emotions through the process, and we've taught them to the kids, but this is really importing stuff directly from therapeutic social emotional learning into the process and injecting that into this so that they have an even bigger toolbox.
Amazing.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. So the other thing I wanted to bring up that I experienced and more so witnessed with Children's Theater of Long Beach are the family programming that you do with one of my favorites that you guys have done 4 times now, Pirates of Penzance?
Yes.
So
Yes, I love that show.
your CTLB family, adults, what would you say the range of your cast, the age of your cast was?
That
most
cast
recently?
was, I believe, 7 to 7 or something.
So that's
It's huge range.
Children of all ages, as I like to
Truly,
say.
truly.
And they were, because there was so much fun and joy on that stage. But what I've witnessed that CTL brings to all of the family members who are involved in a production, be it on stage, off, you guys have everybody work on everything.
Correct.
So everybody has an investment in the production, the performance, and if there was nothing else that was amazing about the show that I saw last week, which it was so much fun and fantastic, but was the love and the joy that was on that stage of those actors and actresses doing what they love to do.
Yes.
And through the process of building costumes, building set pieces,
Helping with the props.
choreography.
Yes.
Because I know you had someone in the cast choreography.
We had multiple people.
Yeah.
So that it's not just a single person. We had different choreographers for the different groups. There's sort of 3 different groups. There's the police, the progeny, and the pirates. And each group had a different team of choreographers. And then we had a fight choreographer besides that. So again, we try and involve as many people as possible into the process.
It really makes for such a well-rounded artist, if you will, because you don't have just your lead singer, your Mabel, singing her fun coloratura stuff. You've got a Mabel who maybe is helping sew costumes in the back,
Yes.
who has painted a set piece, who
Yes.
has, you've got, and I love that because it just makes for a well-rounded artist.
Yes.
And again, it gives everybody an investment in what you're doing, and I love seeing that.
Yeah, it truly is our show at the end.
It's
It is
fantastic.
something that we can all look at and say, we did this together.
That's great. Is there any other programming that we haven't touched on? I know I came in with kind of a little bit of an agenda because I talk about those things all the time. The little time I worked for CTLB. It really did make such an impact.
Thank you.
And I can only imagine. Well, I know I've hired people to be on my stage that have worked for you.
Yes.
And what they bring, one of them being your daughter,
Yes.
and Kelly George, were in our Funny Bones, and just seeing the professionalism that they bring
Yeah.
to a stage and to the production. I mean, up until the first performance they did for us, and we had an ongoing cast, so they were replacements. I was the one bringing in all the costumes and all the props and everything and setting everything up. And then I was the one breaking it down at the end of the night. And I was also in the show.
Right.
Well, I'll be darned if Hannah and Kelly weren't
course.
both
That's their ethos.
packing things up. And
That's their
it's
ethos.
Like, oh, yeah, that would make things a lot easier for all of us.
Yes. That's the ethos. That's the ethos. And that comes from, I have to give credit all the way back to Roosevelt Performing Arts Magnet and all those teachers there, and Dan Pisano at the Roger Rocca's Music Hall and Good Company Players. That was the ethos that we were taught. I'm just bringing forward what came from that cradle, which was, this is our show and we're all responsible for it, and nobody just carries a ladder at strike. Right? That was the joke. Okay, who's going to be carrying the ladder? Who's going to walk around here looking like they're busy and they're not doing anything? Put that down and actually help.
Yeah.
And we weren't allowed to get away with being divas in any way. We weren't treated special. And because everyone was special, there wasn't one person who was more important than the other. So all those people that they produce that are now, I think the reason that they get work out there is because they come with that ethos at their core.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then they carry that into life outside of the theater too.
Yes.
Especially again with the youth who are in their formidable years. Sometimes it's hard to teach an old dog new tricks, but they've stuck around long enough. They've learned the new tricks. But
Yes.
bringing what an asset to the community to be able to work with these children. So many different schools, a pretty wide age range, and they're going to be going out into the world with this attitude that's only going to help improve and make everything better.
That's the hope. Yeah.
Love it.
That's the hope.
Love it. So, well, we all know it's not cheap to produce a show or to have classes. You've got teaching artists, you've got everything else involved that you see on stage and things you don't see backstage, equipment.
Right.
And ticket prices are pretty inexpensive.
We don't charge top dollar.
It's so. What percentage would you say, if you have it at the top of your head, of your budget do ticket sales cover?
Well, that's sort of different for each segment. But I think ticket sales overall, if we were just to put them all into a basket, it's probably a third, maybe less. So everybody thinks that you do theater for the ticket sales, and you do because you want butts in the seats.
Of course.
But no, funding, even Broadway funding, has to come from elsewhere, and then they recoup their costs because they run it and run it and run it and run it and run it. And most of us don't have that opportunity, right? We don't have a theater that we could rent for indefinitely and run the show, right?
Right.
So we do have to find other resources.
And we all know that individual donors are fantastic to have. That's actually where probably a bulk of things come from.
We do. We have a lot of individual donors that we are so grateful for that have been coming to our galas for years, and also just donating every month. We have people who just have a heart for us, and their checks show up every month, which is a huge blessing for us.
When you're trying to budget for operational costs and things like that, when you have recurring donors, even if it's a small amount,
right,
it makes a huge difference because you know what to expect somewhat that's going to be coming in.
Yeah.
On top of hustling for the rest of the individual donations, writing grants.
But those help pay the recurring bills, because there's an awful lot of recurring bills. Even if we don't have our own space.
Right.
We rent space everywhere. So we're still sort of itinerant circus folk, actually. But there's still overhead that comes through every month, and those folks are crucial to making sure we meet those bills.
Yes. Yeah. Grants and sponsorships.
That is the bulk, I think, and we have been granted monies from the ports of Long Beach. Most recently, they were the folks that helped us put on Pirates of Penzance. The Munzer Foundation, I think I mentioned earlier. We've gotten grants from I always say it wrong, but the Long Beach Arts Council, or is it Long
Arts
Beach
Council for Long
of the
Beach.
Arts? Thank you. I know it's very specific wording. They have granted us monies to put on shows in the past. We used to do a series, we're trying to bring it back, called the Inspirational Child Series, and they were crucial in helping bring that. It was about children like Helen Keller, Sadako and the Thousand Paper Cranes, Ruby Bridges. So kids whose stories can stand as an inspiration for other children. It's pretty wonderful stuff. And we've gotten state grants and then Long Beach gifts.
Right. It's a lot of work to get those
Yes.
grants too. So
Yes.
time consuming. And if you are hiring a professional grant writer, they don't come cheap.
No. Which we don't have. We have board members who pitch in. And do
Which
it.
is fantastic.
Yes.
Fantastic. And do you guys also rely on volunteerism? Aside from your performers,
Yes.
outside of that, like
Yes.
to do what types of
Everything. So from coming in and helping us, because we all of us who rent places, we have tight windows for setup and tight windows for tear down. Because there's somebody that was right before you and somebody that's coming in right after you. So often you have to tear down that night because somebody else is starting on the stage on Monday. So parent volunteers are our biggest group of volunteers. We have, hundreds and hundreds of kids in our shows, so we have access to hundreds and hundreds of wonderful people who will rush to our side should we need help. It's
But
great.
that doesn't mean that you couldn't use a few more.
Always.
Wink, wink.
Always. Let us know if you want to help. We don't turn anybody down because, not everybody's schedule, it isn't like all 5,000 of them show up at once.
Oh my God, could you imagine?
Right. But there's always somebody there, which is wonderful. I know that, if I put a shout out, somebody will come alongside me and help out. So it's good.
That's fantastic. So if someone wanted to, make a donation to Children's Theater Long Beach, check out your upcoming programming, volunteer, find out more information about your programs and what you do, where would they go?
They would head to info. We can email us at info@childrenstheateroflongbeach.org. It's a long title. And theater is spelled R-E, not E-R. All one word, Children's Theater of Long Beach. You can also check us out on Instagram. We have a pretty active Instagram, Facebook page. And on the website, which is just childrenstheateroflongbeach.org, you can find a give button and you can go there and give directly to us. So go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, and every little bit helps. for
Every little
sure.
bit helps.
And I'm sure when they go on there, they have the option to do a recurring donation, correct?
Yes. You can do one time or recurring. We were very mindful about picking our name. There's lots of people get very cutesy about their names, and we wanted Long Beach in our name because we are here to lift up and support the children of Long Beach. That is why we do what we do. So, Long Beach Children's Theater.
Yes.
Children's Theater of Long Beach.
And I love it. It's, for people who are watching this that maybe aren't in the Long Beach area,
Yeah.
it is one of the most diverse populations.
Incredible. We truly are an international city.
It's insane how much culture there is here of the different cultural backgrounds, the different economic backgrounds, the different socioeconomic backgrounds.
Yeah.
You literally have everybody.
Yeah.
The
It's a
entire
wonderful
world is
place.
represented in this one city,
Yeah.
and it's a joy to see.
It is.
It's so exciting, and that's one of my favorite things about being in this city.
Me too.
And I don't live here, but I lived here for a couple of years in the '90s, and I've always loved Long Beach,
Yeah.
and that's why our theater is here as well.
Yeah.
So, any last minute appeals or programs that we didn't touch upon, or
I think
words
we talked,
of wisdom?
Yeah, the only other one we really hadn't talked about was the Inspirational Child series. We really are looking to bring that back. We might start again with the Diary of Anne Frank. in 2025. That was the first show that we did for that series, and so we're looking to bring that back. And then we have this vision for long term. We are looking to find a space this year so that we can call some place home, and we are actively seeking that out. And we are, again, it's been infrastructure that we've been raising money for, and it will be again this year. So if you would like to help us fund more lighting and sound equipment, you can see exactly what we are going to purchase with the money that we raise. We're going to try and raise the most amount of funds that we've raised in the 3 years. We've been slowly increasing it, and we've met our goal each time, which has been very exciting. Exceeded it both times, and we have those materials now. I mean, you heard the difference, I'm sure, at our last production.
Yes.
And saw the difference. There was more lighting, more sound.
And the set was a lot more involved.
And the set was more
been.
involved.
Yeah.
Yes, we've been involved in building pieces that we can reuse and reuse and reuse. So, so infrastructure.
Excellent.
And a home.
And a home. Homes are important. You spend so much time and resources in every time you put something on, because you have to get everything that's involved with whatever the location is that you have found for that production, and you have to put so much into that.
Yeah.
And it's different the next time you do it if it's a different space.
Yes.
And if you have your own home, it's all there.
It's all there.
And you have more opportunity to spend on the human resources rather than the other resources.
Yes.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, John.
The founder and executive artistic director?
We just executive director.
Executive director of Children's Theater of Long Beach. Thank you so much for joining us today. So thank you all for tuning in, and we will catch you on the next episode of Coffee Talk with P3.
Welcome to the Coffee Talk with P3 podcast, where we highlight local and regional nonprofits in the Southern California community. Let's listen in to today's guest on the Coffee Talk with P3 podcast.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of Coffee Talk with P3. I'm John Peterson, Executive Director of P3 Theater Company, and I am here today with a lovely trio with the Jewel Box Children's Theater Company here in Long Beach, and we are going to let y'all know all about their programming and everything that they do with our fun littles, or as my friend calls them, crumb snatchers. So please introduce yourselves one by one, kind of say your name, your position with Jewel Box Theater Company, and maybe a little bit about how you got started in the arts in general, you personally.
Okay, hi, I'm Anna Kate. I'm the artistic director. I have been participating in theater my whole life since I was a little kid. I came to the theater because I was a really shy kid, and my mom and dad had the foresight to put me in theater because I wasn't talking at school, and they wanted me to be able to communicate with people, and that's what theater taught me. It was this cool, creative world of imagination where I could go and I had permission to play and communicate and learn new communication tools. So that's what brought me into the theater. And then I, was sold from there. I did theater nonstop. I'm still participating in theater, but just in a different way. Starting Jewel Box was a dream of mine since I was a kid. I had always wanted to create a program that was accessible and inclusive, and that focused on community building, and so that's where we are today, and that's why we're here. And who are you?
I'm Andy Zacharias. I am the other director. I'm the other half of Jewel Box. I always tell people that Anna Kate is the heart and soul. She's the driving force behind Jewel Box, and I just kind of help figure out how to make everything happen. And
where can we find one of you?
right. I'm also the as far as the programming is concerned, I'm also the music director for all of our programming. So my background is in music. I moved down here to Long Beach in the 90s. I have a couple of degrees from Cal State Long Beach in music. But before that, I grew up in Northern California. I did a few children's theater productions and productions in high school, but then I started developing more as an instrumental performer. So I have more of a background in the accompaniment, in playing in played in a lot of pits in the orchestra for tons of musicals growing up and all throughout college and stuff like that. And Anna and I work really well together. We do a lot of coaching and I do a lot of songwriting, and I've done some music directing as well in Southern California. I'm at the Long Beach Playhouse and theaters in Orange County at the Maverick and at Stages Theater. So yeah, that's what brought me here, and I'm just here to make theater and make music and make art and help other people do it too.
Wonderful, wonderful. And last but not least,
well, my name is Naomi Worrell, and I am a parent board member for the Jewel Box Children's Theater Company. I'm a Long Beach native, and my daughter has been participating with Jewel Box for the last 8 years, and it's just been a wonderful experience, and I'm so honored to participate as a board member with a wonderful organization.
that's great. Yeah, especially when your kid's involved and you can see the difference it's making.
Absolutely.
To have that passion that you really need to bring to be able to be a board member that is solid.
Yes.
is amazing.
And part of what me coming back as working as or serving as a board member, Jewel Box offers a lot of scholarships to a lot of our local youth. And my daughter happened to be a recipient of a scholarship one year. And I felt it was important for me the way if I could not give back monetarily, I can give them my time. And this is what I particularly choose to show my appreciation for what they do, is be able to participate as a board member and give them my time and my energy to helping their organization grow.
That's amazing. Did you have any involvement in the arts before this, or was your daughter the first involvement?
It's a family business, if you will. My dad was a singer in South America. He would sing like Temptation songs and things, all in Spanish, okay? And toured all of South America. I love to sing. But I like to sing in the bathroom by myself.
Great acoustics there.
Totally, I sound amazing in the restroom. And but my daughter, I saw that talent in her immediately at age 2. And unfortunately, I could not afford to send her to dance lessons and vocal lessons. It's very expensive, and I wanted to help nourish and nurture that talent in her. And the one important thing for me was finding an organization that was going to also nurture. And that's what Anna and Andy do. They really nurture the children talents individually. And really can point out their strengths and give them that confidence to just, shine through. So my daughter has no problem going in front of, an audience. She has no problem singing in front of a big group of people. And it is kind of me as a parent enjoying what she does. On a personal level, because that's my daughter, right, and kind of vicariously living through her. But as a community member, being able to see my child give back to her community in a way through music and song that she probably wouldn't at such a young age, starting at age 8, like I mentioned. And so for her to be able to do that and inspire other students to want to give back to their community in some way, it is so rewarding, more rewarding to me than seeing her singing on stage. It's really like, wow, she gets the fact that she's sharing her talents through a wonderful, nonprofit such as Jewel Box Children's Theater to give back to her community in such a special way.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we have a little bit of artistic background here. How did we get from playing in pits and performing to starting this theater company?
For me, it was a lifelong dream. I attended the High School of the Arts in Orange County.
Okay.
And while I was a student there back in the 90s, in the olden days, I watched a documentary called City at Peace. I believe that's what it was called. And it was all about this theater company that was created by a father and his son, I believe in Chicago. And they were really bringing in, it was a true community theater. They were bringing the entire community in. And that was the first time I went like, wow, this is powerful. Like, it's not just about yes, singing, dancing, music, it all does something to us. Acting right, it does something to us, but to see it on a large scale, what it can do, how it can change, and how it can uplift communities, that was something that has always burned inside of me, right? That I want to do this someday. So our son came into our life, and he, of course, is not a theater kid. He's not a theater kid. Visual arts and sports. But we really saw that we could create something that was maybe unique and doing something a little different. We wanted to create a program that would be accessible and not just like, oh, easy to get to, but accessible in that the programming is community driven. We everything is rooted in theater games and game playing and coming together, giving the kids basically the tools to go out and create their own theater. They can create theater with us, but we're always like, yeah, go home this weekend and put on a show in your backyard or at your friend's house. So just really empowering the kids to create their own art, make their own stuff. Like, sure, there's wonderful theater out there, right? There's wonderful theater that's been created that we love. I love going up to the Pantages and sitting and seeing it. There's nothing like that, right? Mm-hmm. But where's our next generation of theater makers going to come from, right? Yeah. We need to be encouraging them. We need to be, helping them understand that the torch is going to be passed to them at some point, right? Mm-hmm. So that's why this started. We were like, let's do something that's a little different. Let's create new theater with kids, and sometimes it's messy and kooky, but it's always fun, it's always rewarding, and the kids go away with this sense of pride of like, I just wrote a song, I wrote a show, these are my friends, we are a community, we created something together. And the beauty of that, of just recognizing and understanding that theater, as beautiful and razzle-dazzle as it can be, the core is community, right? We look at every culture has this strong, the practices of music, dance, right? Art, it's all there, but it's a given, right? It's a given in especially you look at ancient societies, it's just part of it. But then somewhere along the line it became, oh, you have to be the best at it, you have to train, and if you don't have that training, you're out, right? Yeah. So we wanted to create an even playing field where like, no, if you want this, if you want to do this, come be a part of it. And also too, putting it out there that like, this is not scary. It's storytelling, it's sharing, and everyone can do it. I think that's the most important thing, is letting people know that this is not an elitist sport. This is for everyone. Theater, music, dance, it's for everyone, because it makes you feel good, right? It's a medicine.
Universal language.
Yes,
absolutely.
A universal language. It's a healing. These are healing arts. The arts, we know this. They're not just there because they're pretty and wonderful. They're there because they heal us, right? There's medicinal value. So that's why we do what we do.
And I think personally, we both come from backgrounds, like I as an instrumentalist and a musician, I was a songwriter, I'm a composer and an improviser, and Anna's background in theater, she has a lot of, she can tell you about all the crazy experimental theater and improv, all the theater experiments that she's done. And that's kind of what inspired us to do the work that we do with the kids. A lot of what we do is based in creating new works. So the kids get to write, they come up with their own characters, they come up with a story, they write their own songs. And I think that's why we came to doing what we did. Like personally, that's our background, is that we both had a lot of background in the creation side of it, yeah.
And let me tell you, there's nothing like, I think everybody has attempted at some point to write a poem or write a song or write something, right? Getting a room of like 15 to 20 kids to write a song is like it's the best, because there's going to be bickering, there's going to be infighting, there's going to be,
said,
right?
Yeah.
They always come to us, Miss Anna Kate, Andy, my idea, their idea, what are we gonna do? And I always say, you know what to do, figure it out. You've got to make compromises. All of your ideas can get put into
We can
this
figure it
somehow,
out.
but you have to figure it out. And no joke, it's always like 5 minutes later they'll come back and be like, oh, we have the best idea in the world. We figured it out, and that is the lesson, right? That like we have to figure things out as human beings, as communities. Otherwise, it's just like, what's the point, right? Like.
So cognitive skills, social skills, confidence building, team building. A lot of people don't realize that all of those things come into play in the arts.
Yes.
And
Yes.
at any level.
Yes,
Yes.
advocacy. Advocacy,
Yeah.
the
Yes.
biggest one, self-advocacy, but also like we so much as teachers, our students will let us know, oh, so-and-so's been raising their hand, right? Like little things like that. Like it really cuts through the way we teach, right? And that we're presenting something, we're building something as a community. There's no star. There's no hierarchical structure of that person's better than this one. We really focus on ensemble work because it's human, right? And so the kids take care of each other. The kids from day one, we let the brave ones know, you're the brave ones, okay, brave, not so brave. Your job is to help lift our friends that maybe need a little help with lifting their voices. So that that's the beauty of this, right? So getting them to understand that there are other ways to approach theater and approach music and
ultimately approach life.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
And that's when it comes down to it, that's what it's all about, right? And so we also let the kids, while we're creating something, while we're writing something and creating a scene, we tell the kids, you go where you're comfortable. So if you want to be a part of the ensemble and you don't want a lot of like lines by yourself, if that makes you too nervous, be where you're comfortable, and when you start working up that bravery, then let's create more of a significant character for you, and then they kind of come to it on their own. A lot of kids come to us and they have terrible anxiety and stage fright, but almost every time they come right out of their shell, and they're jumping in with the crowd and working together.
As somebody who's done workshops with youth, like improv workshops and stuff like that, isn't that an amazing process to see happen, to witness?
Yes.
And it's probably, in my opinion, one of the most rewarding things about working with somebody in that age range.
Yes.
It's just one of my favorite stories that we were doing. The organization's no longer around, but they were Power for Youth, and they had basically disadvantaged youth, and each of them was paired up with a mentor, so it was a one-on-one, and we had the mentors and the youth in this improv workshop.
Wonderful.
And the one kid that really sticks out of my mind was sitting back with the hoodie on, like this in the corner. Just I couldn't tell what he was thinking at all. It's like he hated being there, or he was nervous to be there. I couldn't figure it out. And by the end of this 90-minute workshop, he was rapping in the middle of the group by himself, improv, in front of everybody.
Incredible.
Rewarding as heck.
We know and love those students, right? And that's what our thing is we see you no matter what. Like that's another reason why we keep the structure of our classes is generally very small, right? 15 to 20 kids max.
Okay.
Per 2 teachers. And if we need to open up to more, we'll create another section of a class, or we'll invite a student and their family to something else that we're doing, because it's important that no one gets left behind in this work, that everybody feels seen and everyone feels heard, because being a kid who was very shy and nonverbal at school when I was a little one, those are the kids that I pick up on their energy. I take extra time with those students. And one of my favorite stories is we have a student who we've known since they were young, and they love to do our program, but they don't like being on stage. And so they would always choose, I want to do something behind the scenes. How about I can do the Foley, I can do the sound, right? They wanted to be there though, right? They wanted to be there. And by, we're in the middle of production, and because we're creating these shows, he has the flexibility to do this. He comes up to me and he says, I have a joke. I have a joke that I want to put in the show. Of all things, you want to do the most vulnerable thing. You want to get up and tell a joke.
Yeah.
And we're like,
hardest thing
are
to
you
do.
ready? And we gave him an exit. We're like, The show is written to where if you don't want to do it, you don't have to do it. But yes,
pressure.
you're going to do that joke. He did it and he killed it, you know? And like that, and that's the thing. So much of the time we see that replay again and again, and then they have this community of friends that have been building theater with them, you know, for the last however many months, and it's just like, yes, yay, they all celebrate together. You
That's
know?
amazing.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And you know, they haven't mentioned yet, but they also work in after-school programs where they see hundreds, if not thousands, of students, and giving them this creative outlet on campus. And with the arts in public schools, you know, it just hasn't revved back up. There's some in some schools and there's none in others. And for them to be able to come in and connect with those students and give them this sense of joy and pride and things that they work on in creativity, it speaks volumes to what it is that they're capable, even more so with support, to do, and how many students they can reach here just in Long Beach, if not even further outside of Long Beach. So it's really important that it is understood that not only are they, you know, connecting with those students that are in smaller classroom settings or smaller environments, but bigger environments where students are just like, what is this? What are these activities? I'm improving, what's improving? You know, what is that? So it's those kind of things where they get that exposure, they get the freedom, they learn how to be vulnerable, and then they really can tap into themselves without a judgmental audience, right? They have the permission to, which what I love to say, get lost in the music, get lost in the scene, get lost in the game, get lost among your friends, not to thinking about, oh, did Sally say this right, or did I say this right, and is Johnny looking at me, why is he, you know, squinting his eyes at me? Like, none of that matters, because you just go in, and then as parents, as you're sitting back and watching, you're just lost in it too, and it really taps into the child in all of us, right? We just sit there and we go, oh my goodness, this is so much fun, and you want to participate as you're watching. So not only is it just connecting with those kids, it's connecting with everyone and their families. It's a beautiful thing to watch.
And Naomi tapped into something, because we have a community class. It's a family theater games class, because we've noticed that about, you know, parents will come and sit in, and so to encourage parents to show up to a class with their kid and play near. The games are really our foundation, and we've had the privilege of working with Viola Spolin's family. So Aretha Sills, her granddaughter, we trained with her, and we continue to train with her and follow her work, and we always make sure that we're reevaluating the way that we present the games, because theater games are so important. You know, a lot of people don't realize that improv and theater games, created by a woman, Viola Spolin, look her up, the queen, the mother of improv, but such a humble, wonderful person, came from social work, and really left this beautiful legacy that's a blueprint for all of us theater teachers to really, it's a springboard, because there's no better way, I think, to invite, especially those kids that are like, what is this?
Yes.
Yeah.
I had a student last year say, theater, what is that? They had never heard the word before. I've met kids, and it's beautiful though.
Yes.
No, but I love it. I'm like, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have the privilege of letting you know what this is, because I love theater is my life. I'm so passionate about it, and I get so excited when I meet a kid like that. Or I have met children who they have never sung in their life.
Right.
They
Right.
don't sing, and the first time they do it, and I'm not kidding, I'm not saying this dramatics, we have had kids that have been in tears in class, because they're like, they'll say, this is just so moving, like, and it's vulnerable,
Yes.
right? And not everybody has a life where, like, singing is a part of their life, playing theater games is a part of their life, right? So, like, being able to be like, hey, there's this really fun thing, and we're all gonna do it, we're gonna do it together, and you're gonna have fun,
Yep.
right? You're gonna come along and join and be a part of something that's just like, it's super cool, super fun, right?
And with social media, you know, there's that wall already, right?
Yeah.
You have that
Right?
wall,
Yeah.
and a lot of our young people are just, you know, that's just what they know, right? From the time they're, you know, 1 year old. Here's an iPad, here's a cell phone, and, you know, just scroll. But you don't get a chance to tap into that child to find out what they're all about. And usually it gets to be by the time they're in second grade or third grade or fourth grade that the type of programming that Jewel Box is offering is when they can start saying, wow, I don't have to hide behind this phone anymore. I don't have to hide behind this iPad anymore. I can actually come and have, interactions and engage with my peers and with adults and really find out who I am, right? We're just trying to allow them to have that self-discovery. And I think Jewel Box does a beautiful and organic and genuine job of bringing out the best of each child.
Thank you.
That's
And
amazing.
the kids realize too, there's, because of this singular bubble, right, that society has created, right? They realize that working together towards a common goal with like a bunch of other people is really fun. In person or during the pandemic, we were online, we were fully online, and everybody was like, we were putting together shows and, playing games and doing everything, but it's that's why we're here as human beings. We're here for each other. We're not here to be the star of our own show.
Exactly.
We're here for each other. And I think when kids, when they get a taste of it, it's like, oh yeah, this is fun. This is life. This is fun.
And it feels
Right.
safe.
Yes.
It feels
Right?
safe. It feels
Right?
safe. It feels like that you have a family outside of your family.
Yes.
And as parents, you feel like you have a family outside of your family. And when sometimes family at home can be stressful and challenging, you get to go to Jewel Box and then you get to see these wonderful people who pour their hearts and soul into what they do, and then it becomes infectious, and then you want to go do that outside of Jewel Box in your own community. And that's really, I think, when you dig a little deeper, just as you were saying, it's these life lessons to go out there to be productive and be able to contribute to your community, to your world. Be citizens of the world, right? Responsible citizen of the world.
So, as a parent that has a child that's involved with Jewel Box
Yes.
Children's Theater, you said 8 years?
So she's 15 now.
Okay.
She'll be 16 in October. So she just loves it, and she serves as an ambassador with Jewel Box. Jewel Box created this amazing program that since she's been working with them for the last 8 years, she and another young gentleman are ambassadors to Jewel Box, and then they do events around the community. So they've done ribbon cuttings at parks. They performed in front of the mayor and city council members for Women's Right Month. Or Women's Month. They have worked at for the Historical Society of Long Beach at their annual cemetery event and a tour. That's
The
what it
cemetery.
is. Cemetery event where they sing songs about Long Beach that are over 100 years old that Anna and Andy both found through the Historical Society of Long Beach.
Wow.
And I love saying this, that they are actually keeping the spirit of Long Beach going and alive, right? They're sharing these songs from years ago that no one even existed, that we have our own special Long Beach songs, and they get to go to these events and sing these songs, and then people around the community, young and old, get to hear these songs for the first time that shares the story and history of Long Beach, and like I said, keep the spirit of Long Beach going.
Wow.
Yeah.
So if a parent were to come to Jewel Box Children's Theater Company and say, I've got a kid, 6 years old, we'll take a number. I really want them to get involved in theater. They're all over the place. I can't get them to focus, and they're always singing and jumping around and making up dances. What do you guys have that, how do I get my kids started with the Jewel Box Children's Theater Company?
We usually, when they're that young, we have them come to our library class. So we have a library class at Signal Hill Library. It's a family class, just to see how they are in a class setting. And the parents usually can participate with them. Generally, our classes, usually when we're working with kids that young, it's at a Head Start program. So we work with Head Start preschoolers, little tiny kids. Our programming that is outside of the schools, that's at either, so we have 3 programs. We have our conservatory program, which is through Long Beach Playhouse. So we are their in-house children's theater company.
Oh, cool.
And then we have our studio program over at our studio on the west side and on Santa Fe Avenue, right across from Cabrillo High. And that is that we have some family classes over there as well. We have free stuff that goes on over there, but a lot of the stuff that's there is 9 and up, but we do make exceptions. So if you come to that library class and you're enjoying it, and we can tell that this is going to be a good fit, kids can come on in and come to our other classes. But generally, you know, a child has to be ready for that environment of you're going to have to make a compromise when you're writing a show, right? When you're creating a piece of music, if you come in and you're in that environment, it can be a little jarring, right? Like, oh, we have control of all of this?
Right.
What? So generally we work with 9 and up in our studio and conservatory program. But when we're out in the community, really the youngest is we're at Head Starts. Sometimes we're with babies, you know, shakers, singing,
Get them all there.
moving, right? And that brings me back to, you know, about 95% of our program is free. We're grant writing, we're funding it, we're volunteering because we believe in what we do. And then the other portion of what we do, like the conservatory program at the Playhouse and our studio over on Santa Fe, we have scholarships to all of that based on financial need, right? So we really have worked hard to make this as accessible as possible for all ages. And that once again is why the family class became important, and creating something where because sometimes a child needs to see their parent be brave. And sometimes a parent needs to see their child be brave. And it's profound what can happen when a student gets up and they are showing their parents, I can do it, Mom, you can do it. And then Mom gets up hesitantly, and then she feels that, oh, whoa, I just sang, I can do this, right? And it's just, it's necessary. We need to be doing these things.
Yeah, and I can imagine too, as a small child, having your parent with you. I remember as a kid, I always wanted to be validated by my parents because of the respect I had for them, and to have them be able to participate with you in something like that and see them go along with you, and it's a way of supporting and validating what they're doing and the choices that they're making through this program.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then bonds are created, right?
Yeah.
And then that child who's maybe new to theater is seeing, oh, this is safe. And the parent, like Naomi has said, we do these cabarets once a month, every month at the Long Beach Playhouse. And Naomi's daughter Nava has performed in them since day one. And she one day said, you know, I might want to do that one day. And we're like, you should. Every cabaret, we talk to the audience. We say, you're all invited.
I'm currently working on a song.
Okay.
Of course, I'm practicing in the shower.
Yes. And those are wins, right? That is a great place to start. And we open that up. We have free rehearsal time, and people get to work with Andy. Andy is like I feel like we're so lucky to have him, because he sits down with the kids, and they will write the song together, they will come up with the melody, and he just fleshes it all out.
Amazing.
And that's expensive.
Yeah.
Yes.
What he's offering is not cheap.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
Yes.
not at all.
Yeah.
And
It's
so-
like you need second mortgage on houses.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And he does it from his heart. He does it because he loves music. He gives the gift of music to children. And you can't get that anywhere else. I'll tell you right now. I've searched and seen and heard other parents, and I thank God, really, every day, because they are truly blessings to our community. And really, you're not going to get that anywhere. And even other nonprofits, I'm sorry. You're not going to get an accompanist that's going to sit there with you and actually go over sheet music, give you directions, walk you through the process, play around with the music, work on your tempo, work on your pitch, all of those things. You're not going to get that.
No.
You're not going to get that for free. You're not going to get that from someone who genuinely loves what it is that they do. And if there are, please forgive me, kudos to you, but I've yet to see it. And I am so beyond fortunate to be able to be in collaboration with them and have my child work with them and spread the word about what it is Jewel Box is doing. Because it's unique. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, I've worked with a lot of different children's theater companies as an actor or teaching artist over the years, Florida, New York, and here and in Texas. And I've never heard of this type of program, the creation portion of it. And it's such a unique take on children's theater. And it's something that they won't get out there. And it develops a whole different cognitive skill than just coming in and doing a show.
Absolutely.
As a kid, you're create. I mean, you guys could be creating the next Lin-Manuel Miranda.
That's the hope.
Rodgers and Hammerstein.
And what's so wonderful about that? Yes, because what's so wonderful about that too, even though we have these wonderful pop artists out there, Andy and Anna really stick to the foundations, the start of music, right? Jazz standards, Cole Porter type music. They really have the kids get grounded in this, foundation of music that someone like, oh yeah, that sounds like Ariana Grande, or you know what I mean? So they're not starting off like, going, okay, yeah, we have these pop artists that they're familiar with, and that's all they want to sing. My daughter, she loves the classics. Give her a Fats Waller, arrangement. Give her, classical musical theater, all that. I mean, anything goes. Those types of things. Those are the songs she wants to sing. She's a Chicago fan. Here she is, this 15-year-old that just, a lot of the stuff she don't get because she's just not there yet. But still, she's like, this is me. I'm Roxy, Mom, and I'm like, oh, okay, baby, what? You go.
And speaking of Ariana Grande, for those of y'all that do not know, Ariana Grande started in theater.
Yes.
She is a theater child. So when you go see that Wicked movie, you're not just watching a pop star.
Yes.
You are watching a theater kid
Absolutely.
who did 13 on Broadway.
Absolutely.
13 is the name of the show.
Yes.
For those of you that don't know. But so it's theater's almost like the ballet of performing. If you're studying dance, you really need to take some form of ballet to help strengthen the other styles of dance.
Empowering our kids, letting them know you can do this.
So your programming, is it by like a semester, or if they sign up for the classes or the workshops, what's the duration that they would expect?
It's different. So when we go to schools, we meet every part of the community. Wherever we go in, we meet them where they're at, and that goes. When we go into Head Starts, we'll go to each class maybe once, maybe twice, maybe 3 times a year, and it's just playing and fun. When we're at schools, sometimes the program is year long. So the first section of the year is skill building. Here are the tools. The second section of the year is let's put it together. And maybe we put together the historic Long Beach songs and then write a school song, or maybe we do something completely fresh and new. But we do love to give them, the tools first. And then with our programming that we do at the Playhouse and through our studio, the studio is more just like a place to come and train. Right? You're not going to have the pressure of having to put up a show. There is performance troupe, but that's even, it's very low pressure. And then at the Playhouse, what's the duration? Like 4 to 5 months?
Yeah.
It's about 4 to 5 months.
3 to 4 months.
Okay, so 3 to 4 months. And the first show is always the radio show. So they have script. There's still some song and dance numbers that they'll write in. But the script will be on stage. The Foley's on stage. It's much more of this is a good first step for kids, especially that have never done theater, right? Because could you imagine being in like Hello Dolly for your first show, and you're like, what's going on here, right? Like lights and music and hundreds of people, and so we try to do, that's always fall, and then the spring show is completely devised, no script, it's devised. So we take the Swollen Theater games, the kids will break off into groups, they'll come back together, we take what works and what fits together, like we've created puzzle pieces and create a show. Sometimes it's an umbrella piece where the show is, for instance, one year it was that house on Soulfire Street, and they turned the playhouse into a haunted mansion, and they each had their own different vignette, right? So this haunted house through time had different stories, and they each chose their different era to, and there was, paranormal activity and all this stuff, right? And then last year they all came together and wrote one cohesive piece called The Magical Moonlight Diner, about these actors that, they converge every day in this diner, and little do they know they've been brought there to save the world. And they do. They save the world.
It's so cool.
It was. Yeah.
It's a great performance.
They saved the universe.
So those are like some of our long form. But when we're at schools, we make sure we take a lot of time, especially with the older kids, of like, here are your skills. Let's get the skills first. Let's get the tools, and then let's dig in.
Set them up for success.
Yes, 100%. Set them up for success. Make sure they're all on an equal playing field.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, I was just going to say that, so at our studio, the programming is kind of monthly. So it's, if you want to, come for a few classes, we offer classes, we have a theater games class, just like learning how to work together and build confidence and use your voice. We have we do singing classes, so it's ensemble. So if you want to learn some new songs or learn how to sing together, maybe learn a little bit of singing in harmony. We do songwriting. So if you want to just come and brainstorm and just kind of get goofy and be creative and write some songs. And then on Fridays, we do a free class. It's just a drop-in class. So parents can bring their kids, and that's just, when people are available, if they want to come Fridays at 5 o'clock. And that kind of rotates. So we do, sometimes it's theater games, sometimes it's singing, sometimes it's visual arts and crafts. It just depends. Sometimes it's dance, and it just depends on what we have scheduled for each particular month. And then our conservatory program at the Playhouse is more of a long term. So you have to sign on for a production. It's not like a drop-in. That's sort of the difference between those two things.
So there's really something for everybody.
Yeah.
And you've got,
Yes.
we've talked about all ages. We've talked about all levels. You've talked about people who want to be involved for the long term. And then you've talked about the a la carte people. Maybe they have so many things that, if you're anything like my sister, I've got one niece that's taking piano. She plays tennis. She, depending on what I do, we get something different. So then you've got the parent that wants to try out different things to find out what's right for their children or what their children enjoy more, which is always theater.
We hope.
Should be. So that's amazing. I mean, you, in its own way, you've made by setting it up like that, you've created an inclusive environment as well, because somebody's going to be interested in one of those things, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
And then we also have a program that's not at our studio and it's not at the Playhouse. We actually go out into the community and we work with a number of different community partners like Head Start, libraries, after-school programs, parks. And that we always love when people reach out and invite us to come out to their space. If they have, we have grant funding that can cover a lot of it. And we always love, when people reach out and, see if there's stuff that's available, and we always try to make it work.
That's so cool. So you're in demand.
Yeah.
I like
Hopefully.
that. Well, it sure
You know,
sounds like it.
and I think it's important too to know that we started this as a legacy project, and one day Andy and our hope is to walk away from this and hand it over to one of our students. That's the end game. The end game is to hand it over to the community.
And one of my daughter's proudest moments being part of Jill Box is she served as a junior counselor at their summer camp this year. And she was able to connect with the younger students that joined in, and she was challenged with having to come up with choreography on the spot for a lot of these kids and really serve as a leader. And so I think that right there, in that moment, she was like, wow, I get to teach what it is that Anna and Andy has taught me to a younger generation. And that just made her even feel more fulfilled as a Long Beach artist, but at the same time, someone, again, giving back to the community, right? When you invest in your community, those kids, those people are going to want to give back. And that's what makes our world go round, right?
Yeah.
We can't just, it's me, invest in me. But in turn, what can I give back? What are my greatest gifts that I can give back? Now, I know my daughter is not shy whatsoever. She has no shortage of confidence, but she knows she can sing, and she knows that she can give back to her community by sharing her talents.
Yeah.
And that's what we want all of our students to get out of it at some point, right? That's what we want as parents, to have our children feel like they can contribute with their best assets, their best of who they are.
Yes.
And again, we need people like Anna and Andy who can tap into their hearts and soul about who they are and what they want to be. If they don't want to be on Broadway, so be it. But I bet what they've learned will take them to be the next president of the United States.
You literally segued into exactly what I was going to say. Not the president, yes, or an astronaut or anything.
Yeah. Exactly.
But,
or
the gift,
artistic director of Jewel Box Children's Theater. You know what I mean? Because it's the pride of ownership.
Yes.
It's that pride of ownership.
Of course. But you guys are giving these children such a gift through your programming. Like you said, they don't have to be the next pop star, Broadway star. They could be a doctor. They could work in fast food.
Absolutely.
They could own a business. They could be a CPA. Whatever it is, I guarantee, just from life experience and what I know about theater, things that they've learned from you guys and the Jewel Box Children's Theater, they will take into that in their adulthood. 100%. And that's why organizations that are small and local nonprofits are so important in the community, because we create the next generation.
Absolutely.
We give them from the core something they can't get from a school, from a normal teacher, because they're so limited in everything they can do. They have to teach for the test scores. Did I just say that? But they're gaining that confidence, the leadership skills, the improv. Life is in improv.
Yes.
And the humanity in that. But I think one of my proudest moments this summer was Nava, Naomi's daughter. She was helping run a class. And I was sitting back watching her run this improv, and one of the students started getting down on themselves, and she stopped and she just went on this beautiful 1-minute soapbox of why this student was so wonderful and how I couldn't believe it. And I was just like, this is what it's about, is watching that next generation give back in a positive, beautiful way, lifting each other up. That's what this is about, right? And we get to see that happen when it's created in a way. We've created this program by design so that it's not just like, okay, you're done, you've aged out. It's okay, no, now what do we need to do next? Where can we go from here? How can we support you now as a human being and as an artist? And being able to do that full circle where you're either teaching for us, and we make sure too that we're giving back to our students. If you're working for us, you're either getting paid with physical cold hard cash, or you're trading for services. So we make sure our kids that are ambassadors that go out, they're not just performing and helping make a name for Jewel Box for nothing. We make sure to give them a stipend and work with them, so they understand their worth as human beings and as artists. So we make sure to set that foundation. That there's a trajectory.
And then there's a lot of rah-rah and a lot of, oh, you're amazing. Yes, we need that. But at the same time, Anna and Andy are very challenging as well. Those kids need to study their lines. They need to learn that music. They need to learn how to ask questions. She'll put the onus on them. You need to figure it out. So it's not just like, we're going to praise you and we're going to lift you all the way up. But there's an expectation. And we want you to know that we know you can meet that expectation. We know you can take it to the next level, and we're going to push you in a very loving and nurturing way that makes sense, that doesn't make kids scared, to make them turn away. It allows them the freedom to really just embrace what's being asked of them, and then for them to tap inside to figure out how to get there. And not by holding their hands and, swaddling them all the way. No, what are you going to do? And then that's when all the tools that you've introduced come into play, and you're like, magic.
I always say, I challenge you to challenge yourself.
Yes.
Because you have to.
Yeah,
you have
you
to.
do.
And being a kid that, I still have anxiety. We all have anxiety, right? Being a kid, though, that I had really debilitating anxiety, and knowing that sometimes you do have to swaddle a little, right?
Yes.
But then you do have to let those students know, okay, you can do this. You can do this. And when you see those kids break through and have their moment of on stage, it's, that's a core memory that they're gonna take with them for the rest of their life, where 100%. They can know, because I'm that way. I'll know if I'm having a hard day, I'll just go, wait, I've been here before. I've faced this before, and with theater and music, we get to practice being brave. We get to practice being brave with art, and that's so important. So when we do meet those challenges, we can go, wait, I've been here before. I'm just going to sing myself a little song and power through, and there's so much there. It's so good. It's good stuff.
Just sitting here, I can feel the excitement come off all of you, actually. When you're just talking about this, the passion, the love for what you're giving and what you're teaching to our youth. It's amazing. So they're putting these shows together. Do they do any book shows as well? Book show is a show that's already existing with a script.
We did, and there has been talk about coming back to that, especially for our older kids. In due time, possibly. I think if we did a book show, we would want to do an original book show. We did try book shows. When we started, the foundation was original theater. The kids were writing their own stuff, and then there was a period where we kind of we were like, oh, we're gonna test the waters on this, and they're great. We did a great job. I don't feel like our students, especially the really young ones, are getting as much out of that as they're going to get from building a show,
right?
Showing up for each other in community, having writer's block, getting to process that and go through that, and also too just learning how to be a good human being and communicate with other kids, other people. That is such a skill in and of itself. So, one day we may put a book show back in, but if we do, it will be an original, because I think it's important to remind kids that, there's so many opportunities to do the book shows that already exist. Go to those other theater companies, try them out,
there's a
see
lot of
what
great
they're
companies
doing.
that are doing
There
them.
are wonderful children's theaters, community theaters. Go and experience that, because they're the best at that, right? They're the best at that. So go and experience that. But you're always going to have this place to come back to, this place to land, and even when you're doing one of those book shows, you have to have your improv skills, right?
Oh, absolutely.
What happens when your friend goes up on a line?
Yeah, we've all gone blank on stage, or
right?
had your scene partner go blank on stage,
Right.
in the middle of a song even.
Right?
Oh,
And
that's the worst.
That's
the
where
worst.
that rooting in
Yeah.
starting with the games.
Yes.
That this is the operative word is play. I always tell our kids it's a play, not a perfect. Right?
Yes.
This is play. It's supposed to be fun. Because if it's not fun for you, it's not fun to watch. Right?
Absolutely.
So I don't care if they mess up and go in a completely direction in the show.
It's a whole new show.
A whole new show. As long as you're having fun. And I let them know, I say, but here's the caveat. When you go to another theater company, you have to fall in line with what they're doing. You have to make sure that you understand that there are different ways of doing theater and there are rules, right? So we're doing something that is maybe for the kid that needs a little more hands-on, a little more creativity that gets to come from them, and a little more group think and making something out of nothing. They get to create their own costumes too. We bring a big thing
love
of
it.
costumes and, you know, throw it out there, and then they'll bring in their stuff, and kids will trade stuff, and, you know, so everything is really, you know, from the bottom up. We just make sure no one gets hurt, right?
Important.
And that they understand that there is a structure to it,
Right.
and play within these lines. Yes, you can go outside the lines here and there, but make sure that we're being respectful. Make sure that we're being kind. Make sure that we're lifting everyone up on the way there. You know, so yeah. But anyway, kids get theater, no matter what it is, it's good,
Yes,
right?
yes. So they create these fantastic shows. I'm sure I can't even imagine some of the plots that these
Oh,
are.
yeah.
But because kids are so honest, they're brutally honest sometimes. Can the public attend these performances?
So our shows, the shows that the kids create, are closed to family and friends only. And it's something that we put in place number one, because children's theater, it's kind of this beast in that if you have a cast, their entire family is going to come, and all of their friends and everyone that knows them. Your theater is already full. So our responsibility is to those children and their family and their friends first. The only way to get to see us publicly is really to attend a public event where we're performing. So we do have an ensemble group that goes out and performs. So, you know, those types of occasions where the kids are and they understand that they're out in the community as a representative, right? I think sometimes in creating community theater for children and creating a safe place, there are children that need to know who is in the audience. There are children that need to know that audience is safe. And that is of the utmost importance to us, you know. Was not an afterthought, it was definitely by design. So yeah, but there are ways to see us in person. You just have to catch us out in public. We will, August 26th, the wonderful Zoe Nicholson, she every year on Women's History, it's the day women got the right to vote. And she's a wonderful woman. She does a program down at City Hall, and this is Nava's second time participating. So Nava and Sammy, our other ambassador, they'll be performing at that.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Do you list those community performances on your website?
Sometimes we'll Instagram them or whatever, but are they on the calendar right now?
We try to put them up.
Yeah.
So if people wanted to either get their child involved or B, even volunteer some time, or even, donate,
Yes.
how would they do that? Where would they find all this information?
Go
They
to our
can
website.
Go to jewelboxct.org.
Yes. Say it into the camera, Andy.
Jewelboxct.org.
All right. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I just mentioned if they wanted to donate. Now, probably the second most important topic of our conversation today is funding for creating such programming and hiring, I'm imagining, teaching artists, and there's so much overhead and costs, and nothing's free. So how do you fund all this amazing programming?
Grant writing. Before we started Jewelbox, Andy and I did not know we were grant writers. So we do a lot of grant writing. We also have some wonderful organizations that have funded us since the beginning. So we've been lucky there. It's still never enough, right?
Right.
Especially with inflation and where everything is headed, everything's becoming more and more expensive. And it does make things a little prohibitive. Funding is number one, and small donations, even a $5 or $10 donation, really, really can help us thrive. You know, getting a kid into our program, if they're just taking, if they're doing, let's say for instance, just the conservatory and the Playhouse, that program is in all, between $300 and $400. It just depends lengthwise how long the program is. So a few donations of $10, $20, $100, that all adds up, and it gives a student the privilege of attending that. And then our relationship with the Long Beach Playhouse is unique in that when we do our summer program, they have their own funding that they contribute. Our monthly cabarets, all of the money that's raised in the cabarets goes towards the summer fund as well. There's a lot more funding to bring more kids into that program during the summer. So we work with the Playhouse on that to come together and make sure that there's a lot of funding there for kids to attend summer camp.
Great.
Which is super fun.
Absolutely.
So yeah.
The key phrase I took away from that is there's never enough. No. So just because they get funding from this organization, that organization, those individuals, any support is helpful.
Yes,
any support. Think you mentioned $5.
Yes.
That's a Starbucks. Yes. That's less than one Starbucks. And what would also be helpful, I imagine, is if do you have the ability to give recurring donations as an individual?
Yes.
As well?
Yep.
So those definitely help because it's something that the financial side of the organization can count on. Mm-hmm. So yeah, just think about that. Every dollar that you give helps us to continue to give back to the community. So we look forward to seeing your donation to our campaign this year. Thank you to Watch Children's Theater Company of Long Beach. And thank you to Buell Brown, our producer.
Thank you, Buell.
Yes, of Stage Explorations, who is producing this entire series. And thanks to you, the community, for all of your support. And we look forward to seeing you on the next episode of Coffee Talk with P3. Ciao for now.
Welcome to the Coffee Talk with P3 podcast, where we highlight local and regional nonprofits in the Southern California community. Let's listen in to today's guest on the Coffee Talk with P3 podcast.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of Coffee Talk with P3. I'm John Peterson, the Executive Director of P3 Theater Company, and I am here today with the charming Lynn Atkins, the Artistic Director of South Coast Chorale. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me today.
So, we are here to talk about South Coast Chorale.
Absolutely.
But before we talk about South Coast Chorale, let's find out a little bit about Lynn Atkins.
Sure.
What's your background in the arts? How did you come to be involved in the arts in general?
Sure. So I've been, I guess you can easily say, a lifelong artist. I started singing at age 9 in elementary school, singing choirs and kind of playing recorder, if you will, if you remember that from your music education classes.
My girlfriend in high school played the recorder.
There we go. So throughout middle school and high school, I just continued, and it really became part of who I was. So it was the natural progression to go get a bachelor's in music education. I'm an 18-year veteran of the public school system, teaching in New Jersey and Virginia. And then in 2022, I just felt like it was time for a change. And so I saw an advertisement for a choral position here in Los Angeles, and I got the job, so I moved. Came across the country.
Wow.
And I am now here in LA working at Cal State Dominguez Hills as their Director of Choral Activities and Voice Area Supervisor. I do a little bit of side work with a group called LA Bronze. I work for South Coast Chorale, and then I also sing with Long Beach Camerata Singers.
Oh, you do?
So I'm a pretty busy guy.
You sure are. My goodness. And the South Coast Chorale themselves, I know them well, and boy, they are a handful, so you're gonna...
They are exciting. I'm so excited for the start of our season.
Yes, Lynn is the brand new artistic director for them, and I almost feel like a lifelong fan. So I'm excited for you to be able to jump into this position. They've been under great leadership, and it sounds like they're going to be continuing under great leadership.
I'm going to do my level best.
You mentioned to me, we were having a little chat before the interview today, that South Coast Chorale is coming up on their 35th anniversary.
Yes, we are. Our organization was founded in 1990, and since then we have been doing everything we can to not only promote LGBTQ community and belonging, but also giving a voice to our community. Whether it was through, the AIDS crisis of the early 90s into the aughts, and even now as we talk about concepts of diversity, inclusion, and equity, and where does that find our LGBTQ community, we want to make sure that we're always giving a voice to ourselves and to others who are still trying to find their way out of their own individual positions and live their truth. So I think South Coast Chorale really provides a vital opportunity to do that. And it's through such a different lens, through performing, through singing, through being, just yourself without any apologies. Yeah.
South Coast Chorale productions I've seen over the years, they lend to that in such a unique way. There's a lot of storytelling. You're not just going to see a choir concert.
Right.
Not people just standing there singing a bunch of pretty music. There are stories being told, and in a lot of the cases I've seen, stories of people in the chorale themselves, which it not only are they lending themselves to you through their artistry, but through their stories.
Correct. Yes.
I've witnessed in their concerts when one of the singers has gotten up and told their story. She was transgender, and I was just kind of looking around and seeing so much realization that people were just I'm trying to think of the word, so much familiarity with the stories. So it's really touching to the community to be told such personal stories. And then you've got the language of music in there, which it's a universal language.
Absolutely.
So there's so much acceptance. And that's one of the things I love about the chorale most. I'm a huge spokesperson for the chorale.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
So you're just starting with them, excited to start with your first season, which is their anniversary season for them.
35th anniversary, and we're getting together starting next week.
Can you give us any type of sneak peek as to what you have planned for them, or what the public can expect in this coming year?
I can drop a few breadcrumbs.
Okay.
So we're going to start the season off with a good push towards social justice and a good push towards examining how we can live together and coexist together and really live as a pluralistic society. That just because we believe one thing doesn't mean we have to shrug everything else off. That we can coexist and we can find common threads that pull us together. From there, we'll go into a love-themed cabaret, which will be kind of our midwinter, if you will, presentation. And then we'll wrap the season up with a kind of a look back at the past 35 years of what the ensemble has done. We'll bring back some highlights from those 35 years, and we'll also push ahead with a few ideas. So it's going to be a really exciting season, an opportunity to celebrate 35 years, which is a landmark for an organization like this.
Huge.
With the advent of LGBTQ choruses throughout the 80s and the 90s, it's really interesting to be at this point where we're kind of unique in one way because we're an SATB chorus, soprano, alto, tenor, bass. And sometimes not sometimes, a lot of places don't have that particular style of chorus. It tends to be a treble chorus, which is more sopranos and altos, or a tenor bass chorus, which is normally, your cisgendered men or trans men who are singing tenor and bass. So to have SATB sound, which is what you would find in most choruses, is a unique position to be in, and it allows us to look at music in a different lens, in a different shape. So we're very excited to bring forth this 35th season.
I love and I'm particularly excited about the social justice aspect of it.
Sure.
Because it's so relevant today.
Absolutely.
It's more relevant than I think anybody actually realizes. It's so important.
Yes, absolutely. When we look at what's going on in our world and the conflict that we're seeing, we just want to make sure that people understand it doesn't have to be that way.
Right.
We can coexist. So we look forward to bringing that message forward.
That's great. You mentioned that it's an SATB chorus.
That's right.
And it is primarily known as Long Beach's premier gay chorus, correct?
That's right.
But I do believe that not everybody in the chorus is gay. Is that correct?
That is correct. We do have a strong allyship, and we love having that ability to have people who are standing behind us and standing alongside of us and saying, these people are just as valid, just as cared for and loved and concerned as anyone else should be.
Inclusivity.
So that inclusivity is really important to us, and we welcome that allyship. We welcome anyone of any shape, size, gender, feeling, spirit to come along and sing with us. We would love to have you.
That's another very unique quality of the chorus is the fact that it is all inclusive. You don't have to be a gay chorus or a regular chorus. I would say straight chorus, but
that feels a little weird.
Because we all know what happens in the arts. But it is with the gay community and their allies, and witnessing that bond. It is another testament to the fact that we can all live together and have different backgrounds and beliefs, and it's an amazing thing to see. So how would people find out information about South Coast Chorale's programming?
That's great. Great question. So you can just go to southcoastchorale.org. And on our website, we have lots of information for you in terms of auditioning with the ensemble, how our concert dates are, our rehearsal schedule. We have all of that there for anyone who's interested in finding out more about us and hopefully wanting to join us.
That's great. What type of involvement does the chorale have outside of its concerts or performances? What type of involvement in the community is there?
Sure. So the chorale does do a good bit of outreach, whether it is attending Long Beach Pride or making sure that we are visible in other ways within the community. We're always trying to, again, make that connection and build on the positive relationships that we have with our partners, whether they be business, corporate, whether they are other nonprofits. So we're always looking to create those bonds, to solidify those bonds as we move forward in our work of making sure that our community is seen and valued and preserved.
Great. And I bet on that website too that people can find out how to support the South Coast Chorale.
Yes, absolutely. There are many ways to support South Coast Chorale. You can go to our website for more full details, but we always want people to know that they can come see our concerts. They can volunteer to work with us. There's always work to be done. And then, of course, any connections that anyone might have to help us grow and reach out. We are an organization that loves to perform. So if you know that you have an event that you would like for South Coast Chorale to sing at, please reach out to us. We'd be happy to see how we can help in that regard.
Oh wow, you guys are available for private events as well?
Yes.
Type things? Wow,
Yes.
I did not even know that as much as I
Yes.
thought I knew about the chorale. That's so cool. Wow. Fun, oh my gosh, I'm totally picturing my next birthday party. This will be a lot of fun at that one. As far as funding, because I've seen your guys' concerts and there's no holding back. I mean, it's
absolutely not
top-notch production
We
values.
go for the gold, absolutely.
Always in great venues all over the city. I know for a first-hand fact that those are not cheap.
No, they are not. And ticket prices that we collect only cover maybe between 25 and 30% of our cost. So we really do rely on any type of donations that we can receive. We rely on corporate sponsorship. We do a lot of grant work and a lot of development in those avenues. So we are so thankful to organizations like Long Beach Gives who help us meet the difference in our budgeting.
Yes. It is so true and so sad that ticket sales can't just cover it. Because all those other things that you have to do, that takes time and energy.
It does.
And with most nonprofits, like South Coast Chorale, like P3 Theater, we're all very skeleton crew organizations.
Yes.
We don't have a big, large staff, like, big office building type thing.
Absolutely.
We're all scrambling around. I know for a fact a lot of the members volunteer their time.
True.
Your board of directors is very active.
They're wonderful.
They're
they
fantastic.
are a wonderful team, but yes, all volunteer based. So it's a labor of love to put on each of the concerts that we do each year.
So in order to help the chorale continue to give back to the community and get involved in the community, they really do rely on that individual donations, corporate sponsorships. One of the things I like to suggest and bring up that I've only recently started remembering to do myself is recurring donations.
Oh, absolutely.
If you think $20 a month, it's like what, 2 Starbucks in a month
these days.
But when an organization has a recurring donor, that's income that they can start to expect.
That's right.
And where they can put that into their budgets and know that the operations of it itself
Sure.
costs a lot,
Yes.
aside from the performances.
Mhm.
So those monthly donations really, really help them be able to determine what they can and can't do and what they need to do to grow.
That's
so
right.
consider a recurring donation as well. Again, the
Absolutely.
price of a Starbucks or 2, I'd be willing to give up a coffee.
Hey,
Yeah, you can still go to their website today, right now, right this minute if you want to donate. And that website again?
that website again is southcoastchorale.org.
southcoastchorale.org. And if you don't have the money to give, spread the word about the chorale. Sign up to volunteer.
Absolutely.
Heck, and you don't have to be a professional singer to sign up to sing. You go through a very painless audition process.
That's right.
And any level, and from what I've seen of the chorale, there are all levels, and the chorale works together as a unit to build each other up. And as an artistic director, it's your job to make them sound good.
That's absolutely right.
And if I know that you can do that.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. No worries there.
Yes. So is there any other programming or any other facts or things that people really should know about the chorale that we haven't covered today?
I think more than anything, I want to emphasize the idea that we are welcoming, we are fun, we love to have a good time. And this music that we get to perform is our way of doing that. So we really welcome you to come try us out, come audition, and join us.
That's awesome. I cannot wait to see what the chorale has in store with you. So
Thank
excited for the
you.
upcoming season, for the 35th year, and for your current reign. That's REIGN.
Yes.
Thank you again. Thank you, Lynn, for coming to talk with us today.
Absolutely. It's been my pleasure. Thank you so much.
And thank you to the community for all you do to help us support the community as well. On top of those thank yous, I'd like to thank Buell Brown of Stage Explorations, our producer, for filming us and putting this whole series together. So thank you so much, and we will see you next time on Coffee Talk with P3. Ciao for now.
Welcome to the Coffee Talk with P3 podcast, where we highlight local and regional nonprofits in the Southern California community. Let's listen in to today's guest on the Coffee Talk with P3 podcast.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of Coffee Talk with P3. I am John Peterson with P3 Theater Company, and I am here today with Douglas, and I don't know how to pronounce your last name. I can spell
It's
it.
SoCal.
SoCal, so just like it looks.
Just like it looks.
Douglas SoCal, the general manager of Musical Theater West.
That's right.
How are you?
I'm fantastic. Good to have you here.
Good to have
So
you here
much.
too.
Oh, my
I
pleasure.
love it. So for those of you who may not know, and if you don't know, I don't know what rock you're living under, but Musical Theater West is probably the most renowned, in my opinion, theater company here in the Southland.
Thank you so much.
And you guys have been around for quite a while.
We're celebrating our 73rd season next year.
73rd.
73rd season.
That's almost as old as my mom.
Oh, goodness. I was going to say it's almost as old as me, but thank you for going and getting your mom in there.
So before we get into Musical Theater West, let's talk a little bit about you.
Oh, goodness.
Have you always been in the arts, or
I have. I started singing and dancing way back when it wasn't cool. In high school, I was singing and dancing and doing the talent shows and all of that stuff and enjoying it tremendously. And I won some scholarships, so that even egged me on a little bit more. And then I moved to the city and just got involved with Edmonton Musical Theater. And I've been hooked ever since. So yes, it just grew.
It's in the blood.
Into the career, yeah.
It's in
Made
the blood.
a career of it, yeah.
So how did you go from song and dance man to becoming involved with Musical Theater West?
Well, I worked with, I started my career singing and dancing on cruise ships, believe this or not. So I worked, that's fantastic. I worked for 20 years at sea and worked my way from stage singing and dancing up to production manager and then producer. I worked for a producer company in Los Angeles for 16 years.
Which company?
That was Stiletto Entertainment.
Yes,
exactly. So we worked with them. I was their producer of all. I think we had 25 ships at one point. It was no matter where we were in the world, I had a show opening that night.
Wow.
And it was pretty amazing to be able to get. The problem was that the calls would come in 24 hours a day. So 4:00 in the morning, I'm getting a call. I can't get on the ship in Bermuda here, or wherever it's going to be, and it was
all over the world.
All over the world, and I'd be okay. Let's figure it out, and I'd get online and solve problems. That's what producers do.
Yes.
So we make that happen. But I enjoyed that. And then when we finished with Stiletto Entertainment, I saw a note that Paul was looking for a general manager, operations manager. And literally, it's around the corner from my home. And I was like, boy, this would be such a better commute than what I'm doing right now. And I put my name in the hat, and he called me the next day and he says, hey, do you want to come in for an interview? And bada bing, bada boom. And I joined up in May of 2019, got the first show under my belt, and bam, the world shut down.
Oh my gosh.
So I was like, wait a minute. That's when we pivoted. We went into social media. We were doing game show nights. We were doing concerts because you could only have one person in the room. So we'd have a piano player over here, masked up completely in a hazmat suit, and a singer over there as far away as you could possibly have on a microphone without a mask. Mm-hmm. But they were, so far away. And we were doing these wonderful shows. And we tried to just stay relevant and get our patrons who supported us through the entire time. That was the amazing part.
Yeah.
Musical Theater West, my hat is off to the donors and the patrons that support this. Through the entire pandemic, we had a program called Keep the Lights On. And we had people continue to donate to us throughout the whole time, even though we couldn't do a show. And they kept the lights on. We didn't have to lay off a single person the entire time. That's how strong these donors are. I mean, thank you. We are so very blessed by the patrons that we have with Musical Theater West.
And that says something about the reputation of your theater company as well, because
people,
particularly through COVID, they weren't willing to just hand out money to just anybody.
No.
Because we were so uncertain of the future. So,
everyone, it's going to be a month long. We can do it, and then 2 months, and then 3 months. Oh my gosh. But to his credit, Paul Garman, our executive director, Paul Garman, just said, you know what? We have these people. Let's reach out to our patrons and see if they'll support us. And they came through in spades. We were so amazed. It was just terrific.
That is fantastic.
Here we are joining Long Beach Gives to get some more donations. But hey, that's what we do. I'm sorry.
That transition when COVID first started, we had just opened our theater 6 months before.
I went to see Evita there.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, fun shows.
It was. We had 3 great shows, and then bam. But that, as someone who's not a spring chicken anymore, going from the world, and relevancy was really what I was trying to focus on because we had hit the community with a splash. But relevancy, we all have to keep our names out there so people don't forget who we are.
Exactly. That's part of the game.
But the technology behind that relevancy was a challenge.
Oh man!
Especially musicals.
We turned our big rehearsal studio into a recording studio, a sound studio. We put up the pipe and drape all the way around. We had the cameras, a 3-camera shoot every time. Piano in one corner, singer in the other corner, and we would just do it. Every once in a while, we did a social media thing where 3 people were actually. What's that called? Locked down together. So they didn't have to worry about being social distance. It was great. It was Larry Rabin, David Elgin, and Bets Malone. And they did a video for us that was just bar none. It was great. They did it all over town. They did it in the studio because they weren't worried about being the social distancing thing.
Right.
They could hug and do a duet or a trio. It was fabulous. What a great season. Thank you guys for doing that. That was so wonderful. We appreciate that.
That speaks to the resilience of the arts.
The resilience and just the flexibility that we'll do it on video. We'll make this work. And they just jumped up and made it happen. So
that's I love those stories.
Yes.
I love those stories. So Musical Theater West, on top of doing amazing productions all throughout the year, you have an outstanding education program, arts education. I have heard about it so much, so I'm looking forward to hearing about it from the horse's mouth.
From the horse's mouth. Well, hopefully it's not the horse's backside, but that's okay. We are here. We've got, what I say is 8 programs that we do, but we've got multiple activities under each one. We're up to 17 individual activities that we do for our arts education. And what we're trying to do is reach students primarily with the magic of musical theater and just introducing them to the arts. One of the big things that got me on board Musical Theater West is our student matinee program. What we do is we will contact Long Beach Unified School District and we say, we're putting on the show. What this year it's going to be Jersey Boys is not necessarily, it's more for high school, sorry. But we'll say, we'll bus all the kids in. We pay for the buses that will come in from Long Beach Unified School District. We pay for the actors to do the show. The cost is eliminated for Long Beach Unified School District. Everything that happens for that show is part of what we do as Musical Theater West.
Wow, that's tremendous.
That's where a lot of our fundraising comes in, is we're asking it to do for the kids. Is if we can introduce the art of musical theater to some of these kids, it changes their lives.
100%.
And to see these young kids, we did, oh my gosh, Little Mermaid. It was either right before the pandemic, we did a student matinee, and we're busing hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of kids. What the CPAC, where we perform, holds 1,000 people. Just figure it out, and then think of them all under the age of 7 or 7 to 12. And it's just the amazing part. And they've been locked up for whatever this is. We come out of the bus. This is their first field trip in several years. This is the first time they've been to an art facility. The first time they're walking into the Carpenter Performing Arts Center, which is a magnificent building.
Yes, it is.
These kids' eyes are just huge as they're walking around, and they're just agog. Then the lights go down and the music starts, and they are on the edge of their seats just watching, and they're sponging and all. It's amazing what they pick up, because we do a question and answer period after every show.
That's great.
And some of the questions are so fun.
Oh, I love them.
You know, and you're like, oh, I wouldn't have thought of that. But from their perspective, they're like, how did you do that? How did you know? Yeah. How did you learn all the lines? How did you know that? Who made your costume? All of these things, they pick up on all these little nuances. It's so fun. The other thing that we do is we take our productions to the schools.
Okay.
That's even more fun, because you're in their environment, and we're coming in with a professional troupe of singers and dancers, and they do 2 shows when they go out. They do a what's that called, the elementary grades, and then the middle school. And then we'll bring that assembly does 1 show, which is all geared to them. We've got the California curriculum. We teach all of the lessons that we're supposed to do in those grade levels. But it's all done in a song and dance mode. So they're learning, but they're being entertained.
Yeah, they don't know they're learning.
They don't know they're learning because they're seeing a show and they're going, oh, here's this work. We've got one called Nuestra Casita. It's our little house. And it's about a restaurant that goes out of business because of a fire. And they try to circle together and build enough money to raise enough money so that they can fix the restaurant, so that the parents have a job, that the child can still have a family there together, they don't have to move away. Well, they've got these 2 little boys that are in the audience, and they're like just holding each other's hand going, can they do it? Can they do it? And they were so invested in the game. And as they were doing the social, of course we talked about social media, so raising $10,000 and $11,000 and $12,000, they got to hit $20,000 or whatever the case may be. By the time they hit it, they're cheering and jumping up and down because they're so excited about the program that's going on. They have no idea that they're learning numbers, they're learning math, they're doing all this other stuff, but they're having a good time and they're getting a bug for arts.
That's amazing. I've done a lot of performances for youth before, and it is so fun. Like
it's
you
so
said,
rewarding.
They just become so invested on what's going on stage.
That is true.
And you mentioned the Q&A session afterwards.
Oh yeah.
One of my favorite questions. My jaw dropped when somebody. They must have been in maybe 2nd or 3rd grade. Hand up. How much do the lights cost? Who thinks of that when you're in 2nd or 3rd grade?
No, that's an astute person. That's great. That's a built-in producer right there.
Yes, it is. I'm like, he's already thinking about the dollar signs.
Making it work.
Amazing. So, wow. So, and you do all of these programs with the two you've mentioned so far at no cost to the schools or school
No
district.
cost to the Long Beach Unified School District.
That's
if there
amazing.
are other surrounding communities, we will invite them in.
Mhm.
They will have to pay a nominal fee. I think it's $5 a student. But we ask for sponsorship we get Port of Long Beach sponsors us, the City of Long Beach sponsors us to some degree. But most of this is from private donations that have come up through. But we have so many programs going on, 17 different things, from master classes to individual adult and senior classes. Thank you very much. We've got some of those going on as well.
I love it.
You know, you got to keep everyone happy and keep engaged.
Life doesn't stop when you hit adulthood.
And it introduces Musical Theater West to the community, and that's part of our big goal is making sure that we are introducing everyone to Musical Theater West and what we do, and that we are a local producer. We are right here in Long Beach. We're not busing and trucking people into the Pantages.
Right.
We're not, getting a Broadway tour come through. We hire the local people. We are like an employment magnet here. We hire between 95 to 100 people for every production, and we do 4 big productions every year. So it's a money-burning proposition.
Yes.
Especially if you're expecting tickets to come through and cover that whole thing. So we used to have the benefit of being about 75% ticket coverage and then 25% sponsorship. But things have shifted very extremely since inflation has happened. So we're down to, I would say, 60-40 now, 60% tickets, 40% donation that we're depending on. And literally just to keep the lights on again. But we also provide all these programs for the students.
And those don't come cheap either.
They are expensive. Just the buses, the cost of the buses, bringing these kids in. And that's one of the most important parts, is just getting them there, getting them here. We used to cost $200 to $400 a bus. Now it's close to $1,000 a bus.
I've noticed.
So our bus budget has skyrocketed, and just to try and get them here. And unfortunately, that's not something you see on stage. You don't see that in stage, but it's a cost that is true to the production. But again, we are very blessed. We've got generous donors that we just had our big fundraiser that. We don't even have the final number yet because we're still tallying all the donations that have come in. But we were aiming to cover $200,000 for our student matinee programs and all of our student education outreach programs. We are hoping that we'll cover it, and we will continue. We'll continue because it never stops, and especially when we've got Dana Leach, our education outreach administrator, just doing her thing, and she's always got, I got another program we can do, and she comes up with another one, and we got to figure out how we can fit it in the budget or where to do it. So I don't know how her head hasn't exploded yet with all of these things that she's going on.
She's passionate about it.
Passionate. Well, there it is. That's the word.
That's what
we
keeps
are
the skull
sharing
intact.
our passion for musical theater.
Yes.
That's what we do.
Wow. So the programs you talked about are ones that directly involve the LBUSD.
Yes.
What type of programming, if you wanted to highlight a couple of favorites of yours or ones that tend to stand out in the community, what types of programs are available to general community members who may want to get involved or have their kids involved?
General community members can join us in any of our classes, our master class things. We do an open seniors dance class. I think I mentioned that earlier, and it's not it's not a professional level. It's, hey, step touch, do this if you can, whatever you need to do. We'll get it to your level, whoever's there. But we want to invite everyone in because you have the sit and be fit class that do their own things. Well, we like to dance and do the Broadway dance steps. Get your heartbeat going, and that's for the higher level people. I want to say seniors, but we're saying 45 plus, so we get them in there. But we also would reach out to professional dancers. We have teachers from the Broadway caliber performers, and they come in and teach, and they'll teach our Broadway dancers here in Long Beach and Los Angeles. They come in from all over the place, and they have the professional classes. And then they also have the master classes for our students. So it opens to everyone. And it's our way of just opening up to the community. It's basically, as much as we can, we want to let Long Beach know that we're here, we're a part of the community, and we want to reflect the community as who we are.
That's one of the things I like to highlight whenever talking about local or regional theater is, sure, you can go get these fantastic shows at the Almonds and the Pantages, the Segerstrom Center, And those are great. Don't get me wrong.
No, of course,
but,
they're fantastic.
But they don't touch the community from the inside. No. They don't allow the community to experience one-on-one or firsthand the benefits of the arts, be it watching the arts, be it becoming involved in the arts, be it step touching, because that's all you're capable of doing, but you want to get up and move and you love theater.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's so important, and
we think so too. And I mean, I don't want to discount the MTW quality of the production, because we do hire the Actors Equity performers and we hire professional performers. So they're all paid. They're all working very hard, and that's their career.
Yeah.
So that's what they're doing. But we also are hiring the stage managers, the stage techs behind the scenes. The orchestra is all down there. It's a live orchestra. We've had a 25-person orchestra for, I want to say, American in Paris. What a wonderful sound that was. It was just to hear Rhapsody in Blue with that whole thing. It was just amazing.
But there's nothing like live musicians. You can't.
The sound is so different.
Yeah,
it's so distinct, and I love seeing the conductor up there, because we always have the downlight on them, so you see the baton. You may not see much more, but the baton is going, and the pit is just alive. It's just fantastic. One of the biggest things that gets me every time is the live musicians on the productions.
Yeah, and they don't come cheap either.
No.
For sure.
No, they don't. Especially when you have that many of them.
Yeah.
You've got an orchestra out there, and it's fabulous.
That's amazing. And then you've got administrative staff.
We do, and we've got I want to say 13 full-time staff. We've got 9 part-time that come in and out and help us out at the box office and all of our various productions that we've got going on. So we built that. We used to have 5 people on staff. So we have built it tremendously. Since I came on, we have, I think, doubled, if not quadrupled in size, just by bringing other people. And we're still looking for more people. We always have to find more people, because the bigger we get and the more we got going.
Yeah, you have to sustain that.
You have to have people, because we can't burn them out too fast.
And volunteers as well. Crucial.
We've got the best volunteers. We have 2 support groups. We've got the Footlighters, who are what we call the ladies who lunch. Mm-hmm. They have fundraisers for every show. They have a luncheon thing that does, and we do a preview of the show prior to the performance. They come in and they have a luncheon, do the show, and they all just will make some donations. It's fabulous. But then we have what we call our fabulous guild, the MTW Guild. These are the ushers that are at every one of the theater, and they're in their black and white vests, and they stand there proudly. Yes, they're seniors, but they are so dedicated to us. It is unbelievable how hard they work, and we could not possibly do everything we do without that volunteer group, because they are giving their hours. When you figure out how much it would cost, even at minimum wage, for all the hours they put in, it's unbelievable. Mm-hmm. So we're blessed by these giving volunteers.
One of the things I love most about them as a patron of Musical Theater West is how they make you feel when you walk through those doors. Every single person is so important.
Yes.
They welcome you. They cannot speak highly enough of Musical Theater West or the production. And it's infectious.
I'm so glad to hear that.
It's infectious.
We are so proud of them, and we hope that it reflects the other way around, because they're doing this out of their passion for musical theater and to support us. And we are again just loving what they do.
That's fantastic. So if people wanted to find out about anything about Musical Theater West, your productions, auditions, how to volunteer, all of the many educational workshops and all of that, how do they find that?
The best place to go is our brand new website, musical.org. So it's an easy one.
Easier than that.
It's an easy one to remember. Musical Theater West, musical.org.
You don't even have to remember how to spell theater.
No.
R-E or E-R.
Yeah, exactly. We took that out. Just musical. Bam. That's it.
That's right. Musical.org.
So, musical.org. They can check that out. You can get tickets to any of our shows. You can see how to get involved. You can see any one of the education outreach programs, and it's all in there. But I think we're working on the history, the archives, of making sure you can go all the way back to 1963 when we started see if we can get some of the video. But I don't think we have that much from way back then. But we're building the archives on there. So we've got this new website that's got a lot more room on the servers.
That's so great.
We'll fill it up as quickly as possible.
much as you can.
Yes, but that's where to go.
Cool.
I mean,
Yes.
I know we put our story up out there and how we're focusing on our education outreach programs, because that's where we need the most help, is reaching out to the students and the people of Long Beach.
Building the next generations.
Exactly.
Introducing them to the arts to continue the importance and benefits and amazingness of the arts.
Exactly, and arts build better citizens. That's the way I would look at it. It's you learn the camaraderie, you learn support, you learn the need for, okay, if I'm going to be doing this part, I got to depend on the other three people doing their part so that we can deliver it. It builds, like I said, better citizens.
Yes, even if you're not in the arts as an entertainer or any aspect of that, if you're a patron of the arts, what you learn about history, about the community, about social impact. I mean, there's the topics in productions. They cover everything. There's no hold bars in theater. Everything is discussed.
And we had two of our shows this season were based on real life stories. One of them was $1 Million Quartet, the true story on December 4th, 1963, when Elvis, Johnny Cash, Carl Perkins, and Jerry Lee Lewis were in the same sound studio together. Could you imagine? You're watching the show and you're thinking, oh wow, how could this have made? And boom, at the end they drop the actual picture of the four guys there in the studio, and you're like, oh, this is history. But you're learning all of this stuff, again, like the student matinees. You don't know you're learning, you're just enjoying a show. But then we just finished Newsies, which was another one in 1899. They shut down these little boys and girls that were newsies, that were selling the newspapers all around New York, shut down the whole city because they went on strike. I'm like, hello. But the show is fantastic. I mean, it's a Disney production, so there's a lot of tear jerking. No, and they actually added a girl, so when the kids really, the kids at the student matinees were like, oh, whatever. They always react that way, but that's okay. I love it. That's a way to introduce them to another part.
Guess what's coming up, kids?
Watch out!
Go to musical.org to find out more information about Musical Theater West, about their educational programming, about their productions, about their seasons.
Fantastic. It would be great. We would really appreciate your support. Thanks for looking out for us.
Absolutely. We all got to stick together and get the community involved as well.
Yes, and reach out to them. We love Long Beach. That's why we're here, and we couldn't do it without you. Thank you.
For sure. So thank you, Doug, for being here today.
John, it's a pleasure.
It always is. And
love seeing you.
Thank you to our viewers. Thank you to everybody out there that supports whatever causes you like to support. All of us nonprofits need support to be able to give you guys.
And there's enough for everyone.
Thank you all for staying tuned, and we will catch you next time on Coffee Talk with P3. Welcome to the Coffee Talk with P3 podcast, where we highlight local and regional nonprofits in the Southern California community. Let's listen in to today's guest on the Coffee Talk with P3 podcast. Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of Coffee Talk with P3. I'm John Peterson with P3 Theater Company, and I am here today with the amazing Holly Levesque, the artistic director and producer of the Long Beach Shakespeare Company. That was a mouthful. Did I say it all correctly?
You did. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you. I've worked on it for the last 2 weeks. It is so exciting to have you here today. I met Holly in person for the first time. It was close to a month ago, maybe-ish.
2 months, something like that. Yeah.
Wow, it wasn't that long. At a summit for Long Beach Gives, and we sat next to each other, and they almost had to kick us out of the room because we had too much fun. But this is the first time I've seen you since then, so it's great to see you, great to have you here, and great to hear more about you and the Long Beach Shakespeare Company.
Yes, it was so lovely to meet you, and I'm so happy to be here to talk about the theater, Long Beach Gives, and everything in between.
Awesome. So have you always been involved in the arts?
I can say absolutely. I say that my mother preferred theater as for childcare. Mm-hmm. So every weekend we'd be seeing something. And so I was brought up from the time I was 2 seeing shows all the time. And my mom had worked in the industry and my Uncle John. And so we go to different sets. And so I love every kind of medium to do with acting as well. And so eventually it became really clear to my entire family and myself that this was the path I was meant to be taking. And I just have always adored the theater. There's nothing like going into a theater. Every vacation I ever went on growing up was to go see theater. I never saw a beach until I was a grown adult. And it's just really important to me to carry on this legacy of spoken word and how these stories that were written thousands of years ago are still so relatable to today's world. And I ended up as well taking a lot of acting classes and getting involved in the Academy in Visual and Performing Arts at Culver High, which really opened a lot of doors for me. And so since I first came upon this theater, it was actually one of my best friends, the ADPA, they had suggested I audition for something, and it ended up being Lysistrata, which was Brandon Alexander Kutz's first show he ever directed. And he was the theater's second artistic director who then picked me to carry on the legacy. After Helen Borgers, God rest her soul, who will always be a guiding light for the theater. She had passed away in 2017 and Brando stepped in. And now Brando is living his best life in Hawaii, and I am very happy to be here with you guys.
Wow. So you went from, you performed with the Long Beach Shakespeare Company.
Yeah.
And so you went from this little toddler
Yes.
going to the theater, being growing up, becoming involved in the theater,
Yes.
to then acting with the Long Beach Shakespeare Company, and now you are basically the head or one of the heads
Yes.
of the Long Beach. That, first of all, to me, that's a testament to the Long Beach Shakespeare Company, because to take that journey from being on the stage to wanting to be in charge and carry on the legacy is it says a lot about the organization itself.
Absolutely. And Brando had been with the theater since he was 13. So it was just, Helen was his mentor, a mother figure, all these things. And he saw something within me that then Helen and Dennis McCourt, who was associated with the company for a while too, they cast me in the entire season after I did Lysistrata. And so I was just so fortunate to be able to just be in a different show almost every month and know how it feels to do a 7-week run of Othello, which is a lot.
That's a long run.
It is a long run.
For a play in general.
Exactly. Now we have 4 weeks, just 4 weeks.
But that's still great. A 4-week run of a Shakespeare play.
Yes.
Says a lot about Shakespeare's the longevity of how it's relatable.
Yes.
For sure in this day and age, because a lot of theaters barely do 2 to 3 week runs sometimes of plays, typically because plays they make a little less revenue than musicals, because everybody likes to see this. So how long ago did you become, let's have a couple, you're just filling me with questions here.
Good.
When was the Long Beach Shakespeare Company founded? What year?
So we took over, it was first established in 1990. As a nonprofit theater known as the Bard in the Yard. So if you look us up, that's still one of the, so the goal of that was to make Shakespeare's work, classical theater, available for the larger Long Beach community, and just trying to spread the wealth of arts and the knowledge of that, and introducing underprivileged audiences to theater, to Shakespeare. And that's something we really still try to do. One of our neighbors right next to the theater, they are a barbershop, which is a great barbershop, deluxe barbershop.
Oh.
And
is that barbershop singers or barbershop like to get your hair cut?
Haircut.
Something I would know nothing about.
And so I always ask, I'm like, you guys can come see the show. I have tickets. And, they're scared still to come see it. But it was hilarious because last show we did was Comedy of Errors, which is Shakespeare's first play he ever wrote. And it was actually a show that I did in 2010 when I first joined the company. Helen had me play a prostitute and a nun with a 2-minute costume change, which was ridiculous.
So was the nun a prostitute?
No, 2 different ones. No. Yeah, they had me in a see-through burqa, and then I had to change into the nun's costume in a jiffy, and audiences just lost their mind.
That's hysterical.
So it was so fun to like be able to bring that show to life again. And what was hilarious actually is that one of our cast members had seen that production that I was in all of those years ago. Yes. And so when I first came to Long Beach Shakespeare Company in 2010, I was in my junior year of college at LMU. And through them and the AVPA, I was really exposed to a broader theatrical education than one normally gets. And I had the opportunity to study at the Moscow Art Theater and, be taught Russian theater history from the head of the Moscow Art Theater. And I had the opportunity to study and act in Germany.
Wow.
And then I had the opportunity to study theater history on an island in Greece. So
You can go now.
And so all those were rooted in theater or were supposed to be. Actually, the trip to Greece, I was one of 2 theater majors. Everyone else was fraternity and sorority crew who just wanted to have a good time.
Wow.
And boy, they did. And actually, 2 of them helped create Liquid IV, which is like this emergency situation that you can take now to pep you up and to make you a little bit less hungover.
Nice.
Yes.
We'll talk about that off the camera, how
Absolutely.
we can get access to that. So, wow. So the productions at Long Beach Shakespeare Company, do you guys run on like a traditional theater season?
Yes. When we first started, we didn't have a full season, but when Helen Borgers, God rest her soul, who was our first artistic director, and is a radio icon, and some radio stations still even play her words because she is so talented. She came into the theater in 1997 and kind of breathed life into this. And so now what I do is we do 3 classical shows a year. And so this year we did 2 Shakespeare, and then we also are now doing 2 non-Shakespeare. So we just did Antigone, and right now we have Chekhov in Shorts, which is going to be opening on August 30th, and that was directed by the woman who brought me to the Moscow Art Theater.
Oh, wow.
So what has been amazing is for me to bring in these teams of people that I've had the opportunity to work with around the world to Long Beach.
That's great.
And so like for the New Works Festival, which I brought back to the company. See, we thought that they had never had one, but actually we had one in 1992.
Oh.
A New Works Festival then. And so actually one of the guys who we had selected, he had been part of that one.
Oh my gosh.
Which was just wild.
Full circle.
Yes, all the time. And you never know what's going to happen. And, theater holds such a sacred place in their souls. And so it's really beautiful to have the opportunity to have a theater, to fill it with artists who want to be there and give them these opportunities, and then have patrons coming in. And I'm so blessed that people just keep saying the shows are getting better and better, and that since I took over it has progressed, and I just hope to keep it on that path for sure.
That's great. Does your season run on like a calendar year, January to December?
Yes.
Okay.
So right now I'm building the season right now. So it's going to be a lot of Shakespeare, which I'm very excited about. And then as well, we have the New Works Festival that I told you guys about. So that was very early this summer, and that was very successful. We actually had to add some performances because some of the shows were sold out.
Oh, great.
Yes. And then we also have the poetry series, which is in October. So we do, how can you do Shakespeare not honor sonnets and poetry? And that was something so close to Helen's heart. And so I wanted to uplift that love. And then also lean into some of the more uncanny parts about theater and kind of a Halloween central. So so we have Shakespeare on the Dark Side, which will be part of the poetry series.
As opposed to Shakespeare in the Park, it's Shakespeare on the Dark Side.
Exactly.
I love it.
Exactly. But we do want to come back to the parks too, because that's where Shakespeare started, of outdoor theater and the groundlings, and all of that. So we have 4 fully staged productions. We have our New Works Festival and poetry series, and we also do old time radio shows.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, as a love letter to Helen, because she was a radio goddess in her day. And so the first show that we ever did with her as artistic director was War of the Worlds. So that's the annual show we do every year. And it's just, Halloween was her favorite time of year. And so to get the October radio season, it just really does feel like a love letter to Helen.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So if people wanted to find out about all of your theatrical programming that you have going on, how can they find out about it? How can they get information?
Yes, so we have our website, lbshakespeare.org, and then we also have our social medias, which is LB Shakespeare as well. You can find us on Instagram and Facebook and TikTok. But we've ditched Twitter, like many have as well. And
Twitter, X, Y, Z, LMNOP, what? Okay,
whatever they're calling it now.
That's a whole different episode.
That's a different episode. We'll record that soon too. So we really, in my season, when I'm making it, I try to, we did a survey with all of our patrons, so I got to see what they wanted, which is something that I want to take into account with my season.
It's important.
Definitely, but also pick something that my company wants to do. So the actors, they want to do. And then for me, I just always want to bring something that's going to elevate the work that we're doing, bring in new directors, new talent, and one of the most beautiful parts of me taking over has been actually connecting with Helen's brother. And Helen's brother coming to see all those shows, which after she passed, he had stopped doing, but he's been seeing all those shows. And he's just like, this is what Helen dreamed of. Like, you've achieved her dream, which is like all I want.
and you're carrying on the legacy, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
It's important to have legacies like this carried on, because if they aren't, it becomes a lost art, and art is too valuable in people. We need art of many different types, if not all of them, to be able to live, I almost said valid lives, but whole lives, complete, fulfilled. It really, it's like dotting the I's and crossing the T's. That's what the arts do to an existence. That was really deep. But true.
It is.
I shock myself sometimes.
But that's the thing, is that theater is so powerful. I mean, in ancient Greece, they buried actors in unmarked graves because they had the power to make someone feel something. And how great is that?
Wow.
So we're dangerous, guys. Artists.
I love it.
Very
I
dangerous.
love it. There's a new danger in my life. I love it. So one of the things that really intrigued me that you said early on in our talk is being able to make the Shakespeare, the arts, accessible to the underserved populations. How do you guys do that?
Well, what has been great with doing the New Works Festival is that we had Asian show last year, which was a full Asian cast, and then this year we had a full East Indian cast. So we're bringing in people whose stories aren't always being told, and that's something I want to start telling more, because that's what's interesting to me personally. I grew up in Inglewood, and for me, I just think that sometimes people have this block when it comes to theater, that they think it's scary and that they wouldn't relate to it. But what's beautiful is, like, on stage, seeing someone that you absolutely can relate to and that you can see. And so that's one of the things I love about theater. But one of the things that we do to serve under represented communities is that we're trying to expand what we're doing so that people do have a show in the season for everybody. So kids could come see our holiday show, and then we have some things which probably have a more adult programming, which is for the summer. And for our radio shows, we actually broadcast them live, and you can listen anywhere in the world.
Wow.
Yes, so it is accessible in that manner. But I'm working with the Bixby Knolls community to have, hopefully next year, us be part of their Concert in the Park series to do parking lot. So it's Shakespeare in the parking lot.
That's great.
Yes.
Are there any additional programs or any part of Long Beach Shakespeare Company that we haven't covered that you might want to highlight?
Yes.
There's so much, which is exciting because it's just lots of opportunities, not just for the patrons, but for artists as well, the actors, and
to be challenged.
And new works is always important because yes, while these stories are timeless and they can be told over and over, there are still more stories to be told.
Yes, that need to be told.
Yes.
By voices that have been silenced.
Yes, and that need to be heard.
Yes.
By people who may relate to those untold stories, or just for people to become aware and educated on the world.
Yes.
Which is very important. And you've had a lot of experience in that with all of your global education and
yeah, I'm just so fortunate that I was able to get any of that. And that's what I see this position of me carrying on that legacy as well. Not just Helen's and Brando's, but about the theater education that I've gotten and how ridiculous would it be for me not to share that with others.
Absolutely.
It seems like a no-brainer.
Well, one of the ways I think you're doing that is a very unique way that a lot of organizations don't have, the arts organizations don't have the opportunity to do. And that's to bring in some of these directors and creatives that you've worked with in other geographical locations and cultural backgrounds. And while we do have a lot of that here in Long Beach, a lot of it it is limited.
Yes.
We all have our local vision, and which is fantastic. But to have other people from other areas and backgrounds come to lend their influence on the arts is can only improve and build upon the solid structure we already have.
Absolutely. And so I actually last year for one of our new work shows, I brought in my producing partner from Germany. So that he can come and do that. And so he and I was also, some of the people I trained with, one at the Actors Gang, Tim Robbins' theater company in Culver City. So I was trained there. And then at LMU, that's where I studied abroad, and I was also on the board of directors for the student-run theater for 3 years. So I think that was a really good introduction as well for this job, where I was already making seasons and worried about all of these things. And so I met Marcus through studying abroad, and in high school I also had the opportunity at the AVPA to be trained by the man who went on to run the National Theater of South Korea, Chol Kim, who filled my 16-year-old brain with Pina Bausch and Butoh and far more theatrical educations than normal, I would say, American audiences really
Absolutely.
get. Yes.
Absolutely, that's fantastic.
Yes, and so it's really fun for me to expose my actors and my patrons to this.
Absolutely,
and in different ways, so it isn't too scary. Because I also understand that it is a lot of change, but we're also keeping a lot of things the way they have been. And I'm just trying to enhance the theater to the best of my abilities.
I think that's one of the things we can attest to and be grateful for the Long Beach theater going community, is that there is a lot of openness because of the already diverse cultural aspect of this city. So I think they're ready for that. While it might be a little scary and unknown territory, I think that y'all are ready for it.
Yes.
I think.
Yes, absolutely. And so since, Helen took over, we have maintained this small but vital presence in Long Beach, building a reputation of artistic excellence and local opportunity as well, because it's beautiful to just have actors who walked 5 blocks and now they're at the theater and that their home that they're making. So we believe that informed and well-formed imaginations are vital to being individuals in society. And we believe in fostering human imagination and connecting us to our inner selves and to our surroundings and to our communities. And we are dedicated to provide quality shows time and time again, and to nurturing our imaginations and to give people the gift of theater, making them think about things, making them relate to a character or a plot twist or anything. there is so much joy that I've had as a patron when I am experiencing a show. And that's what it really is. It isn't watching, it's experiencing it.
Yes.
And like putting yourself in there and in that. And the conversations you have after, of course, being like, I wish I played this part, or like, what would I do differently?
Yeah.
And so now I have the opportunity to not just see things and be like, I would have done that, but now I have the opportunity to do those things myself, which is still a crazy, beautiful thing that is wild.
Yes. And, you know, even though Shakespeare talks funny, I always like to say that. It sounds like such an ignorant way to put it. It's actual English,
it is.
Believe it or not.
It is.
But even though the dialogue might not be what we're used to in our generation, in our geographical locations, the stories, they are relatable in one way, shape, or form. I mean, yes, you know, you don't see a lot of people, you know, drinking poison and killing themselves because they thought the other one died by drinking poison or any of that. But you can take that story and put that into something that you can relate to in your life. It's something analogous, I guess is the word.
Definitely.
Like an analogy, but you know, I don't need to tell you guys that because y'all go to theater. And if you don't, you should.
You should.
Well, I know for firsthand that producing theater is not cheap.
No, it is
not inexpensive.
It
and
is.
Ticket sales cover. In my experience and for what all the arts organizations I've talked to, anywhere really from 20 to 40%. It just depends. Of your actual expenses for your organization. So, on top of ticket sales, how do you guys support and keep such an amazing organization open for so long?
We've been very fortunate enough to have dedicated patrons who have been donating, but you know, times change, people move on, people pass away. And so since we're always trying to make sure that LBSC can continue on regardless of what's happening, so we can maintain the high quality productions and educational opportunities and student discounts, any contributions to the Long Beach Shakespeare Company goes to our overhead costs to pay the electricity bill, for costumes, for sets, to props, to printing, and more.
And prices go up.
Oh man, they do.
Prices go
and
up.
Our printer is retiring, so we have another one. But like all contributions that are made to Long Beach Shakespeare Company are tax deductible and so seen and appreciated. And we just have donations and ticket sales. So how can you help to make theater alive and keep it in this time that so many businesses and theaters are going out of business? Buy tickets, donate what you can, and help keep theater alive. That's all we can do.
Do you guys relate on outside volunteerism as well
for
things other than being on the stage?
Yes, because like we're always looking for new team members on and off the stage. And so since I took over, I've tried to make us a little bit more industry standard in different ways. So having a stage manager who actually calls the show from the booth was something we never had, and now we have that.
Great.
But there's always things that need to be done. I really would love to be able to soundproof our theater more. We have 2 neighbors, which are amazing. The barber shop, which has a secret speakeasy in the back.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So that's one side, and our other one is Dutch's Brew House. And so Dutch's is such a great Bixby icon place. And so I want them to keep having their fun and us to be able to have quality shows time and time again. So that's one of the things that hopefully with the money from Long Beach Gives or just donations and ticket sales would go towards that and to getting a new booth, because the current the board that we have currently is older than how long I've been out of high school, so that is far too long. So that's something that we're excited to get to put into the theater, and again trying to make it more industry standard, so we don't have a computer and a board that is running from 1999. That's not what we want. And as well, new chairs, so that our patrons can come and be very, very comfortable in our seats.
See that? You want to be comfortable at the theater? You need to support.
Yes, please.
Or bring your own pillows.
My parents did do that for a very short
Oh,
period.
that's so funny. So again, you can go to lbshakespeare.org to find more about programming, how to buy tickets, how to support them as donors, how to find out what they might need for volunteerism, just anything you want to know about them.
Yes, yes, because we are the only full-time classical theater company in Long Beach. Wow. We're dedicated to bringing classical literature to life with quality performances, live music, and lively spectacle. Our mission is for pro-literacy and pro-community with professional actors, musicians, artists, designers, choreographers, technicians working alongside eager students and talented neighbors that we have in Bixby Knolls.
That's fantastic. It's just that it's even more reason to get up and support and go see it. I have not been to one of your productions, so I definitely need to. I've been kind of out of the Long Beach area for a while, just getting back in post-COVID.
Yes.
So I've got a lot of theater going to do out here.
Please, we have a show every month, so there's something for everyone. Great. Because we can't make an event or a theater or anything like that work with just one person. It's everyone coming together to create the best show that we can.
100%.
Yes.
100%. Holly, thank you.
Thank you
for being here today, for talking about the amazing Long Beach Shakespeare Company. I can't wait to come see one of your productions.
Yes, go to our website, lbshakespeare.org. We always have a show going on. And we also have exclusive merchandise, including Shakespeare cat stickers. So show-specific cat stickers.
Oh my God.
I know.
That's amazing. I will be on that website today with my credit card. That is so cool.
Yes.
That is so cool. We would also like to extend a special thank you to Buell Brown and Stage Explorations, our producers, for helping us create this Coffee Talk with P3 series. We will catch you next time on Coffee Talk with P3.
Bye.
Ciao for now.
To learn more about the Coffee Talk with P3 podcast and the nonprofit theater behind this podcast, go to the P3 Theater Company website at www.p3theater.biz. That's P3THEATRE.biz. And if you are a theater and arts nonprofit that would like to be highlighted on a Coffee Talk with P3 podcast, or you know a nonprofit that should be highlighted, please email me, John Peterson, at john@p3theater.biz. That's JON John at p3theater.biz. We would love to start a conversation with you and your nonprofit. Looking forward to enjoying another coffee and discussion with you in the future. To learn more about the Coffee Talk with P3 podcast and the nonprofit theater behind this podcast, go to the P3 Theater Company website at www.p3theater.biz. That's P3theatre.biz. And if you are a theater and arts nonprofit that would like to be highlighted on a Coffee Talk with P3 podcast, or you know a nonprofit that should be highlighted, please email me, John Peterson, at john@p3theater.biz. That's Jon John at p3theater.biz. We would love to start a conversation with you and your nonprofit. Looking forward to enjoying another coffee and discussion with you in the future.
Ba-ba-da-ba-ba